There it is.
All right, we are live. It's the 2023 NFL Draft Watch Party. It's funny that, we were doing watch parties for a long time. This is becoming like a trendy thing now, not just for the NFL Draft. Like anytime there's a big event, there's a watch party because that's how people want to watch big events nowadays, Jim Coventry. They want to, the Super Bowl, a live concert, anything. They want to communicate and interact with each other while they're watching it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. It's a connected community, connected world, and let's be part of that. Let's watch the action on our terms instead of taking just what is given to us publicly on the broadcast networks. Integrate some things together, and let's have fun.
Yeah, and often I think the best broadcasters, especially what we do from fantasy football, are not necessarily the ones that are on mainstream media. A lot of times, like there's a lot of sharp guys like yourself, like our friends at Establish the Run, at RotoWorld, at Football Guys. I mean, a million different podcast sites that have these sharp fantasy analysts. And what's great now, the barrier for entry to do this kind of stuff is so low. It's like we could do this from our homes and, we'll give them great fantasy analysis. So just setting the table here, I'm Alan Seslowsky of RotoWire.com. Of course, I'm along with Jim Coventry. Everybody knows and loves Jim's fantasy football analysis. And Jim, what we're going to do here today, you're going to be here for 3 hours or so. Jim has vowed not to go to the bathroom once, although he does... I think he does have a Gatorade bottle. There you go. He's always got
I got a coffee. It's not helping my case at all.
Right, and he's got an adult diaper on, from what I understand.
Woo.
Yeah,
they don't make them in my size.
and Jim's going to give you. I mean, you're probably. My guess is that you're watching the NFL Draft at home. You have the volume turned down, and you're listening to Jim's analysis. So he's going to break down every pick. He'll give you his player takes on those guys. But more importantly is with all of the Dynasty rookie drafts, with Bestball Mania 4 kicking off, he's going to let you know what that means from a fantasy football perspective.
Yeah, and that's the key, and that's why you're here. It's so important that we have that fantasy lens. And even if an offensive lineman is taken, we're going to talk about the state of the offensive line he's integrating in. How will that help running backs, the quarterback? And so this is part of the exciting part of it. And we'll give you enough of the player information about what this player brings to the table. But when we have done that, we do it a little differently. We take the player's skill set at the skill positions, and we try to tell you what type of a receiver it will be. And I'll explain these types of receivers now, and I won't repeat them all night.
There's going to be new viewers coming in, so this is the kind of stuff I think you should repeat throughout the night.
So when we're going to say there's an X receiver, a Z receiver, and a slot. And when we're talking about the X receiver, so when you have the team lineup, the tight end is on one side. Eddie, glad you're here. The tight end is on one side of the field. On the opposite side, you have your X receiver. He lines up by himself. And what he does there is he lines up on the line of scrimmage. He invites contact from a corner, a press corner, and he can win in that scenario. Now, we know teams move their receivers from side to side frequently, so nobody plays on one side 100% of the time. Actually, now that X receiver might play 30 to 50% of the snaps on that side. The Z receiver. This receiver lines up on the same side of the field with the tight end, off the line of scrimmage, a little behind. It gives him a bit of a free release. So he's the one that doesn't have to beat press man frequently. He's able to get into his route easy. Now, under the Z, we have possession receivers, but we also have very fast Z receivers. We call them stretch Zs because they stretch the field. And then obviously our slot receivers. Now, slot receivers clearly function in the middle of the field, but the league is changing. A lot of big receivers frequently get moved in the slot. Think of Alan Lazard as like a key here. He's an insanely good blocker. And when the offense wants to do running plays, by moving the receiver in the slot, the defense puts an extra defensive back on the field. This bigger receiver gives them numbers in the run game. So they're good receivers, but they also can block. So when we broke all these players down, we decided what their skill sets lent themselves best to. So when we get the player on that team, we will tell you the system fit.
Absolutely. And as we get into, let's just tell everybody the schedule. So basically, I'm going to be here with Jim till about 8:15 or so East Coast time, and then RotoWire's Joe Bartel, right? He's going to come in and tag me out at 8:15, Jim.
He is.
Yep, Joe Bartel. Everyone knows.
Anthony Cervino, 8:15.
Okay,
or,
so
8:15. Anthony Cervino's in.
Okay, so I screwed up when I sent out the time slots, but that's fine. You know, I mean, people are going to come in because they love all the different analysts anyway. But so Anthony's going to come in and tag me out around 8:15, and then he'll be here until about 9:15 when Joe Bartel's going to come in and spend an hour with you or 2 hours. Yep, okay, and then. You're going to have Doug Orth rounded out. Is Doug on the West Coast? How is he able to stay up so late?
No, Doug is he is so hardcore football. He doesn't care about sleep. He doesn't. This is a big night. This is a Super Bowl like us, right? It's almost a Super Bowl night. So yeah, a lot of the hardcore guys. Hey, I'm an older dude. There's no way I'm not staying up for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's just talk a little draft and expectations. Everyone, I think the betting odds. Everyone expects Bryce Young to go first. I just saw the interview with him, those fluff interviews they do on the red carpet, and I never really saw him interviewed. I've seen, I've watched his tape, I've watched his highlights, I've looked over the stats, but yeah, everything they said about him, he comes off really well. I mean, that's a player that a lot of GMs, if you're going to move up and take other than his size, Jim Coventry, have more of his weight, right? It's more about his weight. It's what is his last weight? Is he 190 pounds? What do you think is going to be his playing weight?
So that's the thing, right? He weighed in like a 200. It was sugar weight. His body's a 190 frame. It's not going to pack much more on than that. And we thought the height and weight combined is an issue too, because the height, it's going to be hard for him to get good sight lines. And then if he wants to run out, because he has mobility, but the problem is if he breaks outside, he's going to take on more hits. So that is a bit of a problem. So honestly, I love his skill set, but Bryce Young, due to his weight height combination, is going to have to be an outlier to have a strong NFL career. And I don't like betting on outliers because outliers is just that. They're the unicorn.
So for fantasy football, Jim, though, if he's the 1.1, this is what I'm telling people that are asking, because the rookie drafts are coming up. Now, we'll talk from a redraft perspective in a minute, but the dynasty players really need to know. I'm still taking him as I'm considering him the first quarterback off the board. If Anthony Richardson lands in a good spot, of course, you're going to have to consider his upside. But right now, for this exercise, I'm presuming that Anthony Richardson, is behind like a Geno Smith or behind Jared Goff. I'm just kind of where he's not the immediate starter. And the 1.1 is so protected for fantasy football. Now, of course, he could be Zach Wilson, right? Which I don't think he's going to be Zach Wilson.
No.
And look, even Zach Wilson, Jim, got 2 years of starts. 2 years. So if you're drafting a player and you get one pick in the first round and you want to take a quarterback in your Superflex leagues, the 1.1 has a little bit extra insulation. I mean, Wilson was the 1-2.
Correct. And look, I am clearly not saying Bryce Young is going to be a bust. I am not saying that. What I am saying is he will need to be an outlier to have a great career.
Doesn't mean he can still be good. He can still be good.
Yes, 100%, Alan. You are spot on. And so, yes, in this year one, he is starting. He is starting for the Panthers. Do I love the weapons right now? No. We'll see where those weapons sit in a week. Maybe after the draft weekend, maybe there's a deal made. They're going to need a little bit more weaponry. And their defense is good enough that they might not get blown out every week. So it might not be as many shootouts as we like. But I still think he's going to be probably in that top 16 and 19 quarterback range, which is very startable in your Superflex leagues.
Right. I mean, in the single quarterback rookie draft, I mean, these quarterbacks are not going to go Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, minimum the middle or late second round in rookie drafts. And let's put it this way. For fantasy football, I think that Bryce Young's floor for fantasy output is going to basically be what Davis Mills did over the good part of the Davis Mills career.
100%. Yes, I completely like that analysis. Alan, my mind just kind of went offline for me. I saw a question on here. Is it all right if I take this question and we put it on there?
Sure. Here you go. Tennessee to pick. So this is from our guy, Kevin Bocklage. Tennessee to pick at 3, and Arizona's picking at 11 to pick JSN. Oh, baby, that would be fire. Is that what the question you want?
Yeah.
Well, oh, no, here. This one right here. Okay. There was a question from the chat. It says, Who's going to jump up and grab the Arizona Cardinals spot? There's been a lot of rumors, Jim, that Arizona wants to trade out. Let's assume that they get the compensation they want. Give me 3 trade partners from the most likely to the third most likely in order.
Yes, and you did mention the Titans, and I'm looking at my draft order to make sure I get these right. The Titans jumping up from 11 is one of the front runners. Ryan Tannehill is probably close to out, 34 years old. They really need a reboot there. We also could look at the Raiders are a possibility. Jimmy Garoppolo, everybody, including the Raiders, know he's a stopgap. That's about as far as it goes. And so, yes, they could be looking to get it up there. And actually, it depends on the Lions. The Lions also know Jared Goff is not their answer. They know he did well in home games. He was brutal on the road last year. And they could bring in a quarterback. So those are the 3 in order of teams I think could move up. And, of course, we can't rule out the Colts. I know a number 4 bonus here, moving up 1 pick, because the big concern is if a team wants a quarterback like the Colts, they can't just sit at 4. They're going to have to be worried that somebody jumps over them. They may have to have the inertia to make that move.
What do you think is the likely draft compensation if the Colts move up 1 spot from 4 to 3, right? Because in this scenario, we're assuming that quarterbacks go 1 and 2, and the Colts like only 1 more guy, right? They don't want the 4th guy. So to move up 1 spot, what is the likely thing that gets that done?
So this is where it's high stakes poker. You have to think that what's going to be done is the Cardinals are going to sell this off like they have other offers on the table, other teams that want to jump. So the Cardinals will be able to get them to overpay, even for the Colts 1 spot move, because if they're telling them we got 2 other teams willing to give us, they're going to have to obviously flop the first rounder. And then I think they have to give up an additional first rounder next year, because that is going to be the leverage that the Cardinals won't know who's in. I'm sorry, the Colts won't know who's in, but the Cardinals can play as if there are 3 suitors.
That's a lot more draft compensation than I thought there was going to be. I think that if they're dealing with, because also the Colts counter to that would probably be like, hey, you're still going to get the player you want. You're moving back 1 spot. I could see a situation where it just cost them the 2nd round pick, but you're the master negotiator here. I'd probably sell it for an extra 2nd. All right, there's been some other draft rumors we've been hearing about that Baltimore might acquire the services of DeAndre Hopkins, and coming from Arizona. What have you heard there? Is there anything going on? And what do you think the likely compensation would be for Hopkins if he does go to Baltimore?
I mean, this is going to be interesting. They just re-upped Lamar Jackson for 5 years. He got a very good deal of guaranteed money. I believe $185 million of his deal was guaranteed. So really got a good deal.
Did you see the tweet I sent out? I said that NFL players should consider hiring Lamar Jackson as their agent.
I didn't. I was so busy prepping. I didn't see that. That's a wonderful tweet. I'll retweet that when I do get to see that. Love that. Lamar Jackson agent. So yes. So when we talk about this, it's clear now that they not only are bringing Jackson back, but I'm sure they had discussions that they need to get him weapons. Now, they are going to bring back Rashad Bateman, and I do think he is an ex-receiver who is going to be a very good NFL player. I know he and DeAndre Hopkins are very different players, but they're different ways. They're both ex-receivers. To me, I think it's smoke. I don't think you want 2 ex-receivers in the same team. It doesn't make sense. There are plenty, and he's aging too. DeAndre Hopkins, he got force-fed targets when he came in from his suspension last year. Zach Ertz had gone down with a knee injury, and he was getting force-fed targets. Now, I know Kyler Murray missed the end of the season, and so that explains a lot of the drop-off too. But Hopkins did seem not the same guy at the end of the season. He's aging. It's a dangerous player to trade for. Now, if they believe they can win a title this year, which they can, that may be the impetus to have a deal.
Well, that was what I was thinking, is that, they're on the clock here, basically, with Lamar Jackson. They signed him to the long-term deal. DeAndre Hopkins is on record as saying that he would renegotiate a team-friendly deal to play for winner. They already have Odell Beckham. I mean, they go veteran heavy. I mean, that's the type of style that they play there. So you'd have Odell, you would have DeAndre Hopkins, and you'd have Rashad Bateman. I like that you pointed out that it's not a fit. If that does happen, let's play fantasy football mindset for a second. the one who suffers here is Bateman, right? Like, you can't even take him in the first 8 rounds.
Alan, and you're correct. Think about this. They're going to bring in weapons, but how pass heavy is a Baltimore Ravens organization going to go? They still are going to run the ball, and when they have a lead, they are going to run the ball. They have a diverse, wonderful running game that is well blocked, and when Lamar Jackson is under center, his speed freezes linebackers, gives the running backs room to go. So I think you bring in the receivers for those games that you're trailing. You're playing the Chiefs or you're playing the Bengals and you fell behind by 10 points. What do? We have firepower. We can make that comeback. But for fantasy, yes, Hopkins will always command a heavy target share. So he will be the PPR play, but there are going to be a lot of lean weeks when they're throwing the ball 18 times. And that's not hyperbole. There will be 18 pass attempt weeks coming. And don't think Lamar Jackson's going to stop running altogether. He will certainly maybe slow down a bit running the ball, but he's still going to be a factor. So I am not bullish on the upside. And Mark Andrews is still there too. Right? Go ahead.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth. I said, let's not forget that their number one target is still Mark Andrews.
Yeah, so it's going to be tough. We can't treat DeAndre Hopkins, if he goes there, in the same status when he was with Kyler Murray, because they were going to always pass heavy. There are going to be plenty of pass attempts. This dynamic, the Ravens, I know they brought in a new offensive coach. I know that we finally got rid of Greg Roman. But again, I still think this will be one of the teams that's heavier run compared to other teams in the league.
Yeah, I think that you identified Todd Monken, who was pretty pass happy in non-NFL leagues, and then also when he was with Tampa, right?
Yes.
So let's, I don't want to close off the possibility that what you said is the most likely outcome, but I don't want to close off the possibility that it is that they're throwing 35, 38 times a game, and that maybe would change. I mean, listen, if that's how it's going to be and we hear those murmurs coming out of camp, you'll change your mindset there. But yes. I asked you a question. I just need an answer on Rashad Bateman. As of right now, you can't take him in the first 8 rounds of redraft, right?
If DeAndre Hopkins is in, there's no way. Yes, correct. 100% correct. Because I would even make a case without Hopkins. You might slide him up in the 7th maybe, but you're right. If Hopkins is there, what kind of target share are we realistically looking at? He's more of a 10th, 11th round pick, and you're hoping at that point. And even then, the lean weeks are going to be really lean. You mentioned earlier, Mark Andrews is in this mix as well.
Let's talk some NFL draft. Everybody wants to know, where's Bijan Robinson going to go? And someone said, what do you think is the best fit for his skills? I said, Bijan Robinson fits on every team. Yes. I mean, so he doesn't fit on the New York Jets because they have, Breece Hall, okay? But, I mean, just name a team. You could even say, like, the 49ers, they're not going to obviously take a running back. They have Christian McCaffrey. And, Seattle, they're happy with Ken Walker. But any other team, I mean, I can't think of – is there any other team that is – you see Atlanta, you've heard the Eagles. I mean, I've heard Washington, New England. What do you think of the likely teams would be the most suboptimal spot? Like where you're like, you didn't land great.
The worst spot – the Patriots were talking about getting a blue chip running back at one point. That would be a terrible landing spot for Bijan Robinson if they decided to go that route, because Ramondre Stevenson's not completely going away. He's very good. Hey, Alex is here too. Hey, Alex. And so we definitely have to worry about New England as being a very, very bad spot. That's the one that sticks as a team that could plausibly take him, but it would be a really bad landing spot.
All right, I want everyone in the chat right now to put, where do you think Bijan Robinson, the running back out of Texas, is going to land? So put your answer in the chat. Sound off right now. Let us know where Bijan is going to land. What pick, what team, who's going to trade up for him. We want to hear from you. And if you enjoy videos like this, remember to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. All right, Jim Coventry, wide receivers. I want to talk a little bit of wide receivers. We're about to get underway shortly, but which wide receiver? I mean, basically the betting odds and the fantasy community is convinced JSN is going to be the first wide receiver off the board. But I can't see that being a lock. It's likely, but if it's not JSN, who do you think it will be, and what team do you think it'll be to?
Yes, I love the question. And Look, the draft community definitely has Jackson Smith-Njigba as the number one guy. But as I break the draft down, we point out positional fits. JSN is a slot receiver, and that's a great thing. There are a number of teams that don't need a slot. For instance, if the Lions want to go wide receiver, they have Amon-Ra St. Brown. And Jameson Williams, to me, is that Z stretch receiver. They need an X. They need a dominant X. So if they're picking a wide receiver, which they may not go Jackson Smith-Njigba because they don't need another slot receiver. So that is where we begin to see another receiver could come in there. And if the first team who takes a receiver needs an X, well, that's Quentin Johnston. That's none of the top three options that we're looking at if they need an X. But if you need a slot guy, then you go JSN. Backup option, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. But outside of that, those three may be mostly slot guys, Alan.
Which receivers are you locking in like is almost a virtual certainty the first round? So you're going to go JSN's a first-round pick. It sounds like Zay Flowers is a first-round pick in this draft. Jordan Addison, are you locking him in as a first-rounder?
You know what? His testing was awful. At 175 pounds, he tested his 40 time, 55th percentile. His explosiveness, 50th. The league looks at these combine numbers. That's why they do the combine, right? And so this is a problematic player. I could see him fall. Very worried about that. I think Quentin Johnston does go in the first round. We have three teams at least that need an X receiver. And if they do, that may be where they need to draft him. And I could see him going to the Chargers. Buffalo doesn't really need an X to have Diggs, but Diggs could do everything. I could see him going to Buffalo.
Yeah, Joe Bartel, who's going to be tagging me out in about 10 minutes or so, said that he thinks that there could be just as many tight ends as wide receivers in the first round. That would be an interesting bet. Here's the case that Addison is locked into the first round. Simply that they invited him. They only invited 17 guys to the draft. They invited him, right? They must have some high level of confidence. Quentin Johnston's not there, so
right.
You know what I'm saying? I saw a special today. I don't know if anyone else saw this on ESPN. The guys that have to press the names on the back of the jerseys when the name is called. What an operation that is. I mean, you think like, oh, no big deal, but they have to have every name of the players that are there on every jersey that is there. So they have all these iterations, and then they have to press it on. It's pretty crazy because, each team's font on the back is a little different.
That is such a crazy, and the league is always good at doing these complicated tasks. They've got the resources, certainly, the people who want to do that. I want to take a minute to say hello to some people who are very happy everybody's here. A few names I'm seeing in the chat, and there's obviously more here than that. We see Kevin and Eddie are here, and also we have Alex and Steve and Jeff and B. Ali. So we're happy that you all are here, and everybody else who's not in the chat, we're so excited you're with us on draft night.
Nothing keeps an audience like shout-outs, Jim. Nothing, keeps them. Jim promised me he won't do that anymore for the rest of the night. But he's so appreciative of all you guys in there, and I am too, and RotoWire's too. And again, we're going to be with you for 3 hours. What we suggest you do is you keep the draft on, turn the volume down, and turn the volume up when Jim Coventry is here all night. Shortly, Joe Bartel from RotoWire will be here. Later on, Anthony Cervino, and then of course Doug Orth. And am I missing anybody? That's it.
No,
that's
it.
Yep. And then Jim, if he has to go to the bathroom, we'll do it live on the air. He's not going to stop. You won't see it. It'll be chest up, but he will be going. So
my gosh,
stay tuned for that. All right, I want to go back to running backs for a second here. All right, Bijan's going in the first round. Nobody knows where he's going. Nobody will be surprised. But Peter Schrager, who I think we can all agree is pretty plugged in, his second mock draft. His last mock draft, Jim, had Jahmyr Gibbs, the Alabama running back, going to the Giants at 25.
Jahmyr Gibbs is an interesting player, and we love his traits. He's explosive. He's a great receiver. I don't think he'll have much of an early down role. And remember, the league often does not like to invest high draft capital in a running back. Now, we know Bijan Robinson will go. And Alan, earlier, I told you on a different show, maybe he slides. But when I see all the other players in this draft, there's not a dominant enough group that he's going to. So you were right. He is going in the first round. But I'm not so sure. A lot of people think Gibbs is going. I don't think he has the running back profile of somebody an NFL team is going to pop a first-round pick on. It's possible. But I think the Giants, that's an interesting move because they don't need a change of pace for Saquon Barkley. Yeah. They would need an heir apparent. And the heir apparent, if they want to do that, that would be Zach Charbonnet.
Yeah, 199 pounds, 5'10" or so for Gibbs, right? His best comparable on Player Profiler was C.J. Spiller. That's look, Spiller got hurt because he wasn't big enough, right? He kept getting hurt. Now the upside case, our friend the Geek asked me today. He said, "What 199 running back that's 5'10" ever did anything in the NFL?" I mean, only the best running back ever. Well, okay, Austin Eckler's a little more thick. I think he's
he is.
But,
he's a little bit more.
But only the best running back ever, Jim. Jamal Charles, 199 pounds. Now, again, we're not saying that Gibbs is Jamal Charles, but there in today's NFL, there is a place for a back like this, and the Giants is interesting. Again, I never even thought of the Giants. The Chargers could take Gibbs as an Eckler replacement, heir apparent, like you said. And then also the Bengals are interesting with Joe Mixon. Even when he was in good graces with the team, Jim Coventry, he wasn't in crunch time. It was Samaje Perine who was traded away. So I want you to, the betting odds say minus 190 for Gibbs in the first round. It might have even gone up since I last looked. Let's play the game where you think he's going the first round. Give me 3 teams that he's most likely to fall on.
Okay, so where he could end up, and we're going to look later in the round because he's not going in the first half of the first round. The Chargers could trade Austin Eckler tonight or tomorrow. It's possible he's getting traded. He's been told he could seek a trade. So it's possible the Chargers go that route. After that,
how about the Bengals?
Those are the next two, the Bills and the Bengals. The Bills just brought in James Cook last year, so my guess is they don't go that route. But the Bengals, if they want a pass catcher, again, if they're going to let Mixon go, they like the run pass threat. And again, that's Zach Charbonnet. So, but again, if they want the explosive guy, then that's the one they're going to go with. And then near the bottom of the round, is there a world where the Eagles go with him?
Well, here's my question about the Eagles. So I heard you talking on your SiriusXM show. And by the way, Jim and I will be on SiriusXM Channel 87 tomorrow, Friday, reviewing round 1 from noon Eastern till 2 p.m. So tune into that. We'll give you a round 1 review and certainly a round 2 preview. But when I heard you talking on your SiriusXM show today, you were talking about Bijan possibly going to the Eagles. The reason I don't think that's happened, and Joe Bartel indicated he thought that could happen as well, is that I think for a second-round pick, the Eagles would be able to get Derrick Henry on their team. Now, I know you have to work out the budgets and all that stuff and the cap, which it can be worked out. But why put a first on him when you could basically have the proven commodity and you're in the Super Bowl window now? We've heard Derrick Henry could be traded. What do you think it would take to get him on the Eagles? So
the answer is you are correct that Henry may take a second-round pick, but you would have Henry for a year, maybe 2. Bijan Robinson may not be a big drop-off, and you would have him for 4 and a 15 option and cheaper.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's like, who cares if it's – the Super Bowl window is usually like 2 years, right? And you got to win when you can. When you have this team together, you got to win. So right now, like, who's going to be a better real NFL player and better fantasy player this year? Derrick Henry or Bijan Robinson? I think the smart money is on Derrick Henry.
If they're both in the same situation, at some point, Father Time is going to come calling on Derrick Henry. He's been a physical back for a long time. He's 29 this year. There is risk in taking a physical 29-year-old running back. We know with Bijan, he's going to be a fresh, 22-year-old, 21, whatever. I might know his age off the top of my head. But those young running backs, we see them come in day one and produce at a super high level. And so, again, Alan, you're right. If we take last year and we extrapolate that out, Henry is the guy. But there is a number that's a risk of will Henry drop off this year. And his yards per carry, Alan, remember, 3 and 4 years ago, he was in the 5.5 range. The last 2 years, he's been in the 4.5 range. And I know that's nitpicking, but it's a yard. And that's not the same Derrick Henry. Yes, he's still Superman, but I think Bijan Robinson could match it.
Yeah, I mean, from just side by side, you're going to want Bijan Robinson for all the reasons you said. You have him under team control for 6 years, the 5th-year option, the franchise tag. So that's 6 years. But what I'm saying is that, remember, if you do decide, if you're the Eagles and you take, you put a second-round pick on Derrick Henry, you also get another player at pick 10. So you're getting a blue-chip player. That's what I'm saying, is that if they want a stud running back, why not get both? Get the blue chip player plus Henry. It was just a thought.
I like that. And I hadn't really thought that through. But when you have that other pick and Henry, right, you're adding a very needed piece. And we know the Eagles love to get defensive linemen who can rush the passer to keep rotating in. They lost Javon Hargrave. They will try to replace. Now, it won't be the same position. Hargrave was more interior, but they're probably going to look on that outside because they know they can get more bang for the buck there.
All right. So shortly here, Joe Bartel will be joining. Actually, let's bring him in right now for a minute there. Hey, Joe.
Hey,
Welcome.
this is awesome with the 3-screen. I like it.
Yes. Oh, look, you even have Anthony sitting there. Oh, so Anthony's in now. This here you go. Bring him in now. What's up? So I think we double booked. We have both guys here at 8:15. Anthony, it's all right, but I'm going to hand it off to Jim. He can handle all the logistics here. Happy draft, Jim Coventry. I'll see you tomorrow at noon, guys. Continue on. If you like videos like this, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the draft.
Yes. Now, Joe, we got you coming in for sure in about an hour, but I want you to say hello to everybody before I get Anthony in here.
Totally fine. Yeah, happy to do this. Excited to listen to you and Anthony break everything down for the first couple picks. Most important ones. We need Will Levis to go number 1. I have some financial stakes in the line, and I'm going to ignore everything else that happens if that's not the case.
Yes. So, Joe, why don't you just, before we get Anthony in, give us your first 3 picks of the draft. Who's going to go?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Bryce Young, number 1, as seems to be the betting odds for. I really think Will Anderson's number 2. I don't think the Texans move that pick whatsoever. And then it's whoever wants to trade up to number 3 with the Cardinals, whether it be the Titans, the Raiders, maybe the Colts just jump up one spot to make sure they get their guy. And I do think it will be C.J. Stroud as the second quarterback selected, going number 3 overall.
All right, Joe, we're going to bounce you out right now. We'll bring you back in about an hour. We're looking forward to it. Anthony Cervino is in the house. Anthony from the FF Faceoff, and he's also a RotoWire employee now. Love to see Anthony. Anthony, tell everybody what's going on here and talk about the top of the draft. 9 minutes of that first pick.
What's going on, Jim? Happy to be here. I'm expecting this draft, especially the top of the draft, to be really busy. I'm starting to get a feeling maybe it's not going to be as quarterback heavy, at least with the first few picks. But once the top quarterback or 2 are off the board, I think we see some defensive players, maybe a lineman or 2 go before we see the next quarterback. I'm starting to get the gut feeling that maybe the big 4 aren't gone in the top 6 picks like a lot of people anticipated.
You are so right, but the draft is always a work in progress. It's going to be all over the place. When Peter King says, if we think we know something, we know nothing. But I think we do know that Bryce Young goes number 1. And that should be in about 8 minutes because they're going to hold that card. Yeah. Roger Goodell wants to just draw this out a little bit, make sure the network time gets what they have going. What is the upside for Bryce Young when he lands at Carolina?
The upside for Bryce Young, I believe, if you look at the situation, like contrary to a team like the Texans or even the Colts, the Carolina Panthers did a really good job being aggressive this offseason. I get it. The Texans had a nice offseason, but if you look at the players the Panthers put into place, I think they scoped out the NFC South and realized, hey, we could probably win this thing considering the other teams here if we get the right quarterback. And if they do select Bryce Young, we do believe he's NFL ready. We do believe he has a high ceiling. And if you look at the pieces on that offense they brought in, Miles Sanders, of course, has Super Bowl experience. He's a veteran running back. Look at the receivers like an Adam Thielen, how much he's going to help a guy like Bryce Young. They brought in Hayden Hurst, a veteran tight end. Bryce Young's going to lean on that tight end. So they have a lot of good things going there. Plus, I like Frank Reich more than most. I think he was just dealt a really bad hand at the tail end of his tenure in Indy.
No doubt about it. He is an excellent football coach, and the offensive line fell apart at the wrong time for him. They never really were able to put together the right combination of pieces. He has an opportunity to build something here, and the line they have is emerging. Adding Ike Ekwonu in the draft last year, very, very solid move. Taylor Moton is a good pass blocker, which is going to be good for the young quarterback. Run blocking, not so much, but that's fine enough. And even their guards, Austin Corbett and Brady Christensen, are okay in pass pro. So the young quarterback is going to have a little help there. Adam Thielen does concern me. I feel he fell off the cliff last year. I think there's like nothing left. I am worried about that. But DJ Chark, I do think he's a very good option to have. Not your power X receiver, but he could get down the field. He can run routes within the tree. He's a very strong option there. And Terrace Marshall showed some ability with downfield passes last year. So we're going to see what happens there. And then at tight end, you mentioned Hayden Hurst. He's going to have some opportunity here. And this isn't that old tired line. Rookie quarterbacks are going to throw to their tight end. It might be necessity here. He may be their best interior pass catcher because I do think Adam Thielen is cooked.
Yeah, I mean, I have a little bit more, I don't know what the word is on Thielen, maybe a little bit more bullish of what he brings to the table. But I said the same thing about Robert Woods. What I liked about what the Texans did with Woods and what the Panthers did with Thielen, they're going to have a greater impact off the field and in the locker room and even on the practice field, getting the confidence of these young quarterbacks up.
Yes, and that is an important key to all of this. So as we get ready for this pick, as we think this through, I just want to ask this question for everybody. When will be the point when the top 4 quarterbacks are all off the board?
By pick 12 at the very latest.
Who is the one who falls? I think I know your answer here. Who is the one of the 4 that's going to fall?
Probably Richardson. I would say probably Richardson.
And see, people who are watching right now, we're so happy you're here. We're fantasy football guys, right? We know football really well, but we love fantasy football. And when we see the name Anthony Richardson, we are thinking run, roll up those fantasy points, big arm, big plays. His accuracy is brutal to all levels of the field. He is a project. He should not, in the right scenario, be starting day 1. He should be starting year 2, maybe year 3, and hopefully he learned enough footwork and nuance and ability to not throw at one speed. He has a lot to work on, but the physical tools are there. And if he's under the right coaching staff, he certainly can unlock something and be there. But I think the fantasy football community is way higher on Richardson than maybe the NFL community is. Go ahead, Anthony.
What the latest report, I think the other day came out on Richardson, that an NFC coordinator said that his short accuracy was scary. And that was the word, scary.
Scary. And those are words that they're not throwing around. You really try to temper the wording. And when you just come right out and say scary, and it is, there's no question about it. Very, very unpolished product here. Again, you have athleticism, you have the major arm. There is clay that can be molded, but it's going to take the right coach. And there is like literally 65% bust probability in Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, it's hard to ignore that. Now, let's say Richardson, like there's a team out there that could trade up. Let's say Washington Commanders. They have enough weapons to kind of speed up the growing process. Like if Richardson went to the Colts, I would absolutely hate it. What does he have to throw to? He has Michael Pittman and a bunch of guys. They even lost Paris Campbell. But Washington, if a team like that traded up for Anthony Richardson or even Levis, and you see what they have to work with, they're 3 deep at receiver, have a couple of nice running backs. They need to add a tight end. Logan Thomas is getting a little bit older. I would like that situation more so than like the Colts.
Oh my gosh. Yes, you are talking 2 alpha receivers with the Commanders. Love Jahan Dotson and obviously you mentioned Terry McLaurin. So it is a good duo to work with. And the fact that McLaurin, they both can get downfield, but McLaurin can really get downfield. And that would be a thing where you could use play action and just take some shots and would have a possibility to do that. Again, I do think he's a project. You did mention the Colts. I do want to ask you a question. I last year was not at all excited about the idea of Alec Pierce, and it looks like the pick's in, so we're just going to wait for this to get announced. They're walking to the podium. But it would, at some point in a while, Anthony, I want to hear your take on Alec Pierce because I think as a downfield threat, he could become something. But let's let Mr. Goodell make the pick here. He's walking up to the podium right now. We already know it's coming, everybody. Anybody post in the chat if you think it's going to be a different selection. And we'll all get this exciting pick as and some of you may already have the pick, but selection in, and they're already Bryce Young, and there's our number one pick. Anthony, you talked earlier before this about potential upside with him. What things are you worried about with Bryce Young?
The obvious long-term health because of his size and obviously injury concerns. Because when I look at these undersized quarterbacks, they have early success. Look at RG3, look at Kyler. And then in a couple of years, the longevity isn't there. Like Kyler, he's a young guy still. And it's like he's falling apart. He can't make it, not even through 14 games, not through 13 games last year.
And when you're a smaller quarterback, the beatings become cumulative sometimes. And when may you be more likely to miss time? The end of the season. If your team's on a playoff run, look at the Cardinals. The one year the Cardinals were the 1 seed. And then he got nicked up and then eventually shut down. And all of a sudden you miss the playoffs, or they make the playoff, play the Rams, they lose the wild card round, and but they didn't have a chance. And you've got to be on the field. You have to be available. And I know he gained some sugar weight for the combine, but everybody knows his frame is not going to hold much more than the 190. That's not his frame. He's maxed out at that 190-ish. And people want to talk about Drew Brees. Brees was a stout dude for a short guy. Yeah, he can absorb contact. So we're looking ahead right now. So now the Texans are on the clock. We have heard all the smoke. Oh, we're not going to go with the quarterback anymore. Earlier on, we heard that. What the heck are they going to do, Anthony?
I mean, the odds, sportsbook odds have shifted to Will Anderson. I don't remember off the top of my head. I believe it was like -200 or 300 the last time I checked a few hours ago. They either trade out or they take Will Anderson, maybe with one or two mindsets. I did a final mock draft last night on my show. And I played it out where Will Anderson goes to the Texans. And we have to remember that the Texans still have another pick. And if we anticipate one of these quarterbacks falling, who's to say that, you know what, we don't love anybody. We don't love anybody. And the word is love.
Yes.
Outside of Bryce Young. But we like somebody enough to take him at 12 or whatever the second pick is, but not at number 2.
I think about that. The 2 and the 12 pick, a war chest right there. And we're excited to see what's going to happen there. I do think there's a great chance there's a trade here. The one thing is, if a team, there are 7 or 8 teams that need a quarterback. And if the Texans are really set, and like you said, not in love with any of the remaining options, there are teams in the top 11 that want to get up, and they might be calling the Cardinals, but this is all about the worry about who is going to jump to get the player that we want. If somebody's dealing with the Cardinals right now, well, another team that's further back might be thinking, we're going to jump ahead of them and we're going to go to the Texans and get the guy we want. So at some point, if these quarterback needy teams really want someone, you've got to decide when you want to jump up and what's available. And that may be the 2. We're going to find out in a few minutes as the clock is rolling here. Any thoughts on that, Anthony Cervino?
I think you might be on a delay because I already know who's getting picked right now. But if you want to
go ahead. Yeah. If you know a pick, you pump the picks in when you get them.
Texans select CJ Stroud.
I called that one.
So we
I
can
said
just pump the brakes on the Will Anderson conversation.
Yes, and I had gave people prop bets, and I had told them to take C.J. Stroud for the second. But I said there was a possibility a team would trade up to get him. So C.J. Stroud, so the typical NFL, and be active in the chat, everybody. If you got things to say, we'll try to integrate those in as well. So the smoke and mirrors clearly was that. They were going for their quarterback. I don't know how you have the 2 pick and don't go for a quarterback, knowing Davis Mills is your guy, and they pull the trigger and they draft CJ Stroud. What are your thoughts on Stroud, Anthony?
I had Stroud as my number 1 quarterback really this whole time. And the thing with Stroud is I went under the thoughts of where if you believe Stroud is 90% of what Bryce Young can give you, then I think you give the edge to Stroud because of his size. Now, Stroud's ceiling might not be as high, but I think he has a really high floor. So I don't know if he's going to be a great quarterback, but I think Stroud's going to translate to a good quarterback, almost to where like what they say about Dak. Dak's not going to win you a Super Bowl, but if you put enough around him, he can get you there.
Yeah, I totally agree with that statement as well. There are plenty of things to love about CJ Stroud. Now, Anthony, as we're going, if there is a pick that comes in, I want you to jump on that because, like I said, I think my feed is on a bit of a delay. So we just have to make sure that we get these as you know them. With CJ Stroud, so he has accuracy all over the field and he can get the ball to the perimeter, and that's important. A lot of quarterbacks don't have that drive. And what I like is against zone defenses, in my estimation this year, we're going to see like 70% zone. And he layers the ball in, and that is a very important trait to have. Now, the one thing is, I noticed that when he's on the move, his ball will lose some zip. And that is a problem because you're making plays when you're breaking the pocket in the NFL. And if you don't have that zip when you're on the move, it can be very problematic. And so his pocket awareness, I'm not sold on that either. Now, fortunately, he walks into two good tackles. So that's going to help him out a little bit too. Titus Howard and Laramie Tunsil. That'll be a little bit helpful. One other thing, I notice often he locks on that primary receiver. And so these are things he's going to have to clean up a little bit, Anthony. Any further comments on Stroud before we talk about the number 3 pick?
Again, I like the pick. Not the greatest landing spot, but I think the butt here is D'Amico Ryans. And coming from San Francisco, this is going to be a team that's going to run the football. They're going to play good defense and probably try to put CJ Stroud in better situations. So I don't hate the landing spot at all. I don't know if I love it for fantasy, but I don't hate it when it comes to a long-term spot for CJ Stroud, especially with this organization. Like I said about the Panthers, under the radar, quality to upside moves this offseason.
100%. Now that 3 pick is coming up, and if it breaks, you let us know because again, your feed's ahead of mine. Cardinals are picking at 3. So much talk about a trade. Again, there are probably 5 more teams, maybe 6, that need a quarterback. And if they want their specific quarterback, if they want Will Levis, they may need to jump here before the Colts pick at 4. So what are your thoughts on what you expect to see with this Arizona Cardinals number 3 pick in the draft?
If I'm the Cardinals, I'm drafting Will Anderson. The reason why, the head coach, Gannon, comes from Philly. They had a historic defense. They finished the regular season with 15 more sacks than the next best team, which was the Kansas City Chiefs. And when you run that type of a defense, you need pass rushers. And what did Arizona lose in each of the past 2 seasons? Chandler Jones, J.J. Watt. You need to rush the passer. You have to hit the reset button and build this team from the inside out. And I think Will Anderson is safe, and that's the move to make for Gannon.
So, Anthony, if they were to make a trade, they may not go back that far. So we love Will Anderson, but maybe they only fall down far enough where they get Tyree Wilson or maybe Lucas Van Ness or Nolan Smith. So do you think that if they need the edge rusher, are these other 3 players a huge downgrade?
I mean, Will Anderson is, to me, a top 2 to 3 player in this draft. So if they have him on their board as he's a game-changing player, could he be like a Chase Young?
Yes.
Then you got to make the pick.
Right. No, that totally makes sense. If they do trade, they're not only going to get that higher first-round pick they're going to get, but they're also probably going to get a second or maybe a pick for next year. Are they at the point in their organization curve where they need more players, not just one impact guy?
You can go either way here. Yes, in theory, they need all the draft assets. They need all the young players they can. But if you believe this defensive player is a generational player, and we'd like to throw that word out a lot, but if you believe Will Anderson's generational, then you have to take him.
Yeah. Anything updates on trades? I see Evilzilla calling.
You have a trade.
Evilzilla's calling Cardinals trade the Texans. What do you get? Show us the trade.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Well,
I'm waiting for it to come out still. I just
okay.
see trade on my screen.
Okay, sounds good. And my feed's a little behind, so we're definitely gonna do that. Joe Bartel's going wow. If you know the trade before we announce it, Joe, post it in the chat. And yes, as
it is
said,
the Texans.
So the Texans are gonna pick 2 and 3. So who is the pick, Anthony?
The pick is in. We are waiting for this thing to come through.
And who do you expect it to be?
I think we were just talking about him, Will Anderson.
Will Anderson.
I think so.
I totally agree with that. It has to be. They could go corner. I doubt it. Going to the 3 pick, you are going Will Anderson here. Yep. Evil Zilla's calling it as well. So that should be the pick here. So now you have your quarterback. You have an edge rusher to add in. They're trying to build a secondary. Stingley had a rough first year, but he could, maybe make some progress. They have other players. Tavir Thomas was good. They have Jalen Petrie, was a good safety last year for, breaking into the league. He was making some big plays. So adding an edge rusher is a big piece. And with the coaching staff, they are going to love some Will Anderson. Anthony, go ahead.
Again, just like I was talking about Will Anderson to the Cardinals and what he could do there. Another defensive team, defensive head coach, and DeMeco Ryans. And what was the 49ers blueprint? Look how many first-round draft picks they had on that defensive line through the years. And they rode that to a lot of success. They made it a Super Bowl with it. They made title games with it. And I love this aggressive move by the Houston Texans. They've been a laughingstock in the NFL. But this draft so far is brilliant. I don't think anybody expected, of all the teams to trade back in, the Texans making back-to-back picks. This might be unprecedented.
And Joe Bartel was on the screen here. The Cardinals get the Texans 1st and 3rd next year. So they get, yes, oh my goodness. That's a huge haul for the Cardinals. Now, I assume that means they get the 12th pick here, and then they also, is at the 3rd next, so it's, third one. Also give their 2nd round pick this year. Oh, wow. So, that is what the Cardinals need. The Cardinals, and I know other people have said this, the Cardinals may have the worst roster overall in the league right now. And so to give them premium picks, it's a chance for them to start rebuilding this thing somewhat quickly. Anthony?
Yeah, again, you just said it a few minutes ago. Are the Cardinals in a position to blow it up, acquire assets? And this is exactly what they are doing. Will Anderson off the board to the Texans. And let's face it, this year is a mulligan for the Arizona Cardinals. We don't know when Kyler's going to be there. So you're getting all these assets to build for really 2024 and beyond, and maybe set Kyler up to succeed when he's going to play a full healthy season, which is not going to be until the following September.
100%. Yes. So there's a lot of flux, as you're saying, going on in Arizona, but this is the way they're going to have to do things right now. What a debacle with Cliff Kingsbury over the prior 4 or 5 years he was there. But it's a chance for him to wipe the slate and now just get a rebuild going here. Not sure what Kyler Murray's future is going to bring. I think they can work with him, but they're going to have to get him some legitimate weapons. Right now, they got a bunch of, assuming DeAndre Hopkins is either let go or traded, they got a bunch of really, really small guys. They're going to have to get some bodies in here that are sizable receivers to help Murray when he's healthy. Again, we don't know what this year's going to bring with that December ACL injury. We're still waiting on the pick, though. We're talking this through.
It's Will Anderson.
So it is Will Anderson, and Joe Bartel said it was plus 125 for him to be the first defensive player. So Joe did bet that prop, cashed that one. That's good. And so as Evil Zilla says, it's worth it if it's a Bosa-type player, and they're certainly investing as if he can be. Can he be a Bosa-type player?
I think the upside is there. The ceiling is there. If you look at the production he had, I think he had double-digit sacks last year. 89th percentile 40-yard dash, 85th percentile speed score. Coming off the edge, he's going to be a lot to handle at 6'4", 253.
So now we're going to look ahead here. We're going to have our next pick coming up. We will have the Colts on the clock. Gardner Minshew right now is their starting quarterback, Anthony Cervino. So is this a no-brainer for us?
That the Colts, is it a no-brainer? They go quarterback? Yes. It's a matter of who. I'm leaning Will Levis here. I'm leaning Will Levis. Is it what I would do? No.
What would you do?
I think I would go. Again, I don't love it because I said earlier, I would not love it if Richardson went to the Colts because they don't have a lot to work with. But I like Richardson and I like what he brings to the table a little bit more than Will Levis.
So I brought this up earlier when a pick was coming on the board. I know there are varied opinions on Michael Pittman. Michael Pittman is an ex-receiver who can shield with his body. He runs very good in breakers, very hard cuts, which are positive, and he can be a good possession plus receiver from the X. I saw a bit of possibility in Alec Pierce. The quarterback play was bad with Matt Ryan. The offensive line play was bad, so there was no time to throw him. But he showed that he does have ability to get downfield. I do think he could be a stretch Z receiver for them. Will Levis has the big arm. We know they have a good tight end rotation. Jelani Woods and Kylan Granson both have receiving ability. Jonathan Taylor still there. Now, they're going to need last year from Quentin Nelson and Ryan Kelly, who had bad years on the line. They're going to need them to get somewhat close to back to where they were, and that may not happen. If the linemen get back and Alec Pierce is okay, is it better than it seems?
Is there a situation better than it seems? Maybe, but there's a lot of what ifs with the Indianapolis Colts. Even the new head coach, he worked out in Philly, but Philly had a loaded roster. They had a real loaded roster. This is not going to be the same loaded roster. And again, you have Pittman, you have Jonathan Taylor, you have an offensive line that's getting a little bit older. One of the big four rookie quarterbacks, you're going to get one of the bottom two. There's a lot of rebuilding here. I don't want to say, you talk about the Cardinals being bad. Are the Colts much better? Honestly, I don't know.
They may not be far from it. They have things could be explained away a bit last year, but we still saw what we saw. And so, yes, it could be a situation that is bad. I think they have a path to get to a little above mediocrity this year, whereas the Cardinals don't have that. But as you said, there is uncertainty, no question about it. So we'll have to see how this shakes out and what the coaching staff is able to do, assuming they take Will Levis here. If they take Will Levis, we know he has the physical tools. He has a big, powerful arm. He can throw off platform, but there are plenty of issues in his game. And as we look at him, what do you see as the problems with Will Levis? He shot up draft boards late, but what are the issues?
Accuracy is the one on-field issue that I saw coming up over and over and over again. Maybe I'm old school, right? I'm 38, but I have an old mind. And it's like when you see this guy so close to draft time, like I'm not seeing him post pictures of workouts or watching film. He's posting pictures of him posing in a bathroom. Like I that's not what I want to see. And again, maybe I'm young with an older mind, but I don't want to see that from my starting quarterback.
No, absolutely not. You definitely don't want to see that. So there are issues. And you mentioned the accuracy is a real issue.
And the Colts make the pick, Jim.
Have they announced it yet?
It's Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall to the Indianapolis Colts.
Wow.
All the Will Levis smoke and mirrors was exactly that.
Yes, and now we wonder just where Will Levis falls. We have the Seahawks coming up next, and Geno Smith was signed for 3 years. Not a long-term deal. He's 32 years old, career year. Is there any chance that the Seahawks say, you know what? We want our quarterback in the future here?
And go after Will Levis? Listen. Look at the Seattle Seahawks. Look at the division they play in. I know the 49ers are loaded. They're loaded everywhere, but the most important position in sports at quarterback. Seattle got to the playoffs. They made it through at halftime. It was a competitive game with this San Francisco 49ers team. Their defense, better than expected. They're young. They're going to be a year older. Why not build to it? And if you believe Geno can get you by for another year or two, I think they have a realistic chance to go chase the NFC West. It might sound crazy. Pete Carroll's an experienced coach. We've seen Shanahan now in big spots not answer the bell. And again, we're looking at Trey Lance if he makes it to week 1 on the 49ers. We're looking at Sam Darnold. We're looking at Brock Purdy. We saw Purdy notably in that Dallas game in the playoffs. He was not the same with pressure in his face.
All right, I need to move backwards here. We need to talk more about Richardson going to the Colts. We said earlier, Anthony, we both agree he is a project, but he will be the day one starter, almost unquestioned. Gardner Minshew, very unlikely, will be a day one starter there. Anthony Richardson's probably going to be learning on the job. He'll have Jonathan Taylor. Now, this move really helps Jonathan Taylor. We talk about it all the time. The immensely mobile quarterback put in the RPO game puts a lot of stress on linebackers. Linebackers can't over pursue or commit to a play because that mobile quarterback could always rip them for yardage. So the hesitation the linebackers have to show, it gives running backs a big advantage. This goes back to the days of RG3 when Alfred Morris was a thing.
Wow.
And I know Matt Kelly called it, but the Alfred Morris corollary. And it was true. We've seen it time and again. The mobile quarterback helps the running back. So now, if that offensive line isn't back to the dominant run blocking, the addition of the mobile quarterback could give Jonathan Taylor that extra leverage. This will be a run team, and run Anthony Richardson as well. I don't think there's a lot of throwing going on here unless they're trailing big. Thoughts?
I like that take. And earlier we brought up the Philadelphia Eagles and where the head coach came from, and look at the way the Eagles were built. Jalen Hurts, the running game, and the big play passing game downfield. If you want to run this offense that way, it's going to take the offensive line getting healthy and Jonathan Taylor getting back on track. But if those two components work, I can see some moderate success early for Anthony Richardson. But the ball has to bounce in everybody's direction positively.
Now they have 3 functional tight ends on their team, all experienced, all can play. Mo Alie-Cox can play, so they can roll out 2 and 3 tight end sets. They can load up the field, extra blockers, and they can really cook that running game between Taylor and Richardson. And like you said, take situational shots. Pittman on, trying to hope that you could get Richardson some chemistry with Pittman. But Pittman, this is a big ding for his fantasy value because, again, if they're trailing, that's one thing. And their defense is bad, and they may trail a lot. But Anthony Richardson's accuracy is really poor. And Michael Pittman isn't the guy that we're going to see on creating a lot of open space. He uses his body as shield, so he's not getting a lot of separation. So this is a bad call for Michael Pittman's fantasy value. What do you think about that, Anthony?
I'm not a big Pittman guy to begin with. He wasn't somebody I was super high on with the consensus, but you're 100% right. Pittman's taking a big time hit in fantasy, and really all of these receivers in Indianapolis, they're certainly not draftable at their current ADP, and we should see a big time regression in ADP as we get closer to fantasy draft season.
Now, I mentioned earlier, Alec Pierce. He is a legitimate downfield threat. And I know Richardson doesn't have accuracy, but he has a massive arm. And if they're going to load up two receiver sets, and you get Pierce on the field, there'll be a lot of play action and downfield shots. He could be one of those best ball darlings who could get over the course of the season 6, 7, 8 really long passes, could be touchdowns. So this is kind of a guy week to week. It's going to be really hard to count on Alec Pierce in fantasy, but I think his big play potential with a big arm quarterback. And again, they're probably going to trail in their fair share of games because that defense is not in a positive trending direction. So I do think, again, 16th round, 17th round, dart throw on Alec Pierce. Best ball, yes. Redraft regular, no. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you. Listen, a lot of players to me are worth targeting in best ball because of the format. And we already know Pierce's price is going to be high anyway. So of course that's the one you want to tap. You want to have a lot of exposure in fantasy drafts or in your best ball drafts. And really looking at the rest of this wide receiver group, all they brought in was Isaiah McKenzie. And to me, that's maybe a slight step down from Paris Campbell. If I'm the Colts,
yes.
and before you go, if I'm the Colts, I'm going to try to use another asset in this draft to bring in a receiver.
Oh, yeah, they need to do that, but I just wonder how much they're really going to be throwing the ball here. I think maybe the receiver they add ends up being next year because, Anthony, I really think they're going to run the ball a ton here. But again, I can't dispute what you're saying. They certainly could go that route, but I don't think they want to have to put the games on Anthony Richardson's shoulders. They know he's a project, right?
Yeah, it was a project, but you also need the bodies for him to throw to, whether you want to throw
Correct.
50 times a game or 10 times a game. You still need the guys there to make plays. And I think this head coach Steichen from Philly, they saw the big time difference without A.J. Brown and then with A.J. Brown to go with Devonta Smith.
Now, Anthony, you talked earlier. Which player did you bring up? You were bringing up a play. Oh my gosh, I just you were Isaiah McKenzie, and I didn't even like him last year because this is a guy. He was like in his 7th year in the league. He's never had an accomplished season, and he had a little bit of occasional game success with the Bills. But this is not. He's a gadget player. That's all he is. Yeah. He is not a functional part of an NFL offense, especially outside of Buffalo. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm with you here. 0 fantasy value, and really look at the rest of this depth chart. Doolin, you have Malik Turner. There's nothing here. This is why I'm saying, like, you have Pierce, you have Pittman. Big step down with McKenzie. You got to bring in another guy.
100%. They do need to do that. I wonder when they'll end up doing it. That'll be the interesting thing to see. But fortunately for Indy, they didn't need to trade up to get their quarterback. And obviously they wanted Richardson all along. So we were thinking they may have had to have traded up. So now they get to keep at least their draft capital. So that's a very positive. Now, in terms of picks, they have 3 fifth-rounders. So one in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 3 fifths. So usually in the 5th round, you can get some developmental type receivers. Is that where they go, or do they spend this pick earlier? They have a lot of needs: offensive line, defense.
Yeah, maybe 4th round, early day 3. Because you're right with all the needs that they do have on this football team. Unless you're getting one of the top receivers, and they're not, then yeah, maybe you take your dart throws on day 3 and fill positions of need, or really they're in a position to grab best player available early.
Pick is in. So the pick number 5, the Seattle Seahawks take Devon Witherspoon out of Illinois, cornerback. Wow. So this is interesting. I mean, the pick is fantastic. Tariq Woolen last year, big corner, played exceptionally well. So this gives them, and we know Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll loves his cornerbacks. And outside of him, Mike Jackson started out the season well, did not play well, was a poor corner. Kobe Bryant, not good. So this gives them at least 2 outside corners. Now we're hoping Witherspoon pans out. We never know with a rookie, but obviously, depending who you like, one of the 2 best. Gonzalez was one. People like Gonzalez as well. But this is a good move for them. But I love the bookend corners. What do you think, Anthony?
I had Seattle going defense. I thought they were going to get a defensive lineman or an edge rusher because their secondary did play well, but this does make sense. Listen, Pete Carroll knows what took them to championships. And people want to say it was Russ. No, it was that Legion of Boom defense led by that secondary. So maybe he's trying to replicate that this time around. But really nice pick in Devon Witherspoon. 159 tackles, sack, I believe right around 5 career interceptions in his college days, and he has one on the other side. This could be a really good secondary.
So what I like here is now they've got to obviously deal with the front 7. They have a lot of holes to deal with. They really don't have much of an edge presence. But I say this, in today's NFL, you either have to cover or you have to rush. Some teams have the luxury they can do both. Right now, outside, the coverage is set. They're fine there. NFL, a lot of action in the middle of the field. Teams are probably going to try to attack them there. Last year, that was a place to attack Seattle. So I think teams are going to continue to attack them in the middle, but at least having the 2 good corners allows them to take other bodies and compress the middle defensively. So this gives them more flexibility with their safeties and interior players, Anthony.
Seattle, 13th fewest passing yards per game last season given up. So maybe this puts them into the top 10, maybe even the top 8 in that category. And again, playoff team last year. I like Seattle a lot. going into 2023.
And we know Pete Carroll's going to want to run the ball, Anthony, and they're going to try to drain that clock down. They drafted 2 good tackles last year. They kind of got worn down as the season went on, but I think both could be at an upward trajectory. So you're right, Anthony. And if they could drain some clock, keeps their defense a little fresher. You were continuing a thought there.
No, I was just saying, I was saying, alluding to this earlier, the Seattle Seahawks to win the NFC West, the odds are pretty favorable. You can get good value there, and I don't think it's out of the question to make that bet because the one hole, I'll keep saying it, in San Francisco is the quarterback.
It totally is. And a lot of things can happen. And Seattle at least is going to be competitive every week. They're well coached. And so this gives them a clear opportunity. So we're waiting on a pick now. The Lions are on the clock here. Lions, no idea if they like Will Levis. They have Jared Goff right now. I think everybody knows Jared Goff was really good in home games last year, brutal on the road. And they have to know he's not the franchise quarterback for them. If they like Will Levis, he could be a choice here at pick 6 because the Lions are probably not going to be seeing a lot of high picks. They're a pretty good team right now. This may be one of the last times they're at the top of the draft with a quarterback on the board. Any possibility they go quarterback?
I wouldn't do it. If I'm the Lions, I look at the state of the NFC. I look at the state of the NFC North. And they're the favorites to win that division, something that has not happened for a long time. And does Will Levis help them win now while the NFC overall is down? And you can make a slight path to possibly a Super Bowl in the next year or two. Jared Goff's probably the best guy to get you there. So if you look at the holes on this team, it's cornerback. Maybe you bring in another pass rusher. Too early to go tight end. I'm addressing a need to help them win now or next year and worry about the quarterback of the future because I like Jared Goff more than most. And I think, Jared Goff's been to a Super Bowl.
Got to trade. Joe Bartel called it
wow.
the Cardinals traded up to 6. So they had gone down to 12 prior, and so they got the 12 pick in that deal with the Texans. So now the Cardinals are on the clock at 6. Why did they move up to 6, Anthony Cervino?
This has to be a defensive pick, right? This has to be Gonzalez. This has to be maybe Jalen Carter.
So Joe Bartel tells us the Cards said the second they got from the Texans and 12. So the 12 pick and the second they just acquired to move back up here.
I mean, the Cardinals are playing the wheel and deal game right now. It's just a matter of let's see what they're doing. I said, do they get that disruptive defensive force that I was hammering home earlier when I thought they were going Will Anderson?
You mentioned cornerback in there, and this is a team that is horrible. Now, they need an edge rusher terribly also, right? And so edge rusher, it depends. You want to swing for the fence, but I think Christian Gonzalez, that is a pretty ironclad pick, in my opinion. It would be a very safe pick. But, I mean, Jalen Carter is an interior defender, but he would be really useful. The swing for the fence one's Tyree Wilson because we don't know what we're getting, but that's a home run swing. Definitely not a safe double. Thoughts?
Yeah, you got to, what's the balance of high floor and high ceiling here? And I believe it's Jalen Carter more than anything else.
Yeah, Jalen Carter would be an outstanding pick here. Again, you mentioned it earlier. I do think there's a great possibility, though, they go Christian Gonzalez because we're in a passing league. And Jalen Carter, as great as he is, it was almost like he would fit in well on a team that has other pieces around. But really to build from an interior lineman, that's a tough sell for a team that, again, may have the worst roster in the NFL. Don't question your judgment on that call for him. I just don't think roster-wise that would be their optimal pick because they are so far. A cornerback, again, can allow you to at least to do some other things with your defense if they think he can lock down, a top-end receiver on his side.
It's so early, and the Cardinals need so much. I can see it going either way.
Oh, I'm excited to see where this pick goes. We are going to have the Raiders on the clock. The Cardinals pick is in, not announced yet because imagine they're waiting a few moments to get that going. The draft is going at a pretty good clip here. The fact that we have that 6th pick in but not announced, and really the draft started at 8:15, so we're looking at 40 minutes for 6 picks. So that's actually a nice little clip here. So
wow.
Go ahead.
It's Paris Johnson Jr. We're both wrong. They go bookend left tackle out of Ohio State.
Wow. So you know what? I'm glad they didn't go Peter Skoronski because I think he ends up looking like more of a guard size-wise. So I think they end up getting the best lineman on the board. And the Lions are a team a couple of years ago. We were really projecting their line out really well. But think about this, Anthony Cervino. They've got Taylor Decker. They've got Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Do they have too many tackles now? Wait a minute. There's the Cardinals.
It's the Cardinals.
I'm sorry. I screwed that up. I was thinking the Lions. I'm sorry. Back up. This is a team with a horrible offensive line. Yeah. And they absolutely need that. DJ Humphrey's a good pass protector. He's aging. Kelvin Beachum is old, kind of mediocre. Yeah, that's a good reset for them. They have to start somewhere. That line is nowhere close. So this is a very good move for them.
Listen, we both thought they were going defense, different positions, but defense. And I think we did overlook the left tackle and how important having the left tackle position in place for your future. I think we completely overlooked that.
100%. Yeah, because and when this draft came around, I'm not looking at any of these tackles as, oh my gosh, this is a Hall of Fame bound guy. So adding this lineman, if nothing else, so Dan Borowski asks, is Skoronski on Paris Johnson's level? The problem with Skoronski is he has really short arms, and that's a big deal in the NFL. So the thought is he may actually have to transition to guard because you need to get leverage with your arm length at tackle. And if you lack that, you're at a tactical disadvantage unless you are an outlier athlete, and Skoronski's not quite that. So that's the concern, that Skoronski may not be a classic NFL tackle. So he's not on Paris Johnson's level from an NFL standpoint because Johnson at least has the size that you can work with and know he will be a tackle. Anthony Cervino, go ahead.
Now, Johnson he's versatile, can also play guard too, right? So he's another versatile lineman. Now, they drafted him to be a tackle, but I think you can kick him inside.
I hope they don't, because that's right. And I get what you're saying. But if you're drafting him here, you are drafting him to be a tackle because, you would never draft a guard, this high unless, and when we have seen that in the past, it's usually failed miserably. Jonathan Cooper back in the day.
But there's also situations where maybe it doesn't work out early and then they make that transition. So it's not a completely wasted pick either.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. And we saw that the Bears had done that with Tevin Jenkins. They did at some point, I think, moving back to tackle. But yes, that was correct. He played very well when they had to kick him inside for a while. So very valid point there. So we are coming up now on the next pick, and the Raiders. Well, in terms of fantasy, Paris Johnson comes in for the Cardinals. Again, Kyler Murray has an ACL he's returning from. We don't know his return date. If nothing else, James Conner has a potential upgrade in blocking. The blocking has been among the league's worst. Conner has persevered when he's been healthy and done reasonably well or to very well. And so at least maybe James Conner has a little more opportunity here to have a little help. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I like James Conner. He's one of the few fantasy assets that I can really buy into with the Arizona Cardinals. And it's going to have to be James Conner getting a lot of touches until Kyler Murray comes back. We saw it last year. When they weren't featuring Conner, the offense didn't look right. And I think they went back to him at times and it was too late. But this is a very good player. He can do everything needed as a running back, including catch the football. And this offense was a lot better when he was featured. So while he still has some gas left in the tank, the Cardinals would be smart to get whatever they can out of him this season, especially early with Kyler out.
Yes, and Corey in the chat likes Skoronski better. Absolutely. Not going to fight over that one. These linemen are close. No one is an overwhelming favorite, so certainly can understand you liking him over Paris Johnson. Definitely there. Now, Joe Bartel points out, asking a question, the Raiders are on the clock. Jimmy Garoppolo's their quarterback. Will Levis is making the fall. It's down to 7 so far. Is there a chance, Anthony Cervino, the Raiders try to develop Will Levis while they have Jimmy G for now?
This is where I start to think maybe this is where Will Levis goes. But we also know that Jimmy Garoppolo is he knows the system, and this offense with Derek Carr played really well last season. So if you're the Raiders, ask yourself the question, are you trying to compete? Are you trying to rebuild for the future? This is not a bad roster. This isn't a Colts situation where you're rebuilding. This is a situation where if Jimmy Garoppolo can stay healthy, we already know he can win football games. They have Devontae Adams. We know all the offensive pieces. I might go with the cornerback left. I might go Gonzalez here or a disruptive defensive player and try to go put a winning football team out there.
You know what? I could see them going that route as well. They desperately need a corner, and that was the initial player I had them on, not knowing a quarterback would fall to here, but that would probably be the prudent move. Unless, again, how they valued Will Levis. Dan Borowski in the chat said, guards picked this high, always end badly. Fear the Eagles are going to make that mistake in a couple picks. And you know what? And Dan, I get that. And thank you for adding that comment. But we will definitely see, because maybe Peter Skoronski proves us wrong. Maybe the arm length, maybe he finds a way to overcome that. I am a little concerned for that, but he will get drafted high, and whoever gets him will be hopeful. But I just wanted to point out that is a hurdle that is difficult for many to overcome. So thank you for that comment. And then Joe Bartel's point now is even odds between Skoronski and Bijan as of 2 hours ago. He was already thinking ahead to that pick that the Falcons are going to be making pretty soon. All right, and the Raiders pick is in. The Falcons are on the clock. So, Anthony, are you going to stick with the Raiders right now until we know the pick? You're going to go with cornerback here?
Yeah, I will go defensive player. If I'm the Raiders, I'm going Christian Gonzalez.
So, if Will Levis does not get selected here, Falcons, any chance they go quarterback, or you think they're happy enough with Desmond Ridder?
I think they're going to stick with what they have.
Bears have Fields. The Eagles have Hurts. The Tennessee Titans will be next up at 11. So if that goes that route, if the Raiders don't go Levis, I think they should. Anthony thinks they shouldn't. We're both in good shape here. Then the Titans would get there. If they like him, their quarterback in the future. Ryan Tannehill's 34 years old, much closer to the end than he's closer to the beginning. So I don't think Levis goes beyond 11 at this point. Anthony, thoughts?
I can see Will Levis going to Tennessee, or Washington comes up and get him. That is my two landing spots if he does not go here. And I can see a realistic chance of one of these teams trading up with the Falcons.
You just actually, by pointing out that the Commanders could come up, they would have to get ahead of the Titans. Guess who's sitting right ahead of them? The Eagles. Which team would be more than happy to do business trading down in the first round?
Absolutely.
It would be the Eagles. So that is a spot. We're going to see what happens in the next couple picks, but it really could be the case where that's the move spot. If somebody wants Levis and he falls, it would be get to the Eagles spot. And maybe Tennessee will realize as well, maybe they will ring the Eagles phone to see if they can get up that pick if they're worried the Commanders are going to do the same.
Tyree Wilson to the Raiders. They bring in the disruptive edge rusher out of Texas Tech. So you got Chandler Jones and Tyree Wilson.
the shell of oh my God. The edge rusher you just told me help me out. Chandler Jones. Yeah, the shell of Chandler Jones. Oh my gosh. Right. So Tyree Wilson, it's a home run pick. There he is, that great upside guy. We don't know what the reality is going to be, but when we were talking edge rushers, Will Smith was that solid double with upside for more. But we knew that Tyree Wilson was that guy. He's going to be a bit swing for defense. If he pans out across from Max Crosby. Talk about a devastating duo of pass rushers, and they're going to need them both because that cornerback group is not good. So I say it, I said it earlier. You either rush the passer or you cover, and they're going to have to be rushing the passer. They're going to need Tyree Wilson to contribute in year one, but I love that pass rushing duo. Corey Springer says the same thing in the chat. Crosby and Wilson. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, they're going to get after it, and they play in a division with Mahomes, with Herbert, with Russ, so they're loading up on this defensive front to go get these other quarterbacks and try to make their lives hell.
Yes. Now, Dan Borowski says, is this the start of the Jalen Carter slide? And I'm glad he brought that point up because as we're getting into the flow of this thing, I just realized I kind of got away from that. Jalen Carter, that is quite a fall for him, a player who we thought was a top 5 pick. But as we saw, we had a few quarterbacks go early and Will Anderson and a top corner and the quote, maybe top tackle, depending on your reference point, and another edge rusher. So, yes, Jalen Carter, remember this, as great as Jalen Carter appears to be, he's not at a premium position, edge, corner, tackle. And we're seeing the draft bear this out at quarterback. Those are your premium positions in the NFL. That is a definite case to that. Go ahead, Anthony.
We're talking. Hold on, you broke up there for a second.
Oh, okay. I was talking about Tyree Wilson. Sorry, I was talking about the premium positions going in the draft. The Jalen Carter slide is a non-premium position. It may be every pick in this draft has been the premium spots. It's been quarterback or edge or corner or tackle. Every one of the first 7 picks, those positions.
And I think this is the right draft board. This is what I said at the top about I don't think we see all 4 of the big 4 quarterbacks go early because, even look at the wide receiver class this year, like the offensive skill positions, those sexy positions aren't exactly strong, let's say like they were last year or the year before, especially at wide receiver. So we're going to see these premium positions, some of them unsexy, go a little bit early, and these teams build the right way. Because it's not always smart. If you're a bad football team, you don't take a wide receiver early.
Now
you go get these building blocks early.
100%. Now in the chat, Corey brings up Jalen Carter to the Eagles. That would be an on-brand pick for the Eagles. They always want high-level depth and that rotation in their front. That'd be a perfect pick for them. The pick is in for Atlanta, and Joe Bartel saying it's Bijan. So it looks like Joe has it in that's the pick. That was speculated. So think about this. In the last 3 drafts, the Falcons have spent top 10 picks on tight end Kyle Pitts, wide receiver Drake London, and running back Bijan Robinson. I can't remember a team having 3 straight years with that high investment in the skill positions. I think it's going to be fun to watch. What are your thoughts on Bijan going to Atlanta and Arthur Smith and that very good offensive run blocking line?
I mean, it's the right move for the Atlanta Falcons. He's trying to replicate what he had in theory with the Tennessee Titans. Now, quarterback is going to be the issue. I don't trust Ritter. I don't trust what they have right now. But if you look at their offensive skill positions, with the Pitts, with Drake London, and now you add Bijan Robinson to the mix. And I said this about the Panthers earlier. They might see a path to go win this division now. And I believe the Atlanta Falcons also think that way. And a big reason why, they also made some veteran additions like a Calais Campbell, trading for Okudah. So they're trying to assemble something that can go take down this NFC South. But even if they bring in Bijan here, is it enough when you don't have the quarterback?
Man, and so we're going to have to see. I am not excited about Desmond Ridder, but if Desmond Ridder can make an impact, any type of impact, he has major weaponry. We already know the Falcons are going to run a lot of heavy personnel, so they're going to have light secondaries to face. So there's going to be play action shots downfield, and there's going to be Drake London. And we also, if they can figure out how to get Kyle Pitts deployed well. Last year, it was used poorly before the injury. If they could make him somebody to challenge defenses, Arthur Smith, I'm hopeful, can integrate that. And then, of course, Bijan. I liked Tyler Algier last year, and he was flirting with 5 yards per carry down the stretch, and he was a workhorse back playing very well. But now you put Bijan in this mix. I mean, what kind of quarterback play do you need, Anthony, for these guys to be successful? Do you need high-level quarterback play, or can we get by with decent quarterback play?
I think you can get by with decent quarterback play. And if I'm the Atlanta Falcons, I'm trying to pick up the phone, and I've been pounding this run for a while to go get Ryan Tannehill.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, that was a guy who played for Arthur Smith. This would be a very healthy situation for him. When Tannehill is protected, he is very good on play action and those shots. Remember how he would always be able to get the ball to A.J. Brown, and they has this, they're nowhere near the same player. But you have that big body type that Tannehill likes, that big weapon to throw to. And so that would be something if they were able to make that deal, especially if the Titans take Will Levis. There would be a very good possibility that Tannehill would be available. I love that call, Anthony Cervino. Outstanding on that. The Bears are on the clock now. I know the Eagles pick 10, and I know that's a great Jalen Carter spot. The Bears have a newer regime. But, man, over the course of their history, Jalen Carter's the type of player I would see them adding.
Yeah, when you look at what Matt Eberflus, the way his system and scheme is on defense, they added some players, but they didn't add that big time player on defense yet. And if Eberflus is going to be there for a long term, and they're trying to build long term, which is kind of what you see them doing with their personnel right now, they're thinking future. Then you go get Jalen Carter and add him to this Eberflus system, and maybe it comes together a little bit quicker.
Timeout, Anthony. It looks like Joe Bartel says the Eagles are trading up with the Bears. I know when Joe's posting this, Joe is not speculating. I think Joe is saying there's a trade. So this is interesting because, as Corey Springer in the chat said, the Eagles would want Jalen Carter, and I completely agree. That's Howie Roseman and what they do. And so thinking the Bears may take him, that trade up tells me they are probably going to get their man, and the Bears are more than happy to add a little more draft capital because the Bears are not close, but they had the great trade with the Panthers to add DJ Moore and picks. Now they'll get another pick going here. Anthony, I want you to make a final comment. I want you to give the last thoughts on what this part of the draft is. Then I'm going to sign you out and bring Joe Bartel in.
Bijan, very disappointing as a Cowboys fan. I wanted him, but I actually love this move for the Atlanta Falcons. I really do love what they're building in Atlanta right now. As far as this Eagles swap up, it's a Howie Roseman thing to do. Howie Roseman, I get they haven't won the Super Bowl this year, but they're always in it. The way he constructs his roster, I might call Howie Roseman the best GM in the NFL, and moves like he just made is the reason why.
Anthony Cervino, tell everybody where they can find you and your excellent work before I get you out of here.
FFFaceoff.com and also at RotoWire and the gambling group.
Anthony, I'm glad we're friends. I'm glad we're co-workers and
Absolutely,
teammates.
man.
Very happy you were here. Appreciate your time. We are going to be working together soon. Enjoy the rest of the draft, Anthony.
You too, man. See you later.
Thanks. Bye. Joe Bartel, welcome to the party here.
Hey, here we go. And we come on with a trade already, too. This is fantastic.
I know. This is going to be a fun time here. So, overall thoughts on the draft so far?
I think Anthony Richardson in a super flex format is my 1-1. The Shane Steichen thing, we can't ignore that. What he did with Jalen Hurts is incredible. And I think Shane Steichen is one of the better offensive minds in the entire NFL. Now, if he's allowed to be an offensive mind is the key, right? Because that was the part that buried Nathaniel Hackett with the Broncos last year is all the extra stuff as a head coach. Hopefully the Colts dysfunction, I think that's fair to say there has been dysfunction at times,
yes,
won't supersede the Shane Steichen part. So just on paper, that's my 1-1. Bijan Robinson remains near the top of even in superflex formats with that landing spot with the Falcons. It's funny, we just talked about that like an hour ago, right, on the podcast, saying what would happen if Bijan goes 8 or does he go to the Eagles? And I think the Falcons were legitimately scared that the Eagles were going to take Bijan Robinson. So that's kind of taken care of. And he is going to be a relevant factor. Not that Tyler Algier is not. I think that's the key part of this too, is that I like both backs. And I hope that it's not like the Falcons offense last year that's just ignored Kyle Pitts and only ran the ball 75 times and threw it 5 times. That's gross. I hope that changes, Arthur Smith, please. But the Bijan Robinson selection, I think, is pretty good. So those are my 2 big takeaways, the first 8 or 9 picks.
Wow, it has been a fun ride. And it's been a fantasy football fest.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have a number of skill position players here already. Obviously, no wide receivers. We didn't expect them to go till my thoughts are outside the top 12. We'll see how that ends up shaking out. And with the Eagles, Bears, Titans on the clock, I don't see a wide receiver going in these 3 picks. It would stun me. Dan Borowski in the chat mentioned about the Eagles trading up. Again, I think that their brand is getting that front 7 guy. And my guess is going to be Jalen Carter. And knowing the Bears, that would be a brand. And I know that I mentioned earlier, the Bears have a newer regime, but it would be an on-brand pick for the Bears to go for Jalen Carter. So making that one move up, the Bears need an extra draft capital if they can get it. And I don't know what that compensation is yet. And Joe, if you notice that, let us know. But the Bears at this point need to accumulate picks.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I do know the Bears entered this draft with, I think, some of the fewest selections. Not obviously the fewest, but we're certainly in the minority, I believe is the right word for that, when it comes to the draft pick part. So even
Joe, actually they were in good shape. They had a first, 2 seconds, a third, 2 fourths, and 2 fifths. Now, I don't know 6 and 7. I only go through 5 rounds.
Okay.
So they were actually 8 picks in the top 148, and now they probably get 9 picks in the top 148. Because my guess is they will get a second or a third. I don't think they're getting.
I don't know about second. I mean, to move up 1 spot, especially when you really only gave up a second to move up 6 spots with the Cardinals and Texans. I bet you it's a 3rd or 4th round pick.
That is something. Yes, but
it's still a high day 2. I mean, you're not upset about that if you're a Bears fan for a guy that. I mean, they have so many other needs, and we talked about this a couple of weeks ago that you can go any number of directions of the Bears. So why would you? And conversely, it is a smart choice for the Eagles to go up and get your guy. Make sure nobody else can make a similar deal with the Bears. And when you are a team as well built as the Eagles are, and have the luxury of having a top 10 pick like they do, you can also have the luxury of getting your guy. And I don't think they would have to pay a premium per se, whether it's a 3rd or 4th round pick, even less than that. Who cares? I think that's a fantastic work as always with Howie Roseman. So
Dan Borowski tells us the Eagles traded up to 9.
4th rounder.
And that 2024 4th rounder.
So
which
next
is fine.
Not even this year.
Which is still fine because the Bears are not a 1-year rebuild. So this is very good for the Bears. Getting a 4th, just get more draft capital, more darts to throw. 4th round is a reasonable pick. And Peter Ash says the Eagles gonna eat. I'll put that on the screen for a minute there. Here you go, Peter. Right on that. So yes, the Eagles, I'm expecting Jalen Carter. Is there any way it's not, Joe?
No, I don't think it's Jalen Carter at all. I actually don't. No, really? I disagree with you. No, I get the fall on Jalen Carter, and I understand that they tend to build in the trenches, specifically in the front 7. I don't know if that's going to be the case. And I'm looking live right now as the TV's to my left. It might be. There's a number of ways. I mean, if they hadn't brought back Darius Slayton and James Bradbury, you would easily say it's Christian Gonzalez. And I think Christian Gonzalez is still one of the best players left in the draft, and that he's falling to the point that he is. Remember, we talked about a couple hours ago that I thought he would be within the first 8 picks, and that hasn't been the case. So, yeah, I don't think it's Jalen Carter. I also don't think it's I don't think it's a guard, right? I don't think it's Gronsky or anything like that, too. So, I guess I'm wrong. It is Jalen Carter. Clipboard Jesus, thank you for filling me in and proving how wrong I am. Once again, it is Jalen Carter.
Joe Bartel. Yeah, Joe, it is cool, man. We all have a million takes on these things. Nobody has a monopoly on the truth. I just know Howie Roseman's technique so well. And for weeks, I've been saying how they've always replenished that front 7. It's a philosophical move on their part, how that fuels their defense. And it allows the corners to do their job. But I love it, Joe. Takes are takes. We'll have fun with this up all night long. Corey thinks the Bears are taking Darnell Wright. But let's talk with the Eagles for a minute now. So this move, and again, Clipboard Jesus, that was awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Timing on that was just beautiful. So now we're looking at a front on the defense. Brandon Graham, Derek Barnett on the outsides, Josh Sweat's in the mix there.
Right. Fletcher
Cox is still playing at a decent level. And Jordan Davis, I think makes a big second-year leap here. It was an acclamation year for him. So again, this puts them 6 deep on the defensive line, and then you throw in the pass rush. We still got Hassan Reddick at linebacker. So this is going to be, as always, so they lose.
It was Javon
Hargrave to the 49ers, and they replace him with a much younger version, maybe an as good version. Eagles are going to be scary. Joe, go ahead. Any thoughts there?
No, I agree with you. So on paper, right, and this is what we're doing essentially is just picking up paper. If this is Madden, Jalen Carter makes sense. He's the 82 overall defensive tackle that fell to whatever points, and it bothers me a little bit that with all the pressure in the world, he shows up to very important dates, overweight and everything else like that. I don't know. If there's one place that could fix a player's mental capacity like that, or mental capacity is not the right word, but can have the culture kind of just work in their favor, it's the Eagles. And certainly a team that is as interested in competing as the Eagles are in a conference that is absolutely weak, like the NFC is. Jalen Carter literally is a difference maker. I mean, that is a guy that when he's able to play and when he's right will be wreaking havoc more so than Javon Hargrave was doing. And he was doing great at that. That was the reason why the 49ers signed him to begin with. It's going to be a big deal, certainly. And I do know the Bears did end up taking Darnell Wright at number 10. So they were probably going with that anyway to just pick up a 4th round pick. It works out really well for the Bears in that perspective.
Yes, and correct. The Bears needed offensive line help. They were very happy with Braxton Jones at left tackle last year. Mm-hmm. He really played well. So now the Bears have another tackle to protect Justin Fields, help kickstart their game. Dan Borowski asks in the chat, do the characteristics of Jalen Carter concerns? It's always something, but the way it works in the NFL is you have a sliding scale, talent and character, work ethic issues. And at some point, when you have the talent up here, you're willing to take on risk with the character. And we see that all the time. The player that doesn't have the talent, but he has the potential character issues, that player falls, isn't worried about. But teams are willing to roll the dice on a player with upside of Jalen Carter. And Joe, you were intimating this earlier. The Eagles have a very veteran core on that team. That's leadership. That is something that Jalen Carter is going to see and be able to aspire to. I think it could not be a better situation for him. Any other words there, Joe?
Among top 10 teams, no. And that's where I think Jalen Carter was ultimately going to end up going, was in the top 10. So if you want the player to be successful and you think he can be, yes, the Eagles were the right spot. And I think it's a brilliant move just to give up a 4th round pick to get a player that a lot of people 2 months ago thought was better than Will Anderson, who ended up going number 1 overall from a defensive perspective. So I think that's a great choice in that regard. And again, with the luxury picks that the Eagles have and the way their organization is run and the leadership that they have in there, it is the correct choice in that sense. I hope that there aren't any character issues that happen. I think the Eagles typically are a team that either don't select players, like the Packers would never, ever consider Jalen Carter, no matter what. They just don't want to go anywhere near that. The Eagles don't consider somebody unless they feel very confident that it won't be an issue for them. Not that other teams don't do the same thing. Obviously, everyone does, but I really trust the Eagles' judgment in that regard. And I think with how well run they have been for the last 10, 15 plus years, you can kind of give them the benefit of the doubt in this situation.
All right, a little bit of a reset clipboard. Jesus points out he believes the Bears got the best tackle in the draft. There was no tackle in my mind that stood out so far above any other. You can make a case for it. Different people value it different places. But if you felt that he is the best, I don't have enough to harshly dispute that. Joe, I know, is strongly fixed in a certain direction. But I think that no tackle is so elite that we say they're going to the Hall of Fame. So maybe you're right. I definitely want to argue with you on that. But, Joe, I know, who do you say the best tackle in the draft is?
It's Paris Johnson. And I was shocked that we could get plus odds as of yesterday to get him within the top 10. I mean, that was just not like we talked about this. If there is a draft that seems to be as tumultuous as this draft was going to be, and you didn't think 4 quarterbacks are going to go top 10, which neither of us thought Will Levis was going to be at that spot, or it certainly varied, then you default to cornerbacks, tackles, and edge rushers, which are the premium positions that you'd have top 10 picks.
Correct.
For. If you are valuing traits, Paris Johnson has the best traits of any tackle in this class, and I don't think it's close. I really value the arm length, and I think you look at successful tackles across the history of the NFL, and I know it varies. I get that, but that's where I want my tackle, or that's the traits that I want my tackle to have. So I think Paris Johnson was the best guy, and whether or not Darnell Wright gets that point, it was a good selection for the Bears.
Yes.
To continue to build around Justin Fields, I have no issue with that. But I would argue, I think Paris Johnson is easily the top option for me.
So I will get the fantasy value in a second here with the Bears selecting Darnell Wright. Corey makes a good question in the chat, and I want to just bring this up. Do we think the Raiders being in Vegas is the reason why they pass on Jalen Carter? And it's a great point, because there is a lot of temptation there. It's a very hard market to bring in a person that you're worried about any potential character things. So, yeah, I think there could be a case. I don't know that is true. Joe Bartel, thoughts?
Yeah, it's the same reason they didn't bring in Will Levis. They couldn't have his coffee mayo standards infecting the rest of the population. No, you can't hear me. Are you sure? Okay. Well, I guess I can try to figure that out.
Go ahead. You're good.
Okay, I was going to say it
was me.
It's also the reason Will Levis fell as far as he did. That the Raiders couldn't have the coffee mayo problem still infecting all the people in Las Vegas. So yeah, no, I'm not worried about the character issues at all. I think I'm not. I think that is a reason why the Raiders didn't consider Jalen Carter. I also think they have so many needs that you're just taking the safer one, which is probably what Mike Mayock and John Gruden should have been doing when the Raiders had all those first round picks the past couple of years, and that's why they're still rebuilding the roster today.
Yes, and Clipboard G's, no, appreciate your comments. Keep pouring them in there. We take all opinions. I always say, as much as I know, I think I know football, I don't have a monopoly on the truth. I am wrong very, very frequently. And I have takes, I have reasons. They don't always come true. So keep putting those ideas out there. We love to hear you. So keep talking with us. Perfect. Tennessee Titans are on the clock, Joe. So is this the
run on offensive lineman? I can tell you right now, Peter Skoronski, the Titans pick at number 11 at the moment. I'm going to keep breaking these for you, Jim, because I love hearing your instant reactions when I tell you before the screen even says anything. That's my whole goal, is to get you ready to answer on the spot.
No, that's awesome. So this offensive line has taken a big step backwards in the last year or so, but they added Andre Dillard, who was from the Eagles. And you know what? Not great, but he's a solid tackle. So he'll be at one tackle, and now we bring in a second tackle. So I think they're starting to do it. They bring in Daniel Brunskill, not a good guard. Dylan Radunes, he was okay at pass pro last year, but overall, I think they're hoping he develops. And center Aaron Brewer's kind of weak, but they're going to have two building blocks at tackle to begin to repiece this organization. Joe, you pointed this out, these premium positions, and that's been a lot of what's gone on in this draft. The tackle spot is huge. So what are your thoughts with the Titans, and how does fantasy-wise does this work for them, bringing in another tackle?
Yeah, Taylor Lewan gone, right? He was thinking he was going to be gone at the end of January as well with his massive contract. You mentioned the Andre Dillard signing as well, too. I think Skoronski is your right tackle. I would imagine Dillard's going to be playing the left side. Yes. The arm length bothers me a little bit, but if you're saying this guy is a really good professional athlete, he's really good on the offensive line, you can move those players around. And you look at the Packers, who this is about as bad as you can get from the Packers' perspective over the past 3 or 4 picks, but they have moved their guards in every number of ways. You have Elton Jenkins sliding out to right tackle. He plays right guard, plays left guard. Maybe there's talk about him playing left tackle when Bakhtiari moves. The Zach Tom guy that they drafted theoretically played center, played guard, had some I think the smart organizations are not pigeonholing good athletes and good players to one spot. And I really believe the Titans are a good organization and certainly are well coached. Although the Malik Willis stuff has me a little bit less confident in that assessment when it comes to that, like what we can project for the Titans. So no, I think the Skoronski pick is fine enough. The arm length bothers me a little bit, but if you're saying, oh, well, he could be a really good guard in 2 or 3 years if we don't like him at tackle, then it's fine. And it totally is a worthwhile investment, number 11.
Now, so right now, it assumes Ryan Tannehill is going to be their guy this year because passing on a quarterback here, that seems set. Ryan Tannehill, when he's protected in the play action game, he is a capable passer. And Treylon Burks and Chiggy Okonkwo, the tight end, playing about 25 snaps a game down the stretch, but he really showed that he could win as a tight end. They could even move him out to the outside, and he showed at a great touchdown catch in the red zone. He can win there too. A couple of bigger bodied guys, a couple of tackles coming in. If this can work out for the Titans, that their tackles are solidified, this gives them a chance. Derrick Henry running, but it could get him outside protection from the tackles to maybe get Tannehill comfortable enough to get that play action game rolling.
We sure Derrick Henry's there?
Well, right now,
this
yeah.
is live. I can pose this question to you, and you have to answer it. Do we think Derrick Henry is going to be there at the start of the season? Right
now, I'm going to say yes. And if he would have to get dealt tomorrow. He would have to get dealt tomorrow because he could get dealt for a day 2 pick. I don't think they're going to deal him for day 3 pick. I don't think that would happen. So ultimately,
I would agree with you. I would agree, but I don't think it has to be tomorrow. If you were to say, Derrick Henry goes for a second round pick next year, which would be an overpay in my mind. I would not do that if I was an NFL team. Then that can easily happen. I think the Titans get a win. I know the AFC South is certainly winnable, and the Titans, despite very, very bad quarterback play and a lot of injuries last year, had an opportunity to win that division. I don't think the Jaguars got much better. I don't think the Texans, despite their trade up to number 3, which we'll talk about later as well too, got significantly better to win that division. And I don't think Anthony Richardson is going to move the needle enough. So the Titans and the Jaguars are competing for that top spot. They're also competing to get shellacked in the first round of the playoffs, because that's really the extent that I think can happen in an AFC conference that is absolutely loaded and will be loaded even from wild card 5, 6, and 7. So if you're taking the prudent approach by the Titans and not just looking like, we have a chance to win at the division this year, you should consider trading Derrick Henry, especially if you are of the option that you can get a day 2 pick, like you mentioned. They should absolutely take that if that's on the table.
So the Lions are on the clock, and I'm sure you're going to break this pick before I finish my sentence.
I'll keep looking. Don't worry.
They're picking 12 and 18. I know. I'm sorry I keep bringing up the quarterback, but it's a quarterback-driven league. It's kind of one of those things you've got to always broach it. Do the Lions believe Jared Goff is their answer? And if they had Will Levis valued as a guy that they could move in, could they see that possibly as an upgrade, or are they just going otherwise?
I would assume Will Levis is not an upgrade to them, nor a guy that developmentally you'd be trying to target in this situation. I think the Lions can be absolutely contenders, not just for the division, but when it's just the 49ers and Eagles, and that's really how I feel the NFC is looking like. I mean, you can do what the Giants did last year, even as a wildcard team, win a couple playoff games, have some momentum. They already have the hard knocks momentum going for them too. No, I don't know if you go the Will Levis direction. Now, I would say at number 12, I don't know if a team is willing to trade up enough where you get a first rounder next year. But if you are playing the smart approach, and you are doing the Howie Roseman of the Eagles, right? You want as many shots at the Caleb Williams tankathon next year as you can get. And they already have as many second round picks as you could possibly have, I feel like, at this point, especially after their trade down this year. That would be my approach is, hey, I don't really care if I'm even losing this trade, but can I get draft capital next year that I can actually make an upgrade at quarterback? Because I don't think Will Levis would be over Jared Goff, and I don't think multiple years of development would do it either. So I don't know if they do that at number 12. I don't know if a team's really interested, but that's what I would be considering if I was the Lions.
Now, the Lions, I've got to say Christian Gonzalez goes here, right?
Whoa, hold on. What
do you got?
We got Corey Spring in the chat breaking us here. Not only is 2 running backs in the first round, it's Jahmyr Gibbs as a top 12 pick with DeAndre Swift and David Montgomery. That's what they went with. That's insane. That's an insane pick.
Wow, Honolulu Blue. They were drinking the Honolulu Blue. 3 running backs. Wow. So does DeAndre Swift get moved at some point? What did they get
at this point? I mean, what is that? That is, I mean, I really believe Jahmyr Gibbs is better than DeAndre Swift. And that's certainly at this point when one of the most important traits is availability. DeAndre Swift has not been able to do that throughout the course of his career, whether the Lions are choosing that or not. I mean, that's kind of the argument that you can make. Wow. I mean, that's an insane move that I never would have anticipated. Jahmyr Gibbs not only goes in the first round, but a top 12 pick. I'm shocked. I literally have no response other than I am shocked. When they signed David Montgomery this offseason, it was a multi-year contract. It wasn't like just one of those one-year, multi-year contract for David Montgomery, and you have Swift. What are they thinking?
Wow. So, all right. when we look at this, Saquon Barkley was the 3 pick the year he went. Is that correct? The 3?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yep.
And we talked about, as an industry, how in this running back replaceable era that was really egregious to take a guy that had that incredible world-breaking skill set at 3. Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. Now, when we profile him, he is a dynamic receiver. There is no question. But from a physical standpoint, he is not a guy that's going to see a lot of early down work. Now, they have David Montgomery, very replacement level, maybe a little tick above that, but not much. But realistically, you're investing the 12 pick in a player that is a rotational player, most likely, not a 3-down back. You'll see 5 to 8 carries, maybe. You'll see the DeAndre Swift role is what you'll see from him. And I think paying the 12 pick for that, there are so many needs this team had. And I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is the player that's going to put them over the top in an NFC that Joe Bartel mentioned, an NFC that can be there somewhat for the taking if things break right. A cornerback,
I'm still shocked at this. No, I'm still shocked by what's transpired. So you mentioned Saquon Barkley 3, and I think Zeke went like 4 or 5, and we have Bijan obviously 8. Bijan makes sense for that because he's theoretically a 3-down workhorse.
Yes.
I go back to Melvin Gordon at pick 15 for the Chargers many years ago, and even then that was kind of laughed at the time. And obviously, when Melvin Gordon didn't score for a touchdown his rookie year, it was even laughed at more. But by the end of that, you're like, okay, that was a fine enough investment. Melvin Gordon was a 3-down guy, and
yes,
obviously split time with Austin Eckler. But this is a different NFL than even when Melvin Gordon was a first-round pick. And if you're to say, I'm going to have an explosive athlete who is a multidimensional talent, like if he is the Alvin Kamara comparison that people so often throw out, and I think that's a very high comparison, mind you. Not that I don't think it's wrong, but I think it's high. You would take Alvin Kamara in the first round if you're an NFL team. It's the same thing we do with Justin Tucker. Like, would you really take a kicker in the first round? Yeah, if he's the greatest of all time, like Justin Tucker, talk about how many wins you're making. Like, if you really believe Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be a difference maker of that level, then it doesn't really matter if it's 12, 26, 32. You want to go ahead and get him. I think this is an excessive use of draft capital, and it feels like the Lions are flaunting it a little bit. Like, hey, I got 12 and 18. I can do whatever I want. I mean, I would agree. I think DeAndre Swift, like the biggest deal for me is DeAndre Swift is gone. Like I would be shocked if, with all the free agent running backs that are still available, I would shocked if they can get anything more than a swap of a 7th or 6th round pick at this point. But that's, I think I really compare the Melvin Gordon situation from a number of years ago to what we do with Jahmyr Gibbs and put it in today's NFL. And it makes sense a little bit more. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
So, yeah, Dan Borowski has a Swift landing spots. And like Joe said, at this point now, the Lions have tipped their hand. So basically, they're going to be hopefully get anything for him. And teams picking up running backs, well, you've got him on a rookie deal. So, and he's not going to be looking for breaking the bank money because he hasn't been on the field. So there are a number of teams that could make a play for him. As to which that team would be, that's his durability issues. That is going to be problematic for teams wanting to take him on because that is a big problem.
It's such a depreciated asset already. Like they've already ran that into the ground, and then to just completely put any bit of ground that they had left in the burial on top of the DeAndre Swift, I was going to say carcass, but probably is a little bit too morbid. It's just, that's not, I mean, this is a shocking use of draft capital. It's a shocking choice. But I don't think DeAndre Swift is a bad player whatsoever.
No,
I'm stunned by taking Jahmyr Gibbs number 12, and no matter what positive rationale it can give you, I'll be shocked, certainly overall. So,
all right. So the Packers, it says the pick is in, but I haven't seen it yet. If anybody knows it, go ahead. But Joe, until you know what the pick is, what are you expecting the Packers to do here?
We had Mike Doria, our NFL editor, come into the office and for those of you who don't know, Mike Doria, longtime guy at RotoWire, really, really smart guy too.
Yes.
Since the pandemic, he's working from home, crushing the 78-hour weeks. It's fine. So it was great to have a Mike Doria sighting. And he's like, as a Patriots fan, I expect them to do something boring, right? Like take a offensive lineman or a pass rusher or trade back. And I thought, man, That's exactly what I expect the Packers to do. Something boring. I don't think it's going to be Jackson Smith-Njigba. I don't think it's going to be a tight end, nor do I want it to be. I'm going to be throwing something if that's the case. And I would presume it's going to be some sort of pass rusher, interior, exterior. There you go. Exactly. Evidently, Dan Borowski says Luca Van Ness is going to be the choice for the Packers at number 13. That was somebody that was widely rumored and fits the RAS score that GM Brian Gutekunst tends to draft at. I'm a little happy it's not Nolan Smith, the super toolsy Georgia guy, but a pass rusher nevertheless. A boring selection and defense once more. Real quick, Jim, trivia question for you: the Packers under Brian Gutekunst have drafted a defensive player in the first round every single time except for once. Who is the offensive player they drafted in the first round?
I'm not going to get this.
Starting quarterback for your Green Bay Packers, Jordan Love, was the last and only first-round offensive selection for Brian Gutekunst. I hate my life. That's where I'm at.
Oh, Corey Springer points out the Lions GM did take Todd Gurley at 10 when he was with the Rams. Now, great point, Corey. You're not going to argue it for a second. Remember, Todd Gurley was considered a franchise back. Maybe they considered Jahmyr Gibbs that. It just seems profile-wise, maybe not so much. And Dan Borowski says Dove Kleiman reports Van Ness. So yeah, boring pick. But
yeah, I'm seeing that too. That seems to be the prevailing thought. So Luca Van Ness going to the Packers. That leaves litany of options for the Patriots if they did want to get sexy, like Mike Dory does not believe is going to happen. If it is Jackson Smith-Njigba, or if it is, I don't even know. Like you could go Zay Flowers as well. I mean, the Patriots could use a number of wide receivers and a number of different spots. I don't think there's one area on that offense from a skill position perspective where you're like, yes, that is locked in.
Do they go defense and Nolan Smith here?
I would. That feels like Bill Belichick. If for no other reason than Bill Belichick can't draft receivers anyway. Although I do like Tyquan Thornton. I want to be clear. That might be the changing of the guard finally, or it just was Brian Belichick. It was Belichick didn't make that selection. He had his intern phone it in or something. I think Nolan Smith or a toolsy edge rusher makes sense.
Christian Gonzalez is still on the board, right?
Yes, he is.
He's got tiny corners they have like 3.59 corners. So I don't know if he needs size.
I saw a lot of rumors about Banks as well too. And they liked more of his speed element, although it's not like Gonzalez is slow by any means. So the Deontay Banks corner from Maryland.
And they may not have expected him to fall. They may have figured at
true, yeah.
Picking 14, they weren't going to sniff him. I mean, the over and under was around pick 7 or 8 for Gonzalez. So it'll be interesting to see. But Belichick, I could see him with Nolan Smith on the board, with Christian Gonzalez. Those are just guys that probably shouldn't be at 14, but they are there. And I think Belichick, he still loves his defense, right? And I could see him going that way.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. Getting an update from my dad, who is clearly in need of help on the Packers perspective, says, what are they thinking taking Luca Van Ness? Every Packers fan across the board is agreeing with you on that one as well. I am predictably disappointed with how the Packers draft as well. At least, Jim, it wasn't a tight end, right? We were really concerned that it was going to be Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid, right? I'm happy neither of those ended up being the selection, but yep, another pass rusher. Shocker. I'm not surprised at all, but we should circle back because the Patriots part actually probably is more exciting overall. Oh, who is it? I see a face from you.
Mike. I mean, I'm guessing Michael Mayer. They need a tight. I mean, they have Mike Gesicki.
They have Hunter Henry.
Yeah, but they don't even utilize him. They use him so horribly. Michael Mayer, think about this. Belichick would have this grinder blocking tight end. Henry's a decent blocker, but Henry's a great receiver. Runs routes like very few. He's an excellent receiver. But if you got that 3-down zone grinder receiver in the middle, and we're seeing trade here.
I'm looking right now. I'm scrolling.
Yes.
The Patriots trade down to 17. Steelers on the clock. Is this the Joey Porter Jr.? Do we have the father-son duo at number 14? You jump in front of the Patriots to make sure you get the corner that probably wasn't on their board. That sounds like a Steelers thing to do.
Wow. So all right. So we'll talk about this here. So we have the Steelers on the clock. I mean, they need corner help desperately, and you do. They could have gotten Porter at their regular
Christian
pick.
Gonzalez, Banks, who run the 4.35 40 at 6 foot, and Joey Porter are still on the board, and yet the Steelers choose to jump up 3 spots. So it's clear they like this guy, and we're worried the Patriots are going to take him. Is it Christian Gonzalez?
It has to be.
Jesus. It's got. I would agree with you. I would agree.
Because they could have gotten Porter at their spot.
Right.
He would have fallen, most likely. So it has to be Christian. Now, again, we said Nolan Smith's on the board. And this is a team opposite TJ Watt and Cam Hayward. They need a little rotation. And we know the Steelers love to bring heat on the quarterback. So it could be either of those two. But Gonzalez seems the most likely. They need the biggest help at corner because they do have pass rush already. So, but if they eyeball Nolan Smith, it's possible. I think Christian Gonzalez.
I think that actually has been confirmed if I am watching Twitter well enough that it is Christian Gonzalez that goes. The Steelers give him a 4th round pick. So you think about, to move from 14 to 17, it was just a 4th round selection. It goes back to my point that if you were the Lions, and we shouldn't be circling back to Jahmyr Gibbs, but this is possibly one of the most shocking draft decisions that I think has occurred over the past couple of years. If you really thought Jahmyr Gibbs was the number 12 overall guy, you're telling me you couldn't have found even an opportunity to do that a couple times? They did it once, right? From number 6 to number 12. You couldn't have found another suitor to trade back a little bit further, accumulate more picks. And I will contend, make a case to have a bounty of the level of Celtics post-Nets trade when they had Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce to go up and get Caleb Williams next year, jump the Rams and Cardinals, make them a Godfather offer. I will never understand how Jahmyr Gibbs ends up going to number 12 to the Lions. So wait, it's not a corner? Am I seeing that?
Evil Zilla is posting offensive tackle Broderick Jones. Now, the Steelers do need offensive line help. They definitely need offensive line help. So
I see that from Matt Lombardo. Sorry, keep going.
And so I had them initially, cornerback was the number 1 need, but I had offensive line as a number 2 need. And if they obviously love Broderick Jones, then there's their pick. And yeah, we also got that from Albert Breer via Dan Borowski. So Evil Zilla and Dan Borowski, thank you very much for that. So yeah, so now the Steelers, offensive line help. This is important. This is a team that still wants to run the ball. Kenny Pickett is not the guy you want to put the whole offense on your shoulders. You want him to be a complementary part of your offense. Throw judiciously. Najee Harris had that foot injury in the preseason last year, and then it seemed as if he was fine. He clearly wasn't for the first half of the season. In the second half of the season, he was a much different player.
Yeah.
Yards per carry went up, effectiveness went up, goal line work, receiving work. He looked closer to the back he did as a rookie. I think bringing in more offensive line help with a unit that has been improving. Remember, they signed Isaac Somolo from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Right? Yeah.
That's a big add to guard. Mason Cole has been solid at center. James Daniel. So their interior is really good. And
it's really tackles, left tackle. I mean, that was the spot.
Yeah, and both tackles are kind of dicey. But now you bring in one. Now all of a sudden it's possible 4/5 of that line has been addressed. So this is a big plus for Najee Harris. Thoughts, Joe Bartel?
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And I was thinking about they probably traded up to jump the Jets, who pick at 15, and probably were considering tackle as well too. So I was thinking, oh, you're going to trade with the Patriots to get your corner. Patriots happy to get whatever corner. No, you just want to get ahead of the Jets to make sure you get your tackle. I would agree with you. And Najee Harris is kind of that interesting fringe spot. I don't know. We'll probably at some point do how would we rank the first round draft, or at least considering these new players. Maybe Najee Harris would be a back end of the first round redraft candidate. I would be stunned, Jim, if tomorrow I'm not writing an article talking about one of these running backs being selected in day 2 from the Steelers, either in the second or third round. And it won't be that they're going to take all of the work away from Najee Harris. But in today's NFL, how many times is somebody really getting 350 touches? Not very often, and not somebody that lacks explosiveness like Najee Harris does. I would be shocked if they're not drafting somebody to be more of a receiving threat, which would hurt, I think, the overall draft fantasy value of Najee Harris.
Well, Joe, I get what you're saying here, but I really think that they were happy with Jaylen Warren as a number 2. He had looked when Najee Harris was struggling with the injury, they increased his workload, and with the line they had, he looked like a player that they would be happy with. Are you kind of concerns about Jaylen Warren? Maybe.
I think Jalen Warren's just a guy. And to be clear, just a guy could be fantasy relevant in the right situation like last year. So many people were pushing Jalen Warren as this fringe sleeper, and we can't say the word handcuff too much anymore, but a backup running back to an obvious starter. That's kind of what you're shooting for Jalen Warren. But it became just this fever pitch, and the churn of the fantasy season, especially in August, I felt like made Jalen Warren way more of a name than we ever really had to worry about. It's like, oh, do I need to have Jalen Warren as my fourth running back, my fifth running back? I saw so many questions on Ask an Expert on the RotoWire site going along. I'm like, yeah, sure, but you could have Jamal Williams, or you could have, and it turned out that a lot of those backup running backs were fine, as that will be the case every single year. So no, I don't think Jalen Warren makes a significant difference. And I do think the Steelers are going to add some day two capital to that running back room and maybe push Jalen Warren for that backup spot.
Very interesting with that. The Jets are on the clock here. So as to where they would like to go with this pick, this will be interesting because realistically, they do need offensive line help. But now, is there an offensive lineman who they would be happy taking at this spot? I don't think Anton Harrison is a guy that you want to spend this pick on. He seems a little more of a lesser, prospect that you might not want to spend that first round higher middle pick on. So I am concerned that the potential linemen for them are off the board, but they really need help there. So what do they do, Joe?
Yeah, I would agree with you. I know that Osiris Torrance have been rumored to be possibly a first round selection. I would imagine that that's a little bit higher, especially from a guard perspective, to be going that direction. I don't know. Maybe the Jets, knowing that they have less draft capital next year, trade back, but you have to have a team to trade up with, and that's part of the deal with this whole issues. And I go back to Lions too. Maybe they just couldn't find the Steelers or didn't know what their phone number was to call them to trade up to 12 instead of 14. So I would think, knowing how Joe Douglas has done things, you're going to just take the best player available and probably a pass rusher. I think there's a lot of
they need edge. They need edge.
Right. And you could even go cornerback, again, with the value that's there, and you're possibly hurting a division rival in the Patriots, which wouldn't hurt things either. That's the value. And if I'm the Jets, I'm just going to take the value pick to continue to build my defense, knowing I could probably get a starter, maybe not a good starter, but a starter along my offense line still in that second round.
So the Jets, we know they have Sauce Gardner, lockdown, top of the league corner. DJ Reed was very good on the outside. He's 5'9".
Yep.
The Jets could imagine moving him into the slot and then bringing in Christian Gonzalez on the outside. Talk about a trio of cornerbacks, and the league uses the slot heavily. That would be an ice move for them. Beautiful move. Also, we've seen the great fall of Nolan Smith. They have Carlos Dunlap is near the end. Jermaine Johnson, they drafted, I believe, number 10 last year.
No. They trade up to 26 last year as part of
26.
They got Garrett Wilson. They drafted Sauce Gardner, obviously, and then they trade another first, to get up to the first round to get Jermaine Johnson, who had fallen. I think that was still a good one. And then Michael Clemens, who ended up being a decent enough pass rusher for them last year too.
Yeah. So I still think, though, if they could find who they believe to be a potential game changer at edge rusher, I think that would be a really strong move. Evil Zilla thinks they take a wide receiver here. Would be an interesting move. Garrett Wilson is the man. They really pieced together a wide receiver room. And remember, Nathaniel Hackett's in to run the offense. Alan Lazard is everybody hates when I say this. He is one of the best blocking receivers in the league. But in the offense they're going to run, this is going to be a run-first offense with Breece Hall, assuming he's healthy. The defense is going to want to force lower-scoring games. They'll need Aaron Rodgers for the games they're playing the Chiefs or they're trailing and things like that. But this is going to be a run-based team. And with Garrett Wilson and Lazard as a blocker, they brought in Mecole Hardman, and the other piece is going to.
They still have Corey Davis, right? I mean, and the number of tight ends that they signed this offseason as well too, along with the Rucker guy that they drafted too in the third round last year.
So I certainly could see them taking a receiver, but I think this team is going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets. 12 personnel. Rodgers is going to do a lot of play action off of that. They can be a run-based team, so they can do that. And it may be if they want to win a Super Bowl, they're in on Aaron Rodgers. And at some point, You're going to have to beat either the Chiefs or the Bengals or the Bills in any order you like them. And in those games, you're going to need firepower. So if you do go receiver here, it would be with the understanding it's a move because you're going to have to pass to win a Super Bowl at some point, and Garrett Wilson on his own may not be enough. So I could see the path for that. I'm still thinking, though, Robert Saleh is going to be really hard-pressed to try to convince to get a corner or an edge.
Yeah, and specifically edge, right? I mean, if you look at the 49ers model, it's not stud cornerbacks. They really have been able to cycle through those. When you have an elite pass rush like they do, whatever. We'll assume our quarterback is going to, our defense ends are going to tackle the quarterback sooner than they can throw out of corners. And if they do, well, we have Sauce Gardner out there, and DJ Reed was fine enough. I just think that's where the value lies. If you're not going pass rush and you're not going cornerback, it would make sense to trade back, but you have to have another partner to tangle with in that situation. So I would be shocked if it's not defense to some extent.
So now apparently the pick is in. So if somebody gets that pick, let us know. The Commanders are on the clock. We'll wait for that Jets pick and we'll break that down.
Is that the Will Levis landing spot finally? Like they're like, oh, hey, Sam Howell, you're a starter for 2 months. Here we go, Will Levis. It's time,
So Sam Howell, did they draft him in the 5th round? Is that correct?
Yep.
So fifth. So there's very little investment. He played the meaningless game against Dallas team that really could have used to have won that game, but they were really checked out. They just did not show up. So we don't know what we have in Sam Howell, but the fact a 5th round pick was used on him and they didn't put him in until week 18, you wonder what the level of confidence in the Washington building was. So if they do want to go quarterback, they have great potential receivers. Terry McLaurin, we know he's done great for years. Love with Jahan Dotson, that he was well worth that 16th pick in the draft last year.
Right. I was so wrong on that one. Yeah.
There'd be a great, great spot if they like Will Levis. Do they go that way, Joe?
Well, I'll first interject. I guess the Jets have taken defensive end from Ohio State. Sorry, Ohio State. My God. Iowa State. How dare I do that? Will McDonald. If you had Will McDonald as a first-round pick on your draft board, kudos to you. I did not. I don't know if that's a reach per se, but when you have guys like Nolan Smith and others, I don't know if you were thinking pick 15 overall for Will McDonald. So interesting. And I think the trade up by the Steelers was an incredibly savvy one, especially think about you give a 4th-round pick. You hurt a conference rival and you get a premium position for yourself. That was a really good move for the Steelers. So Will McDonald going to the Jets, defensive end, a pass rusher. To answer your Sam Howell part, no, I don't think so. I was joking. I think the Will Levis fall is going to continue. Jim, it's because he's not that good. I mean, like seriously, it's not just the coffee and banana thing, which are both equally gross. I think the NFL teams have kind of sniffed this one out, and I'm glad that the S2 scores didn't affect CJ Stroud, because to me, you watch what he did against Georgia, you watch what he's done over the course of his Ohio State career, and I know he's got Marvin Harrison Jr. and Garrett Wilson and all these incredible receivers. He's still making throws that you shouldn't be able to make. Like they're just other level kind of throws that Stroud was able to do throughout the course of his career. I don't feel like we ever saw it with Will Levis. And when we did, it was to Wan'Dale Robinson, who Mario Puig, obviously one of our top NFL draft guys, astutely points out. He targeted Wan'Dale Robinson 43% of the times he threw the ball last year. I mean, and when he didn't have Wan'Dale Robinson, who was only, I think he's good, but only a 2nd-round pick for the Giants, he was absolutely miserable last year. So I think Will Levis is going to continue to fall. There will be a team that takes him in the 1st round. They will get hyped with the traits. He's tall. He's muscular. Have you seen his abs? I can't wait to have him as our franchise QB. They're going to be wrong, but I'm glad that we didn't invest a top 10 pick in Will Levis. And it feels like the NFL is getting a little bit smarter that Will Levis has fallen to this point.
Yeah, he is inaccurate across all levels of the field. And when I did my scouting analysis on him, I said, unless he figures out how to harness that NFL level arm and the entire package of being a refined quarterback, I see him being a backup in the league. But I know the buzz had been the pre-draft talk that this guy was going to go as high as pick 2. And so the interesting point was you wondered how the league saw him. And sometimes when they see the physical traits, well, look at Anthony Richardson went very high, and he's a traits-based guy, right? And we know he's nowhere close to a polished passer. So I like where you're coming with on Will Levis. I don't I think it's going to be a road for him if he is going to make it to the point of being a functional NFL quarterback. I think it's more likely than not kind of where you're going, Joe. I think he is more of a backup type. So I am actually glad to see that the league made that evaluation, and we'll see how the fall ends up going and what Washington thinks of him. When you mentioned Will McDonald, who just got selected, of the 5 top mocks that I looked at, only the 2 ESPN guys had him, Will McDonald, in the first one, and they had him 32 and 31, or 30 and 31.
Well, are you ready for this? Because I have the Commanders pick, and it's going to be equally confusing. With Christian Gonzalez on the board and Banks, who ran a 4.35 40-yard dash, the Commanders instead choose to take Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback from Mississippi State, at pick 15. Or I'm sorry, at pick 16. So really interesting. I'm like, I don't know what we're not seeing with Christian Gonzalez or where I'm wrong with. But it goes back to the point where I think this draft is very, very deep, especially top end at cornerback. And I am shocked that Christian Gonzalez and Banks haven't went at these spots. And you still have Joey Porter Jr. as well, too. So Commanders at 16 take Forbes. Real quick before you talk about the Commanders pick, as you can, I'm just looking at the draft board right now. So you have the Commanders at 16, who we just talked about taking Forbes. Lions 17, Buccaneers 18. Is there a team that trades with the Lions? I just talked about getting draft capital next year for Caleb Williams, that trades with the Lions to jump ahead of the Buccaneers to make sure they get their franchise quarterback theoretically in Will Levis? Or do the Buccaneers stay pat at 18 and walk into a guy that many people thought was going to be not just a top 10 selection, but a top 3 selection as of 24 hours ago in Will Levis?
I don't think the Bucs need to trade. The Lions wanted Will Levis. They would have already gotten him. I think that they wanted him. They had every opportunity to draft him. So to me, that says if you're taking Jahmyr Gibbs.
No, somebody trade in front of the Bucs. They would trade with the Lions.
So as to who would make that jump, I don't know that the Vikings are going to want to make that jump from there. I think moving up 4 picks is going to cost them. They have too many needs to make that move, especially if they don't think he's a franchise quarterback right away, which clearly the league's making a statement that they don't feel that way. So I don't think there's a team in the first round that is going to look to make that move forward. Really, that's the only team that could be Minnesota. Because when you go down, Seattle, Geno Smith, Baltimore, Lamar Jackson, then Minnesota would be the one possibility. Jacksonville with Lawrence, Giants just signed Daniel Jones, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Saints.
Jim, I think you're looking at this the wrong way. You shouldn't be saying who's going to trade this year or who has first-round picks from the end. Who is interested in quarterbacks? And I go back to it again. If you're the Lions and you want draft capital for the Caleb Williams sweepstakes next year, hey, Raiders, Will Levis is here.
Oh, thinking outside the box here.
Just give me first rounder next year. That's it. You don't have to, literally nothing. Just give me first rounder next year. Right? You guys will be great. You got Garoppolo. Your defenses look. Just give me your first next year. I promise. Nothing's going to be. That's what we're talking about. Because I agree with you. I don't know if it's teams behind that would be considering. But if you're saying who makes the most sense to jump up, and if you're the Raiders, fine. Why do it at 17? And maybe you're rolling the dice and hope that he falls past the Buccaneers and the slide continues and can just jump back up later. But if you really are of the belief that Will Levis a first-round pick, and there was so much smoke around that. I know it was smoke season, right, for when we're doing all these different lies and trying to push things and agendas. But there was a lot of smoke about Will Levis as a first-round pick, even more than Malik Willis last year as a first-round pick, in my mind. If there's that much smoke, there has to be some fire. I think a team could possibly trade up with the Lions at 17 to jump ahead of the Buccaneers and make sure they get their quarterback.
So we're going to move back a little bit. So the Commanders, you're saying went with Forbes. It hasn't been posted, but you guys heard that, so we're good there, right? Well, yeah. Forbes, he was a guy that had the helium going in draft season. Yeah. His stocks are rising, and he's like a ball hawker type. He overwhelmed receivers in coverage. Like basically he was like a cloud that they couldn't deal with. His length was a really good attribute, 6 foot, a little light at 180, but not a big problem there. That is light, but I think we can live with that. And his leaping ability is really off the charts. So he could break up passes, but he's that guy that really wants to go for the interception. And those kind of corners, they gamble a bit. And if they gamble and they're like Trevon Diggs, you think about him, how he's a gambler and it pays off at times. Sometimes it doesn't, but if he can get that right balance with good coaching, I think Forbes could be a surprising player for where he got drafted.
Big difference, though. Big difference between Trayvon Diggs at 6'2", 195 pounds, is that Forbes, I think, I'm looking at it, 166 pounds.
Oh, he haven't listed at 180, so 166. That's Cam Dantzler.
That's what I'm getting from Grant Paulson on Twitter, is that he's 160. That almost seems wrong, but even like 100, like under 180.
That's Cam Dantzler small. Yeah,
right.
That's not
the weight. I mean, that's how are you supposed to tackle at the NFL level at that kind of weight? So maybe you ask him to put some weight on. You'd think that hurts a little bit from a 40 time. He ran a 4.35 at the NFL. I don't know. The ball hawk puck I like a lot, but there's a lot of limitations if you are talking, like, let's even say sub 180 from a weight perspective when you have guys like Christian Gonzalez and Banks on the board still.
Yeah, so I will like to know if we find out or hear some reasoning from someone why Gonzalez has made such a precipitous fall. Obviously, the draft community really got that one way wrong. I thought that I always thought Witherspoon would go ahead of him. I never saw a case where Gonzalez would be down this far. And there have probably been 4 corners. Two corners taken so far, right? We had Witherspoon taken at 5.
Yeah.
And then this is just the second corner off the board. Think about that. Yeah. In a year, only 2 corners in the first half of the first round. That speaks to this draft class overall.
But there's still Gonzalez, there's Joey Porter Jr., there's Banks as well too. Like 3 well-known and highly touted guys, widely presumed to be first-round picks, that you already have possibly 5 corners go in the top 32, not counting any safeties or anything else like that. I think also is really interesting. Obviously, premium positions are going in the top 15 picks clearly, but that it's a little bit different than what the draft community is including. I thought is also interesting too.
So Patriots are on the clock here. I had mentioned earlier, Belichick has quarterback issues, and I just wonder.
You're calling it. You're right there. You're intimating. I know it's one of your favorite words. You're right there. It is Christian Gonzalez at number 17.
Perfect. And we mentioned that earlier, that they needed the bigger corner because they have a bunch of 5'9" guys.
Mm-hmm.
And so adding a big corner to that room, that is a really important trade. And Bill Belichick saw that it was problematic last year because there were teams that were able to overwhelm them with size. This gives them a big boundary corner, and it gives them flexibility. So thank you, Corey, and thank you, Dan, for pointing that out for us. So, yeah, this is big for the Patriots. This gives them a versatile secondary. It'll allow Belichick to continue to do a lot of things. They also have quite a good rotation of pass rushers led by Matthew Judon, Josh Uche, but they get a lot of rotational pass rush heat. This defense is going to be upgraded by this move. So the fall ended for Christian Gonzalez, but this is a great landing spot. Joe?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I still contend that Christian Gonzalez is one of the best corners in this draft, but that we're going to have potentially 5 first-round picks, and we still haven't seen Banks or Joey Porter Jr. off the board yet. I think is really interesting, and this could be the run of corners as well too. So if you're ranking premium positions, obviously quarterback 1, I think you can make a case that pass rusher or offensive tackle, specifically left tackle, would be like 2 or 3 of the premium positions. Then you go wide receiver or cornerback, and I think in this case we're very clearly seeing NFL teams identify what I felt like this entire time. The wide receiver draft really is just not that good, and maybe Jackson Smith-Njigba is the best receiver, fine, but that we haven't had one through 17 picks, I think is very telling, and that we've had so many secondary players go off the board and could even more. Because if the Lions right now, Buccaneers after that, we know the Buccaneers don't need a corner, but if the Lions were to stay pat, they shouldn't. But if they were to stay pat, that would be another spot too where I think they could take corner.
You mentioned the wide receivers, and I know I had done a draft advice TikTok early in the game and saying go over pick 12.5 on Jackson Smith-Njigba. I said that he's a slot receiver, and as great as slot receivers can be, I don't think at a franchise-changing pick 12 or higher, I didn't see a team investing in a slot receiver at that point, unless it was a generational type talent, which that's not the case, or there are dings in his game. So I did feel that was the case. But to say there are no receivers through 17, Joe Bartel, that is an interesting development. Now, the Lions are on the clock again. They surprised us with their first pick by going Jahmyr Gibbs. So now as to where they're going to go next, they need some defensive help. they did come on in the second half. There was some schedule helping that worked there, but they did play a little bit better in the second half. I still think they need defensive line help. They could use linebacker help. Edge rush, they can use more help for Aiden Hutchinson. So, and another player that's fallen, Nolan Smith continues to fall here. What are your thoughts?
That was my thought too, that if you are the Lions and you made a questionable pick with Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, which you did, that's fair. I think it would make sense to go with Nolan Smith, who I would have taken over Luka Van Ness and the Packers took at 13. I think he is as good as a lot of the other tackles that were around that board. Like if you are looking for pass rush help, Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense. It's going to be an organizational thing because the Jeff Okudah trade happened. I don't think the general manager is going to be like, oh, I'm worried. You know, I looked bad with Jeff Okudah, so I can't take cornerback. You're in the NFL. You don't do that kind of thing when you're at that premium spot at general manager. So the value is with the cornerbacks, or you get the last of, I think, one of the elite tiers of pass rushers still on the board, Nolan Smith. I don't know which direction the Lions choose to go. It really is one or the other in my mind.
Yeah, but I would think at this point, if there's investing in Jahmyr Gibbs, you would almost think this has to be a defensive pick for them. They do need an X receiver. They desperately need an X receiver. But I don't know if they have the chops to go for Quentin Johnston because you got Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot after his 6-game suspension. I see Jamison Williams as a speed Z receiver, take the top off the defense. If they did decide to go skill position, we're fantasy guys here, so we got to broach the subject. But if they went with that X size receiver, it would give them a varied group. And with Jahmyr Gibbs receiving out of the backfield, it would be a pretty interesting set of weapons they would have. I don't think they go there, but it's a position of need.
No, you're wrong in this, Jim. You're thinking about this the wrong way. What the Lions clearly need is Zach Charbonnet. When you're talking skill position players, right? That's clearly what they're going for. Yes. You have to get that pick 18. Credit to Mike Clay. I saw that on Twitter. I'll be honest, I stole it from him. But yeah, the Jahmyr Gibbs selection at 12, you're going to have a lot of running jokes, and I think that's certainly one with it. I don't know if they go receiver. That they lost DJ Shark and that Jamison Williams is going to be out he's out 6 games. You could. I mean, you absolutely could. It's just not how I'd be building the Lions. And I think they're kind of recognizing where they are in the NFC and saying, oh, okay, I mean, we're a rising team, but let's continue to rise. Let's make smart decisions. Let's target positions of need. And I would assume, again, either Nolan Smith or a cornerback will be their choice to continue to build on a defense that, you're right, really was impacted positively from a very bad second half of the schedule. And you could say, sure, the young guys got better. They were playing crappy competition. We could call a spade a spade. That's okay.
Yeah, no, it clearly was. They did make, as all defenses do, you give them time together, they do make some adjustments, some improvements, but I do agree with you. I believe it was overwhelming the schedule. So
I got the Lions pick. Are you ready for it?
Oh, well, Jack Charbonnet. Go ahead.
No, but equally, the Lions have said, hey, let's look at the last 20 years history of how drafts go. We'll take Jahmyr Gibbs, top 15, and then we'll take a middle linebacker and Jack Campbell at a top 20. Oh. That is number 18, Jack Campbell out of Iowa, your first middle linebacker off the board.
Wow, that is such a non-need position in today's NFL. Wow, that's a Lions pick. I mean, I did not think we would see a inside linebacker go until the middle of the second round, just because that position has really become borderline useless. You got to have somebody on the field. And IDP, you love it because they pile up your tackles for you.
They got Malcolm Rodriguez for nothing, right? And he was such a good player for them, at least from the IDP perspective. Last year, I don't know what the Lions are doing this draft. I'm happy the Packers are in their division. I will say that, Jim. But I have no idea why that's the choice.
Yeah, again, middle linebacker, they needed rush. They could use coverage help. And again, just the Lions being the Lions here. So that said, let's just move forward. The Buccaneers are on the clock here. Buccaneers are really a team in transition. Just very recently, we saw them playing in the Super Bowl, but Tom Brady's career is now, for at least now, over. It's over at the Buccaneers for sure. And where do the Buccaneers go with this pick?
Yeah, I'll toss this up to the chat, see if someone can look it up. What's the live betting odds on Will Levis to go number 18? Because I'd be really curious. That's been happening. I've been seeing on my Twitter. Maybe it's gone now that they're at pick 18, so somebody could know the result and bet it. And they don't want that to happen. But I'd be really curious what those numbers would look like. Shouldn't they go Will Levis? Unless you really don't think he is. And I just go back to, there was so much smoke around him being a first-round pick. Why wouldn't you? You can't have Kyle Trask or Baker Mayfield be your starting quarterback this year. You can't.
So, Joe, before all the smoke started, about a month ago, I did my write-ups of all the team needs, and I did team player matches. And my notes were, they need a quarterback, and I put quarterback, assuming the 19th pick at the time, I put Will Levis. He's the only name I put down. I put Will Levis at pick 19. That was what I chose for them before the smoke and the helium and all that came up and made him, this household name. But that was the player I targeted him to. So it'd be interesting to see if that actually came to fruition, because that would just kind of be an exercise in what did the buzz do. So let's see. Corey points out in the chat, if Will Levis falls past 25, look to the Rams to trade up and get him. Excellent point. Matthew Stafford's back is clearly an issue. They have to consider a succession plan there. That would be a wise choice. Dan Borowski, halfway through the first, any thoughts on who have had the best draft so far? And like you said, the Texans picking twice in the first 3 picks. Very hard to argue with that. Joe Bartel?
Yeah, but the draft capital, they gave up a first and third next year. Do we think the Texans are going to are going to get out of the top 5? It's great. CJ Stroud is going to make a difference. He's better than Davis Mills. I don't care what your S2 score says. He is a better quarterback, 100%. And we'll make that offense better even when you have John Mechie and Nico Collins catching the ball. Does he make it that much better? It's a good trade, and Will Anderson, I think, is way better than it felt like the conventional conversation had been going over the past couple of weeks. That is not the sign of a good draft, in my mind, is to give up a first round next year when it could easily be a top 10 pick once more. I think really the teams that drafted offensive line, that was, again, it's not sexy. I get that. But I think that was the right choice for a lot of situations, and probably the Steelers specifically, trading up to 14, jumping the Jets, giving up only a 4th round pick to fit a spot of need. You're building around Kenny Pickett as much as we're talking about the Bears building around Justin Fields. You're building around Kenny Pickett as well, too, by trading up for Broderick Jones. That might be my biggest winner of the draft thus far. And I know it's going to go counter to what a lot of people say, but that was a very savvy move, a smart move, and didn't have to give a lot to make that choice.
And for me, the Eagles. I don't mind they trade up the one. They gave up 2024 4th, I believe, to get their man, Jalen Carter. They had a devastating pass rush rotation, and they just retooled on the fly. They brought in an elite player. And so I think Javon Hargrave being out with the 49ers, bringing in the young potential star, I just think the Eagles keep doing it the right way. And this is going to be an impact player from them. And, we said last year that help me with the rookie's name. Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Jordan Davis is in for a second-year jump. And if he does that, this is going to be a very scary unit. And, of course, on the back end, you got a trio of corners, Darius Slay, James Bradbury, and Avonte Maddox is solid in the slot. And they get good safety play as well. Reed Blankenship should be fine there. So, yeah.
Well, you and I disagree on that. That was one of our infamous arguments in the podcast in the past couple weeks. It was whether or not they actually do have true safety help. I know they signed Terrell Edmonds, who you correct me on a number of podcasts ago. I would be like, so the Packers are rumored to be considering moving Rasul Douglas to safety. And that was part of why maybe you consider drafting a cornerback. Eric Stokes might not play to begin the season. You have Jair Alexander, but you'd possibly draft a corner, move Rasul to safety. You can't do that with Avonte Maddox. Too small, would not make a difference at safety. But I do wonder if there is a situation with Darius Slay in particular where maybe get a little more long in the tooth, missing that speed element, still a ball hawk, still a leader, kind of in the same way Charles Woodson was towards the end of his career. You could move him around a little bit more and then go with a different quarterback when the Eagles have their second pick. It looks like the pick is in for the Buccaneers. Am I seeing that correct?
Yeah, Kalijah Kancey, defensive
tackle. Oh my goodness. Aaron Donald. Yeah, it's just because he went to Pitt. That's why we're doing this, Jim, right? Or
thanks, Corey, by the way.
Do you actually see Kancey as Aaron Donald, or is it just because of the uniform?
No, the uniform. This was a fringe first-round pick. Some people mocked him in the latter part of the first round. But again, we're talking non-premium position. If you're not Aaron Donald, the defensive tackle position is one that is not a position that you need to spend high draft capital on.
Yeah, but nobody knew Aaron Donald was Aaron Donald until he became Aaron Donald. It was the same problem with J.J. Watt, too.
But Aaron Donald was above the first half of the first round, like the 13th, 14th pick. People knew Aaron Donald was – I was all over Aaron Donald in that draft. He was a player I was hoping there were a couple teams I was looking for to try to get him, and he fell because of his position. But there were teams that kind of had a feeling, and I thought that this guy had an incredible future ahead of him. That was one of the few I panned out on, but I was excited when he got drafted. But I can't see, again, not anywhere in that league, and I think taking a Buccaneers team that is clearly retooling in some way to add a defensive tackle, not in today's NFL.
Well, that fits what they do, though. They like to build in the trenches as well, and you think about if you are going around a young quarterback, whether it be Kyle Trask or somebody else, you want a defense to help kind of sustain him a little bit more. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough. So Aaron Donald ran a 4.68 40-yard dash. Shuttle time was at 4.39. Cone drill 7.11. The vertical was great. The broad jump at 116 was insane for a guy. He had bench press 35. I don't think, at least it doesn't say Kansas did the bench press at the combine. Maybe he did at his pro day, and I'm just missing that. The chat can fill me in if that's the case. He did run a 4.67 40-yard dash, had a 1.64 10-yard split. That's always a big deal as well, too. At 281, I think a little bit less than Aaron Donald, and I would be very curious what the body looks like. Like, Aaron Donald is still one of the biggest freak athletes in my mind, that he's as jacked and ripped as he is, despite being almost 300 pounds. But the 6'1" frame, right? That's kind of where the comparison lies as well, too, along with the pit stuff. And then that's something where the clone aspect comes into play.
Yeah. So anyway, all that said, premium position, not really. And you always wonder with these first round picks, every team wants to build it a little differently. This is nowhere near the egregious level of the Jack Campbell pick at middle linebacker. But again, unless you're Jalen Carter, who's going to be like a legitimate game wrecker, going interior lineman, to me is just a tough sell. But hopefully the Bucs have it figured out. They've got their plan. They do need help there. Vita Vea has been slipping a little bit.
He's just been injured. I think Vea, when healthy, is one of the most dominant interior guys. And you're like, oh yeah, well he can. What if you have a 350-pound monster with Aaron Donald light? I mean, how would you supposed to do anything defensively? There is an intrigue level with that, because I disagree. I think Vea, maybe I'm wrong, and you watch more Buccaneers tape than I do, but I think Vea, when healthy, is still an absolute monster, especially in the run game.
I think his injuries are because of him playing. Literally,
that's true.
That's the problem. He takes on so much contact that he takes a beating. And conditioning, you're not going to be in great condition at the size you're at. And so then you compensate. I believe players like Vita Vea, it's the injuries are a component of who he is as a player. That's all. So I think the slide has been those injuries take a toll on you. And he's had enough of them where I think the slide and play is directly attributed to that. Let's see if we got a couple things in the chat. We got to check if picks are going off the board here.
Yeah, I haven't seen any, but I do like the question that Corey Springer posed. What do you think about Jackson Smith-Njigba going to the Seahawks? The Seahawks pick at 20 right now. Looking over my left, you have the Chargers at 21, Ravens at 22. Obviously, Ravens in their newly minted Lamar Jackson extension have not traded for DeAndre Hopkins. Like we are in the wide receiver territory range. I've been seeing on Twitter, this is also the point where maybe the Bills, who have been evidently very thirsty for receivers over the past couple of days, could trade up to jump the Chargers, could jump the Ravens, could jump the Vikings as well, who sit at 23. I would be stunned if over the next 30 minutes we don't get our first wide receiver off the board in some capacity.
Yeah, that has to happen. But who would have thought we'd have 2 running backs off the board and 0 wide receivers? That one is a stunner. Now, Corey, it's a great question. And actually, again, before all the smoke of the draft started up, when I was doing my projections, Seahawks at 20, I had my number 1 player to them, Jackson Smith-Njigba. I thought they needed a complement to Tyler Lockett. Lockett still very productive. He's starting to age. Lockett will play both the slot and outside, but I think they'll do a rotational thing with Smith-Njigba where he and Lockett can kind of cross over a bit. You like Smith and Jigba in the slot, but I think he can move out to the Z, and he and Lockett can be interchangeable pieces. But I really think that electric nature he brings in the middle of the field. Seattle needs a third option in the passing game. They want to run the ball. They want to play defense. But if they're going to make a playoff run, there are going to be games like against the 49ers where they did fine for a while. They're going to trail, and they're going to have to be explosive. And just having the two receivers, I think they need a little bit more. This would be a phenomenal landing spot. Now, you mentioned, Corey, the Chargers. I think that may not be the place because they still have Keenan Allen for now. And Keenan Allen, I know when there are two receiver sets, he plays outside. But Allen, when they're in multiple sets, he's their slot guy. And they're not going away from that. And so I think that would be, I said all along, Quentin Johnston's a guy because I see Mike Williams. Honestly, he plays like he's a stretch Z. That he doesn't run all the routes. He's best going on the stretch routes and then letting somebody be the X and working the dirty routes. And I think that would be a great spot for Quentin Johnston. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, I agree with you. And we talked about this a couple of weeks ago on the podcast and the Quentin Johnston stuff, that there are no receivers on the board and that QJ would still be the number one overall wide receiver would be shocking to me. But if it fits your need, it fits your need. You just go off the board. And I don't think the Chargers are going to be like, oh man, wait, Smith and Jigba still here. We have to consider this. Like, no, the running backs both. I mean, there was thoughts that Bijan Robinson could fall to where the Chargers go. Well, that's clearly not there. You can't continue to build on your offensive line. That's not there anymore. I know people have been projecting tight end for them, and including a lot of the beat writers who I really think are pretty good for the Chargers, which has made me a little bit concerned. But I don't agree with that. I don't see the need. I think Gerald Everett played fine enough. They love Donald Parham. I mean, they really do. When Parham is healthy, he has been an effective weapon for them. They should not draft a tight end in the first round. And I know, again, that it's not like Gerald Everett is a massive asset, but he did fine enough for what they are choosing to do with their tight ends. So I would be surprised if they don't go wide receiver. The one part I would say is we haven't talked about Nolan Smith in 30 minutes.
I was just going to. Go ahead.
You have Khalil Mack. You have Joey Bosa, who continues to get suspended, make dumb penalties, and then get hurt. I mean, like if you're to say, hey, what if we add another freak pass rusher to that mix, when Khalil Mack or Joey Bosa go down, I think that actually is a really good landing spot, would be Nolan Smith to the Chargers.
Now, also knowing right now Seattle is on the clock, Pete Carroll, and he added a corner earlier in the first round. Would it totally be an on-brand Pete Carroll pick? They didn't have much of an edge rush. They were not getting enough pressure. If they added Nolan Smith, if they like him, that would give them a corner and an edge presence. That's some toys for Pete Carroll to work with. That would be really exciting. Now, Dan Borowski in the chat is asking, could the Seahawks go Levis? And then what would happen forward if he falls in there? So that's the thing. If the Seahawks are playing, if they're in a window now with Geno Smith, then they do go with a player that can impact it now. That would be where I'm thinking the Nolan Smith deal. If they don't feel that Geno is the future, although they have a 3-year short-term deal with him, and they do feel Levis is a guy they like, they certainly could go. Joe and I have opinions that we think Levis is probably more of a career backup, but somebody's going to like him. And so that'd be possible. But the free fall for Levis right now, I would almost be stunned if he went in the first round. And you mentioned the Saints, can't see it. They just invested in Carr. And even though we know what Carr is, the Saints have made an investment right now. Joe Bartel, go ahead.
I'm telling you, I think it's going to be the Raiders that trade up. I think somebody is going to trade up for Will Levis. It never made sense that Hendon Hooker was going to be traded up for. You're not trading up for 25-year-olds unless you're a part of Draft Day, the movie. Like that just doesn't make sense to me to be able to make that kind of choice. But yes, I do think Will Levis will have a home in the end of the first round. The pick is in, Jim. The Seahawks do go Jackson Smith, the Jigba.
Yeah,
there you go. I mean, that was exactly what you said a couple months ago, and now it looks to be. I don't know if it. Do you think DK Metcalf, Lockett, and Smith and Jigba all play together as one unit, or is this more of like the replacement for when we decide to move on from Tyler Lockett?
So this is still going to primarily be a 2 tight end offense. They're going to have 2 receivers on the field on a lot of downs. So Smith and Jigba is not going to be a full-time player year one. There are always snaps when you go with 3 receiver sets. There are games you trail and you're going to need him. So this is not a good landing spot for year one redraft fantasy value for Jackson Smith and Jigba. Lockett is still playing at a high level, and Metcalf is still Metcalf. So this is not a great landing spot. But in terms of a team concept, this is very good. Like I said earlier, there's a point where the Seahawks are going to want to compete. They're going to trail. They're going to need firepower. For that purpose, this is an excellent move. Joe Bartel.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we did with Sky Moore and the Chiefs last year, where a lot of people, at least in the RotoWire brand, were saying, don't invest in Sky Moore and redraft purposes this year. It's going to be a scenario where next year, if things break out well, you're going to have Sky Moore as a popular candidate. And we'll see what the Chiefs choose to do here in round one with how often Patrick Mahomes is throwing to rookie receivers. It seems like they're sniffing around that spot. But if they were to not choose anybody, that's the exact right situation where Sky Moore would have infinitely more fantasy value. I know they have Kadarius Toney, but like that is kind of the good spot for it. I kind of disagree. I think Smith and Jigba will work fine. I have a hard time believing Pete Carroll is going to deviate from what Pete Carroll's offense has been for the past 15 years. Just play it safe. Let's run the ball. Kenneth Walker's really good. Cool. Get out of here. But I don't think you invest a top 20 pick in Jackson Smith-Njigba unless you really feel like he's going to be a difference maker offensively. And maybe it is exactly like you mentioned, when they're trailing to the 49ers by 21 points because all they did was run the ball. Or they're going to have a bit more game plan. I'm not saying, jet sweep with Smith-Njigba, but more like, let's have some more explosiveness in our offense. Let's actually build around Geno Smith and what we have. Let's take the car out of the garage and drive it around. And maybe they start cruising. Maybe they actually go 100 miles an hour. Or maybe they let Geno Smith cook instead of what they did with Russell Wilson. I would be. I mean, this is tough. Like if you're doing a rookie redraft rankings, Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to be one of the biggest losers of the first round. I think very clearly. If you like Anthony Richardson, great. I think Jahmyr Gibbs it's very confusing, but I'm sure that'll get sorted out. People thought Smith-Njigba, especially if we weren't playing in Superflex, was a top 3 or 4 selection. And I don't know if there's enough opportunity in the Seahawks offense to have that materialize anywhere near where you'd anticipate.
Yeah. So Pete Carroll, he's a man that has rarely changed his stripes in a long career. He had Russell Wilson for all those years, and for like a half a season, he let him throw the football. But right. Honestly, if Russell Wilson wasn't throwing the football, and for a while he was looking like he was a Hall of Fame type quarterback, right? And Geno Smith, not a Hall of Fame type quarterback. Matter of fact, he had a career year at age 32. Shane Waldron offense was very good for him, but I don't know that Pete Carroll, if you didn't let Russell carry your offense, I don't see a world where he says, you're going to carry it, Geno. I think he's very comfortable. He loves Kenneth Walker, and I think they've invested in their offensive line. And I love your breakdown on that, Joe. It's just his stripes have been his stripes for a long time, and he's been successful. You can't, Pete Carroll has, he's won, the big one. So yeah, we'll see what happens, but it'll be interesting.
It was a good value pick, if nothing else. Whereas we keep talking about Nolan Smith, that still seems like a value pick to me, and yet the further he falls down past very obvious landing spots, maybe that isn't the case. I think that's the right choice at number 20. And again, we're going to see a run on wide receiver with the Chargers, Ravens, and Vikings up to come. I don't know if all 3 take wide receivers, but I think if nothing else, you're getting value that you're getting the best one, at least presumably, of this class.
Now we have a question. Dan Borowski has a great question. Which selection of the strongest impact the upcoming season? Look, it's a lazy, easy answer, but Bijan Robinson, we had the 8th pick. Arthur Smith loves to run the football. He'll throw to his running backs when needed. So I think a running back who is going to get a heavy workload. I like Tyler Algier from last year, but when you invest that pick in that running back, they have plans for him. Joe, is there anything different way you see it? I know the quarterbacks are there, but I mean, Bijan.
I've talked about Anthony Richardson already in a super flex format. When it's just Gardner Minshew as the guy that would be taking your starting role, I don't think that's a very serious thing. I think Anthony Richardson, possibly from day one, is going to be the starting quarterback for the Colts. And I thought about this comparison before with Josh Allen and Brian Dable. It's like, Brian Dable made Josh Allen. My whole argument all last season was the only quarterback that is close to Josh Allen is Daniel Jones, and he made Daniel Jones be a very relevant fantasy option last season. If we're doing the same thing for Shane Steichen, we say, hey, he was really good with Jalen Hurts. This is like the supreme Madden creative version of Jalen Hurts in Anthony Richardson, why can't we just assume that he'll make things work with Richardson, even just because he did bad at Florida? I don't know. It's such a compelling thing. I can't wait to hear what's going to come out of the Colts camp over the next couple months. I'll be really curious to see what other weapons they add, because they need a lot. If they choose to build an offensive line too. I think Anthony Richardson is a guy that really jumps up for me in a redraft perspective as well. And I'll go back to the Steelers pick. While I think it was a very shrewd move to trade up ahead of the Jets and get Broderick Jones, you kind of talked about it, and I think it's going to go understated today. That will make a big difference on the offensive line, and as a result, will help Najee Harris. Back from injury, theoretically healthy, has a better offensive line. Year 2 of Kenny Pickett. Najee Harris was not a guy I was considering in the first round. He burned me in the NFFC draft, where I took dead last because I had him in the first round. I didn't want to. I hated that pick. You can read all about it. That might be a guy that has risen, Najee Harris, because of the Broderick Jones selection, and would still be in consideration in the late first round. I never would have thought that 24 hours ago.
So Corey Springer mentioned he thinks that Shane Waldron, Seahawks OC, got his Cooper Cup. Definitely got himself a slot receiver.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a Cooper Cup, but sure. I get where we're going with that.
Yeah, I get the idea too. Oh, so did it happen? Did I call this one? Corey saying wide receiver
yes!
Johnson to the Chargers. Oh my gosh, dude, I called this one a month ago. Call this one a month ago.
Let's go. Way to go,
oh my
Jim.
gosh. You see?
That was plus 800 when we were talking about that, right?
And I did the Twitter, I did the TikTok thing, the Quentin Johnson double up. You take them to go inside the first 26. And then the second one was first receiver off the board, sprinkle that in. He wasn't that. Missed by one stinking pick. But so had Pete Carroll not made that move, it would have been, man, it was close.
Well,
but see,
so Jim,
real quick,
you were on this from the beginning. No, I'll tee you up because I want you to dive into this. I did not think Quentin Johnston was going to be a selection for the Chargers. I didn't think they needed wide receiver whatsoever. So what really prompted you to dive into Quentin Johnston as their guy for the Chargers?
So it was about, look, the size is fixed. The other receivers are small. That's not changing. And there are teams that have dealt with their slot already. And I had mentioned before that if you've dealt with your slot, you really can't draft another slot. There aren't many formations where you can use 2 slot receivers. And especially the Chargers. And I mentioned this a little earlier. Mike Williams, I love Mike Williams. Mike Williams is not a traditional X. You see him size, but oh yeah, he's an X. He's not. He's a stretch Z. He's one that'll win mostly downfield. He can run some other routes, yes, but he's not that harsh route runner that you want, winning battles at the line, running the route tree. He's just not that guy. He's more the down. If you use him in a downfield capacity, he's lethal. What Quentin Johnston gives them is this presence that can take some pressure off of Williams and Keenan Allen, and he can run those, as I said, dirty routes that the X receivers run, occupy coverage, but also use your body to shield, be a good target for your quarterback. And Justin Herbert, we finally got rid of Joe Lombardi. He deserves to have a slot, an X and a Z to see what he can do. Austin Eckler needs to be a different component of the offense. You don't want that offense running through a receiving back. This gives the playbook opportunities, full capacity to be run by the Chargers, weaponizing Justin Herbert.
Yeah, I think it's great. Whereas the Packers have refused to take an offense for a decade, the Chargers have built around Justin Herbert in every single facet, right? You had Rashawn Slater. You took the guard last year as well, too.
Zion
Johnson. And now you get Quentin Johnston. The blocking element, I think, matters, too. I don't know if we've had the argument about PFF and what that means, but of the eligible draft receivers this year, Quentin Johnston ranked near the top in terms of blocking aspect at a collegiate level. So different. It's so hard to compare the collegiate stuff, especially from a blocking perspective. But as a big frame guy, I like it a lot. I know I have a few friends who don't like Justin Herbert and also don't like Quentin Johnston, so I'm sure they're celebrating right now in whatever sad spaces they're in. But I think this is a great move for the Chargers, and I really believe Quentin Johnston is going to be a very good receiver. He might have more fantasy value this year than any other receiver drafted. Certainly Smith-Njigba, I think even guys after. It would really depend. This is kind of the perfect landing spot for redraft leagues to have him be at the highest value.
With Lombardi gone, I personally expect a heavy 11 personnel usage with the Chargers. Means 3 receiver sets. Justin Herbert is the engine of this organization and franchise. You have to have weapons on the field and make the defense sweat. This is a fantastic fantasy spot. Dan Borowski, that was awesome. You asked the question, and as one you said we preempted it. We got it before you posted it, so that's awesomeness. And now let's quickly go ahead. Corey's got a couple of valid questions and points we want to address because these are coming up. Ravens are on the clock, but Corey says, does Minnesota take Levis? We know that Kirk Cousins is getting to the end of time with him. Are they going to take a shot with him, or are they going to say you're a career backup? We don't like you.
Yeah. Lots of reasons for me to say yes, and none are from a fantasy perspective as a Packers fan. No, I would love for the I would love for the former Packers QB to the Jets to the Vikings thing to end at just one, and we don't continue that cycle over to Aaron Rodgers as well too. But Kirk Cousins will not be back for the Vikings next year. I feel like the general manager made as obvious of a point without outright saying as he possibly could have by not offering an extension, by not choosing to move some of this massive cap number this year to make things a little bit easier this offseason. They are ready to cut ties. Regardless of how well Kirk Cousins does, they are ready to cut ties. I could see Will Levis going at that spot. It doesn't really feel like the right value for the Vikings, though, who have been, I think, trying to build things interestingly. I would not imagine Will Levis fits really what they're trying to do at this stage. So, no, I don't think so. But there's no way Kirk Cousins is a Viking when we are having this conversation, hopefully on YouTube live again next year. There's just no way.
So Corey has a time-sensitive question, and I like the way he frames it. Jordan Addison would be a Z receiver. We already have Rashad Bateman, who's more of their X. Mark Andrews, the tight end. They have Odell Beckham, but we don't know what we're getting at age 30, coming off an ACL, not quite sure there. Also, could they go corner with Deonte Banks? Either of those seem like possibilities for the Ravens?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about corner for the Ravens. And maybe their weight room situation will be different and the training staff will be different, that they can actually have healthy corners. But that's been the issue for them, right? Over the past couple of years, they've had plenty of big names, Marcus Peters, stuff like that. They invested in Marcus Williams last year in that big signing. No one ever stays healthy. But right now it really is Marlon Humphrey. And I guess I kind of missed that they don't have a number 2 corner. So
no, they don't.
Yeah, I actually think they might go. I mean, I really refuse to believe they're going to draft a receiver. I really believe DeAndre Hopkins is going to be traded to the Ravens. I don't think it was a coincidence that Lamar Jackson re-signing happened when there were very big rumors about Hopkins going to the Ravens. We'll maybe possibly talk about that later tonight. Or that'll be a day 2 conversation. I don't know, but I think Hopkins will go to the Ravens, and therefore they won't have to draft a receiver in the first round.
Now, Joe, it was funny, and to Corey's question, my top 2 team needs for the Ravens were cornerback and wide receiver, which speaks to the 2 players that you're pointing out here. And you mentioned Marlon Humphrey, and now that's it. This was always a team strength, like you mentioned, deep, a somewhat deep rotation. They get injuries, and they would still be okay. This is now a safety-heavy team. They have 3 really good safeties. They're going to play a lot of big nickel, but they need one more corner to do what they want to do defensively. If they believe Banks is their guy, it would be an excellent addition. So their third need, though, is edge. And again, we have seen the precipitous fall of Nolan Smith.
I'll just say, what about Joey Porter Jr., just real quick with the corners? How apropos would that be to have Joey Porter, right, longtime Steeler, then his son go to the Ravens? That'll be interesting. No, keep going on the Nolan Smith thing, because I think you might be on the right track too.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a Ravens thing. The Ravens understand the positions that make a difference. They want the edge presence. They want the
pick
corners.
Is in. Oh, no. The pick is in, Jim, and it is not anyone we're discussing.
Of course not. We knew
it's Zay Flowers, wide receiver. They do take a wide receiver.
So we were talking Jordan Addison, but Zay Flowers, when you think about this, he profiles as that situational deep threat. He can work in the slot. I did think that Jordan Addison would be a bit, but Jordan Addison didn't test well. No, and at 173, he only had a 55th percentile 40, a 50th percentile explosiveness. So that testing, I guarantee you, that scared off the Ravens. Zay Flowers, on the other hand, about almost 10 pounds heavier, a little shorter, but he's stouter at least. 182 at 5'9". He tested much better. 78th percentile 40, 73rd explosiveness. So a better athlete overall. Obviously a small catch radius. He doesn't ever find route running skills, and I'm worried about him in zone, but he separates at an elite level, and he has great lateral agility in the short area. We see, I'm predicting 70% zone defenses this year. Zay Flowers will be somebody. Lamar Jackson got his contract. Odell Beckham, hopefully a healthy Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews back, and now Zay Flowers to go with a very strong running game. To me, this takes the DeAndre Hopkins trade off the table. Joe Bartel?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll circle back to that because I agree with Dan Borowski. Longing for Hollywood Brown, right? They just need another 5'9" receiver, and they went ahead and got Zay Flowers in this case. There's differences though, right? Marquise Brown reportedly was going to be running like a 4.28 at the combine. He had the broken foot, I think it was. Never really participated in that. Difference in weight too, and this is always the part that I think is hard for a lot of people to understand, myself included. Oh, well, 182 pounds, which is what Zay Flowers had at the combine, compared to 170, which is Marquise Brown at the combine. Oh, 12-pound difference. What does that make it? Big deal. That's massive in the NFL.
Huge.
I mean, Marquise Brown was really small, really fast, really small. Zay Flowers can do a lot more over the middle, and they had Marquise Brown do a lot more over the middle. You'd have thought with a guy as fast as Marquise Brown, it'd be like, all right, just run straight. We'll find you the ball like Deshaun Jackson. I don't know why I had to say it to Deshaun Jackson. It wasn't really like how the Ravens chose to operate with Marquise Brown. I don't know if that happens, though, with Zay Flowers. When they had Marquise Brown, it was really the emergence of Mark Andrews, and you had the 1-2 combo. But I really think the Greg Roman offense was so antiquated and bad, to be clear, Jim, but so antiquated that you're not going to see anybody else have a 4-2-8 guy just run curl routes and things across the middle to that level. Like, there are going to be additional weapons, and Odell Beckham helps things, but I think Zay Flowers is going to have more yak opportunities than any receiver for the Ravens had over the past decade. And it won't be because Lamar Jackson suddenly passing the ball and that they signed him this big deal and now he can be a quarterback. It's because Lamar's really good, and they're going to finally have him in an offensive scheme with guys to help him be successful. I think this is actually a big knock for Rashad Bateman, though, and I almost wonder, in a deal for DeAndre Hopkins, if that were to occur, does Bateman, who kind of threw up a stink right in the offseason after the general manager's comments, get shuttled to somewhere else, like Arizona, right? Just, like the teams do with the Packers in the 80s. Oh, we'll send you to Green Bay. The equivalent is send it to the team that it has to make you pay for your lunch, like the Cardinals did reportedly. Maybe that's the punishment. I don't know. That's a big knock, I think, of Rashad Bateman. I love him quite a bit.
Joe, you may be right, but I talked about the Chargers and having distinct an X, a stretch Z, and a slot. Zay Flowers now gives them versatility. Bateman's are X, and Zay Flowers cannot be an X, not at 5'9", 182. That's not even in the equation, right? So they're two different positions. I know they're both wide receivers, but they're different positions. And if their whole goal, if they talked to Lamar Jackson and it was like, we are going to get you weapons. Well, again, Odell is a big, big question mark, right? Because we don't know what we're getting. When's the last time we got a full season of good production out of Odell Beckham, right? It's been a while. So he's a very big intangible. Well, Flowers, again, gives them extra weapons to diversify the passing game. And again, we're hoping, like you mentioned, that antiquated system of Greg Roman, now at least we know they're going to run, but this gives them the opportunity to do more with the passing game. Let Lamar Jackson do a little more dealing. And because they can put the pressure on opposing defenses. Jackson is a runner, J.K. Dobbins. But now defenses start creeping up. You have options to take them out. I'm excited.
Yeah, think about all those snaps that had Patrick Ricard involved in them, and now put them with not a defense tackle offensively. And I think that's kind of where we're looking at for the Ravens offense. I completely agree. And I know you said this a little bit earlier in the broadcast, and I agree with you. The Ravens will still be a running team. They will be a running organization. They will play through their defense. J.K. Dobbins and Gus Edwards, Lamar Jackson. That's one of the most uniquely valuable weapons in the NFL is Lamar Jackson and his feet, and the Ravens will be able to capitalize on that. But what happens when you give him an opportunity to pass? We're going to find out. Greg Roman never wanted to, and I think that's where we're going to get the situation, hopefully, that people are proven wrong about Lamar Jackson. I have never wavered on this, and I have looked silly at times, especially this past year, but I really believe Lamar Jackson with all these weapons, and I really do think DeAndre Hopkins can easily still get traded to the Ravens. It's going to be he can actually play quarterback too, like we saw his MVP year.
All right, let's turn the dial forward. Vikings are on the clock. Justin Jefferson, one of the very, very, very elite receivers in the game, if not the premier receiver in the game. Adam Thielen, gone. KJ Osborne, the number 2. It's going to be a tough sell. They have TJ Hawkinson at tight end. Very nice. They really could use a compliment for Justin Jefferson. Somebody who's going to see less coverage but do some damage. I know he tested horribly, but is this a spot for Jordan Addison?
Yeah. Mario Puig and John McKechnie, who I call myself disciples of, I really believe and trust in their fantasy and draft analysis specifically. They still love Jordan Addison. The shine was a little bit off. Like if you ran a 4.3 40, you're talking like top 5 selection, given the college production.
Yes.
So that didn't happen. And he's also slight of frame. And I look at those things as somebody that wasn't biased by Jordan Addison's production at USC, maybe wrongly so. Like you should probably look at the film a little bit more. It makes me worried. It does. Now, maybe Justin Jefferson alleviates a lot of things, or maybe it's just a bad day for Jordan Addison. He ran that one. I think he only ran 140 time, then left. And obviously, when you run a 4.5 and you expect to go way faster, you can use that any way you want, right? Oh, I was hurt and that's why I ran. Or, oh crap, I ran that bad. Oh, I'm hurt. Ow. I don't know. I'll be really curious. I would like to not see that happen as a Packers fan, but I really believe the Vikings should and probably will draft a wide receiver, whether it be Jordan Addison and the run that we saw now with Smith-Njigba, Quentin Johnston, and now getting Zay Flowers off the board. It really only leaves Jordan Addison as a possible candidate for that selection.
And it's been 3 straight receivers off the board. And just how interesting is that, right? Very, very exciting. Fantasy football players like ourselves, we certainly love when we get those skill position players on the roll here. So, yes, I think the Vikings, that's what kind of we're looking at here. Hopefully, we're pretty close on the clock here. I can't imagine we have more than a minute left or so.
I haven't seen anything yet. I think they're really letting us worry about what's going to happen in Minnesota.
Yes, and then obviously we have Jacksonville on deck. We're getting to the playoff teams now, and Minnesota was one, and then we go through the run of teams. Obviously, the Saints are in there because they traded down. Dan Borowski asking about Hendon Hooker going ahead of Will Levis. So, Dan, I know in my evaluation of Hendon Hooker, he's 25 years old. When he runs, he doesn't look to throw, which that's depth at the NFL level. He was in a great offense, but he only had to read half the field. And so his development may be a little slowed down. So I personally have him evaluated as a high-end backup in the NFL. Now, certainly a team could view him higher, but I am not excited about him. Levis at least has more to work with than Hooker, in my opinion.
Oh, boy. It is Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings. So I'm going to have to really hope. Yeah. I'm going to really hope that the speed thing is legit and he wasn't just like actually hurt at the combine. Because if it's 2 years ago, Jordan Addison, who was like a widely regarded top 10 pick at that time, then you're talking about one of the most dynamic offenses in the NFL, even with Kirk Cousins as your quarterback. I mean, that's kind of the spot that we're in right now. If Jordan Addison is that level, we're going to have to find out. I mean, it's really hard to argue with that tape, Jim. And, but then it's hard to argue with the results of the combine. I don't know. And it wasn't much better. I don't think in his pro day either. Which just makes me confused. Maybe he's just like Jordan Addison can just do things better, even though he doesn't have a lot of speed, or maybe he runs faster on the NFL. I mean, there's lots of times when Mario points this out, I think in many of his articles, that he's running by guys that had a way faster 40. So the field speed is different than what you're doing in your gym shorts. It's just tough. It's tough to rationalize what the data is showing us and what we see on the tape.
So first things first, I am excited about Jordan Addison as a fantasy football asset for this year, especially.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson is going to always command a ton of attention. TJ Hawkinson also must be accounted for. Jordan Addison steps into a situation. The Vikings are not going to have a good defense this year. It's just, they're not good in the secondary. Their pass rush is on and off. They are going to trail a lot. Kirk Cousins is more than happy to throw the ball a lot. Jordan Addison is going to walk into at least 90 targets. He may walk into 110. That is going to be good volume with lighter coverage. So I think he is in a great situation. And look, he has to be a good player, but volume is still king in fantasy football. And I do think there'll be plenty of opportunity. So I think Jordan Addison, I'm looking forward to doing my rankings as this weekend goes on. I already have obviously the veterans are all ranked out, but the rookies were all landing spot dependent. But I am going to move Jordan Addison higher than I had him pre-draft because this is a good landing spot, Joe Bartel.
Yeah, I guess for people familiar with college football, you're probably aware of Jordan Addison, but the way we talk about Marvin Harrison Jr. right now is the way we were talking about Jordan Addison at this point last year. One of the best receivers, would be one of the top guys in the class, yada, yada, if he came out this year kind of thing. It's just hard to rationalize for me. He's probably one of the biggest winners. Even having my doubts, doubts is the wrong word, having my concerns about what we're seeing from a numbers perspective compared to the tape, he is one of the biggest winners of the first round. And we had a stretch of 4 wide receivers drafted all in a row. And the last guy is going to be the one that I think is one of the biggest winners easily in just a rookie format, not super flex. I think is I think he might be my top 2. Like maybe you don't need to take Anthony Richardson as much as I like him with Shane Steichen on the Colts. I mean, that's the level in which we're talking about Jordan Addison and the help from Justin Jefferson. As much as we dislike Kirk Cousins and the Vikings do as well too, he's still a capable enough quarterback and will take advantage. And Jordan Addison walks into easily the best opportunity and most opportunities of any of these rookie wide receivers.
So let's move forward now. And Corey puts another very, very excellent comment here. He could see Banks going to Jacksonville or New York Giants. Both need cornerbacks. Jacksonville should be fine offensively. Calvin Ridley get brought in. They have to think he's going to be a difference maker for them. With the receivers who are off the board being off the board, I think if they want to add more help, they can wait till the 3rd round or later to do that. So I think playing in the AFC, knowing they think they could probably be in the mix for a strong playoff spot, they're going to have to deal with the Bengals. They're going to have to deal with the Chiefs, deal with the Bills. So a cornerback would be a very, very valuable move for them.
I'll cut you off because the same conversation can be had. The Jaguars actually traded this pick to the Giants. They moved literally one down for a 4th round selection, but I think it's the same reasoning. I think the Giants just want to go ahead and get their cornerback. They want to get their guy. The Jaguars might take one too. And honestly, with the guys that are still there, you could see cornerback over the next 2 picks. That's fine. But the Jaguars and Giants flipped the pick, and the Giants are now ahead of the Jaguars with a 4th round selection, helping them move up.
Yeah, and so the Giants, they got good interior line, Leonard Williams and Dexter Lawrence. Williams kind of kicks to the outside a bit. They played at 3-4, so they're kind of in a nice spot there. Linebacker, they're bringing Bobby Okereke. That'll help them a little bit. Kayvon Thibodeau is developing, could be a star very soon. This team needs secondary help. They brought in Bobby McCain in free agency, more of a slot guy, but he's been decent coverage the last few years. Adoree Jackson, Cordell Flott, both played well enough, but they need another guy because these quarterbacks have been up and down. Right. So we don't really know what we really have, but I think bringing in somebody that they see as could be a difference maker, I could see that being.
What about Nolan Smith, though?
Yes.
We've said like 15 times. Kayvon Thibodeau and Nolan Smith, man, Matt Ryan will be rolling on the ground in agony even more if they have both those pass rushers. And then you're going to see Kayvon Thibodeau do his little angel dance as well, too, in the snow. Definitely not insulting Matt Ryan in any way. It was Nick Foles, right, with the Colts quarterback. I was incorrect. It's not a 4th round pick. The Giants gave up a 5th and 7th rounder to move up just a little bit more. So that's all I'm going to say is there's a point here where Nolan Smith has to go off the board. And if you are any team, you just want to make sure you get him. I'll move up whatever price it is just to make sure I do it, especially if it's minute like this. I don't know. It's possible. We are really trending in that direction where trending in that direction where you could have that certainly occur.
Yes. Moving forward a little bit, a couple comments here. Let's see what we got here. Woo Pig 00, welcome aboard. Yes, the Giants offensive line, that's my top need for them. Evan Neal did not have a good season. We love Andrew Thomas on the left side. He's phenomenal, but they need interior help for sure. This is a team coached by Brian Daboll. Unlike the Bills, where they didn't really need the line up because they had Josh Allen under center, little Steph Diggs. So I think offensive line is a big area of need. I just don't know if there's a player they see, but they may like Anton Harrison here. I did see him as a latter first-round guy, and they're kind of in the latter part of the first round. So I could see that. Corey also brings up, do you say they
did go Deontay Banks? Yep,
perfect.
They did go Deontay
Perfect.
Banks.
Great call, Corey. You called that earlier. So, yes, go ahead, Joe. They needed the corner. They got the corner. It's a very big move for the Giants.
Yeah, and I think it's a smart one. Again, I talked about earlier where I think the draft right now in the first round, you're trying to get the most relevant positions. That's at least what the teams seem to be identifying. We had one linebacker by the Lions, curious choice. 2 running backs. Bijan was going to be a first-round pick, but Jahmyr Gibbs, also curious. Otherwise, it really has just been following what everyone else has been doing. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, cornerback, defensive end, pass rusher. You had the Buccaneers also make, I guess, a curious pick in that sense where they got an interior pass rusher. But if you're saying, he's Aaron Donald 2.0, you're totally fine with that pick 19. It's actually stunning to me that through 24 picks, only
24.
24. Only 3 have been counter to what we have identified as the premium positions in the NFL today. As much as this is supposed to be a tumultuous draft, it's funny how that all works out, right, Jim?
Yes, 100%. As you're talking, I'm looking at the board to see the big fallers. We've talked so much about Nolan Smith, big faller there. We keep looking for the tight ends. A lot of people thought that Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid go high. Remember, I told everybody, take the over on Dalton Kincaid. I go, teams are not taking him. Where was the pick, Joe? Is it like 18 or is it 22 for him? Can't remember what it was.
22. Well, it was actually, I think we talked about 24 and a half, but or 23 and a half. Either way, that looks like a slam dunk and certainly has hit.
Because we're at 25. And I said that, as nice as he is, he's not a 3-down tight end, and I don't see an NFL team investing in that. He's been a pretty good, hey, we make a lot of bad calls. Overall, a good number. We've been pretty decent on him, so that's kind of good. We try to give you good betting advice when we do that. So
it's Christian Gonzalez. I'm just going to curse his name for the rest of eternity.
We've had some epic misses, huge epic misses, but we did have a good number of hits. So very happy about that. So so we have some further talk as we're waiting for this. Well, the Jacksonville pick. Did we say that pick's in or not? We did not say that.
I have not seen it, but it's possible that maybe it snuck in while we were talking. But I have not seen the Jaguars announce. Well, I'm sorry. 9 seconds ago, we have Mark Long tweet. The Jaguars have traded down once again, this time with Bills.
Oh, wow. So the Bills, what are the Bills possibly looking for here? They brought in Damian Harris for the early down role, so I don't think it's a Zach Charbonnet landing spot, unless they really were just not thinking that. Receiver.
Yeah, is there 4 off the board already, right? I mean, so you're taking your 5th one at that point? That seems tough.
I don't think there's a receiver because do they want a speed guy and Jalen Hyatt? Because
that would be my guess too. You would take Jalen Hyatt if you want that speed angle, but don't they already have Shakir as well, who they've been talking about ad nauseum as like that speed guy, and Stephon Diggs is.
But he's a slot. But he is going to be an amazing slot, I think, this year too, Joe. I'm excited to see Khalil Shakir play this year, and I have him aggressively ranked in fantasy. Certainly, I could get him late, and I will. But I want to make sure I get Khalil Shakir shares this year. But Jalen Hyatt was one of those guys. I don't see him as a first-round guy, Joe. But some teams love speed, and Gabe Davis is a downfield guy, but he's not really a speed guy. And they would allow him to do some different things. It could be something they're looking at. I just wonder what they're trading up for. They could use some cornerback depth. Did draft Kyrie.
I'll jump in front, Jim, because
please.
We had this with the Steelers, right? Why did the Steelers trade up? And then it was like, let's think about this. The Jets have one need. It was offensive line. Let's go ahead and jump in front of the Jets to make sure they can't get their guy. if you're trading in front of the Cowboys, what are you trying to get? You don't need tight end. I would assume they want pass rusher. And that was one of your top needs for the Cowboys, was that they would try to get a pass rusher possibly in the first round. Maybe the Bills have identified the Cowboys possibly needing a superior guy like Nolan Smith and said, hey, let's go ahead and make sure we get our pass rusher. I think the Von Miller injury kind of exposed a bit of a weakness in the Bills, and they have invested a lot of picks along the defensive line and are probably hoping that those two pan out the way you'd anticipate with younger guys. But maybe you want to have one more, especially when it's fallen to this extent.
Yes, so the Bills, yes, that deep collection of pass rushers. What Von Miller was supposed to be was the linchpin. He was the ace, where the other ones all were better because of his presence, right, Joe Bartel?
Yeah, and pick us in, Jim, and we were correct. We were correct that they were trading in front of the Cowboys for a reason, but it's for tight end. Dalton Kincaid is your first tight end selected.
I just made it.
A shocking selection. I think kind of along the level of Jahmyr Gibbs, because they already have, I'm blanking his name right now, but they already have a tight end who they re-signed to a bigger deal last offseason.
Yeah, Dawson Knox, though, is a very limited player. This move shows us that they want to stretch and stress the field against defenses. They want to give Josh Allen the ability to make it even more difficult. So you got Steph Diggs. Gabe Davis has a role. Khalil Shakir has a role. But now you put this tight end who is a seam stretcher. Mm-hmm. Now, when you take those safeties and you are either adjusting to Gabe Davis or adjusting to Steph Diggs, and you have a good slot receiver who I do believe Shakir showed us enough in limited action, now you have this tight end who can legitimately run routes. He has seam stretching speed. That is a linchpin move, Joe Bartel.
It's the George Kittle 2.0, right? We had Aaron Donald 2.0, and now Kincaid's supposed to be George Kittle light. I hate those comparisons. I despise them. I get the Aaron Donald one because body frame is the same and same college, but isn't there a Patrick Mahomes every single year? Oh, Zach Wilson, next Patrick Mahomes. Man, that guy looks like Will Levis looks like Patrick Mahomes. It just annoys me to no end. There are not many people like George Kittle who have the yards after catch ability, but also can be a premium run blocker. Kincaid cannot do that. And in some ways, I think he might be tipping off defenses when he's on the field that, oh, they might not be able to run the ball. Maybe I'm wrong in the run blocking aspect. Maybe he can get better. But the last thing the Bills should be doing offensively is adding more pieces to tip off defenses as to what's happened. That was the whole issue with James Cook, with Nyheim Hines, and now I feel like you're adding a tight end for the same kind of reason.
They're not. Corey brings up the point of what they started to do at the end of last season. The Bills started to go with more heavy personnel. The reason they did that was so defenses had to commit more bodies. They were opening up second level. I think they're going to use Knox, but more as a blocker hybrid, and they're going to use that second tight end to give them favorable defensive looks, force the defense's hand, and take what the defense gives them. I think this is a versatility move, Joe, because now you have two very tight ends, but it's, again, positional flexibility in the NFL is something that if you can get the right players for that, you can really put the defenses at a disadvantage. But last year, Joe, second half of the year, they did start to lean a little more into that.
Yeah, and that's a fair call. I like adding more weapons to the Bills' offense overall. I think that's a good choice. And again, much like the Steelers trading ahead of the Jets to get a position of obvious need, this is the problem. When you paint a obvious spot to be in, teams can more often identify it. I'm well aware as a Packers fan, as teams have often traded ahead of them to get the wide receiver. In this case, Bills trade ahead of the Cowboys, who theoretically needed a tight end. Well, you just took away one of the top options for it, although Michael Mayer is still on the board.
Yes, absolutely. Joe, you're still around for a little while, but I'm going to get Doug to come in for a little bit because we only have like 5 picks left in the round, and I don't think it's the last Doug's hour.
Hold on. Oh, Jim, I'm okay actually if you step aside so we can make sure Doug gets some time. I've been on with you long enough. I've enjoyed talking out with everyone here too. I don't need to discuss the analysis on Cowboys tight ends potentially. So I'll toss it to Doug and Jim, and I'm excited to hear what you guys have for the rest of the show.
And remember to follow Joe on Twitter at JB Fantasy Sports. Joe Bartel, it was a pleasure working with you as always. Thanks for coming in. I'm going to bring Doug Orth in. If you're going to hang around, please use the chat to help us out. All right, man?
No problem. Just for a reminder for the folks watching right now, I will have a day 2 article up on RotoWire breaking down all of the skill position guys drafted, what I think their fantasy value might be from a rookie perspective, rookie drafts, or in redraft format. So definitely check that out. JB Fantasy on Twitter. Thanks, Jim. Have fun. Let's finish up the rest of the draft strong.
Doug Orth is in the house. You can find Doug at FF Today and on Twitter at Doug Orth. Doug has quite a few player profiles for free on FF Today. You'll want to check those out. Doug, we're going to get you right in here, all right? We just had a pick where the Buffalo Bills took Dalton Kincaid, first tight end off the board. How do you think he fits in? What's the fantasy fallout of this?
Well, I have some thoughts. I heard some of what you guys had to say, and it's one of the few times I disagreed with any of the inputs. So, look. So last year, I have several thoughts, actually. I liked what you were going with, maybe having Dawson Knox blocking more often and that type of thing. But let's remember last year they had Isaiah McKenzie in the slot, and they had a small guy in the slot, and it wasn't working. Okay, now this is going to lead me to another point here, but maybe let's try something. Let's try a big guy, okay? And we know that Kincaid, 6'4", 240. But not only that, I sent out some tweets. We're familiar with Matt Waldman, and he agreed with me on this. We both think that his blocking struggles are overblown and overplayed. Does he struggle sometimes holding to the point? Sure, he does. He's 240 pounds. I mean, sometimes he's right. Smart defensive ends. But these are technique things. These are things he didn't commit to football seriously until high school senior. And even then, he was a receiver. So we're talking about a guy who is still relatively new to the position. So I can see a lot of slot work for him. And I'm not going to sit here and say that he's going to be productive year one, because that's hard for any tight ends / oversized slot. But I do like the pick. To me, he should have been off the board. I wasn't thinking top half of the draft. I think Green Bay was a possible destination for him, but around 20, he's definitely one of the top 20 players in the draft in my estimation.
So we have the Cowboys coming up. I know a lot of people had mocked Michael Mayer to them. Personally, I'm good with Jake Ferguson, and I don't think Peyton Hendershot's terrible. I think they're a nice 1-2 duo. Do they go Mayer, or do you see a different way?
Yeah, to me, it's a screaming tight end pick, and I know I don't really pay attention to that many mocks during mock drafting season, but I've seen him mocked with receivers fairly regularly. I don't see why that's going to happen.
So while we wait for the Cowboys pick, and if anybody gets that pick, feel free to post that up. I'm watching the feed here when it pops up here, but if you know it earlier, we'll talk about it earlier. So we'll just backtrack a moment here. I had projected a month ago that Quentin Johnson would go to the Chargers, so I was real happy that happened. How do you like that landing spot for fantasy for the Chargers and Quentin Johnston?
Yeah, I know we talked about that last night, and I think he could have potentially crashed and burned in a number of spots. I know we didn't say it like that last night, but love that because, first of all, who better to learn route running from than the master himself, Keenan Allen? Yep. Number one. Number two, he's very similar in a lot of ways. He's not quite as big. I don't think he's quite as athletic as Mike Williams, but they are definitely similar. So not only do you have somebody who can teach you the craft, now you got somebody who also plays like you. So and it just opens up the field. He can come in, and if they just want him to stretch the field, that's entirely possible.
Yeah, and so then we had a run on the skill positions. Minnesota gets Jordan Addison. He tested terribly, productive college player. He will play across from Justin Jefferson, so there's that. What are your thoughts on how Jordan Addison is in his potential situation in Minnesota?
I like this one too. We obviously know Justin Jefferson can win wherever he wants to, so we can leave him on the outside. Between him and KJ Osborne and Addison, they're all going to play the slot a fair amount. Let's not
right
ourselves.
Yes,
but I know we mentioned last night in our draft preview that Addison he might have to live in the slot for a bit. Well, Jefferson went on the outside. KJ Osborne should probably be on the outside. He's now going to be the vertical stretch, where he's going to bring the field stretching element to that offense. So, like the landing spot, really do. Hard to.
Jackson Smith and Jigba ends up in Seattle. My concern is this. Pete Carroll is Pete Carroll. They're going to play defense. They're going to run the football. Smith and Jigba is going to play, but we got Tyler Lockett. We got DK Metcalf. When they're in 2 receiver sets, how much is Smith and Jigba getting on the field? Is playing time a potential issue for him? And is this one of the NFL great landing spots, but fantasy not as much? What do you see?
Yep, I totally agree. I can see him kind of absorbing maybe Noah Fant's production, and I know that wasn't great last year, but that's people want to write off. And here's the thing I can see: year one, I don't think we're talking about a lot of production, just for the reasons that you spoke about. He wants to run. It's Pete Carroll. He wants to run the ball. He wants to play defense. Whether he finds out after 6 games he can do that or not, I don't know. But people want to write off Tyler Lockett because he's now either 30 or going to turn 30 this year. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, he'll be 30 this year.
Year 2 now, you're looking. I do know because I acquired him in Dynasty in the league. His contract shoots up to about I want to say $15 million, or his cap hit shoots up to about $15 million next year. So they're going to have to look at that.
Yes.
But wait, the way Tyler Lockett plays the game, he plays in a way he can play until 33, 34. So we're talking right now. We're looking at an upgrade on D. Eskridge is what we're looking at. That's honestly
yeah, there's a lot of players who are an upgrade on D. Eskridge, but I like that. So we are waiting. There's a pick in apparently on Dallas. If somebody knows what that pick is, post it in the chat. Otherwise, we'll wait for this to come up. We will be talking Dallas Cowboys very momentarily. Nolan Smith here. Oh, so for the Cowboys, I don't know if that's his answer. Is that a guess? Not sure if that's the pick. So we'll find out if that happens or not. But we're still not sure unless somebody posts if it's definitive. In the meantime, after we talk Cowboys, Doug Orth, I will then ask for your Zay Flowers opinion as he's with the Baltimore Ravens. We'll talk about the fact that they have already Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, and so we'll ask you about that. But again, we're waiting to see who's in for the Cowboys. I'm also going to be excited to hear what you think about the Lions going at, was it pick 12 with Jahmyr Gibbs? Was very, very interested by that. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to interrupt you when the Dallas pick is in and start talking a little. Just wait for, when you see my finger go up, you'll break your concentration. But tell me right now about Zay Flowers to the Ravens. But again, when you see my finger up, we're going to go to Dallas.
All right. Yeah. So my thoughts there. So we know OBJ signed a 1-year contract. The way I'm looking at this is kind of a similar way I'm looking at JSN going to the Seahawks. Year 1, I'm not expecting a heck of a lot because we got Bateman, we got OBJ, we got Mark Andrews. I don't know how he can be any better than 4th on that list. But now you get OBJ. Yep. Go ahead.
All right, so it looks like Mazie Smith, the defensive tackle.
Wow.
Some people, a few, I know The Athletic had him going at the end of the 1st round, but typically he was like a 2nd-round pick. Dallas does need defensive tackle help, but I didn't think that was their most pressing need. I thought it was a need they would address in a latter round, not the 1st. Quick thoughts on Mazie Smith ending up in Dallas.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up the depth chart for the Cowboys, and I see him as more. We're looking right now as far as the defense tackle is concerned. We're looking at Jonathan Hankins, who's getting up there. They acquired him midway through last season. I'm not sure potentially replacing Jonathan Hankins is what they needed to do here. So I'll leave it at that, but not. This is a case if you're not going to go with Michael Mayer to replace Dalton Schultz, then I want to see the best player off the board. So definitely I would have went Nolan Smith.
He has had a precipitous fall. And so the league must have seen something in Nolan Smith that we're not aware of, because this fall is drastic. And to think that somebody across from Micah Parsons. Think of the advantage that is, right? And they didn't go that route either. So this is really interesting here.
Definitely.
So, all right.
I know it would
make sense. Hold on.
Sure.
Dan mistyped it. So wait a minute. Wrong? No, he typed in. So Maisie Smith is the correct one. Okay. So
it is. I see it on the.
I see it now too. So all right, good. So all right, let's move to some skill position stuff here. We're talking some fantasy here. Maisie Smith is not going to be a big move the needle for any type of fantasy business at all. So we'll continue to go on from here. So I asked you earlier. We were finishing up thoughts on Baltimore Zay Flowers.
Yeah. So I think where I left off that. The first thing that came to my mind when I saw that pick, OBJ's on a 1-year contract. So I think that he's essentially going to replace OBJ in 2024. Will he get some playing time this year? Definitely. But I think this year we're kind of like we talked about last night, stretch the field, going to be screens, goes, and he should be good on blitz beaters. That's what I would say year 1. Year 2, I would look at him. If you want to get a good grasp on him, and I've already said this, I think look at what OBJ does this year, presuming that he stays healthy long enough. But that it's OBJ insurance for now with a good outlook for 2024, because I do think that offense under the name's escaping me.
Todd Monken. Yeah, Todd Monken.
Thank you. I think that offense, even if we're talking about 5 more pass attempts a game, that's what 85 more attempts for Lamar Jackson. Some of those years he's had trouble getting over 400 pass attempts. If we get him 80 more pass attempts, now we're talking we get the 1,000-yard upside as a rusher and more reasonable for 480, 500 pass attempts.
So Jahmyr Gibbs gets picked at number 12. The Lions picked 12 and 18. They probably could have gotten him at 18 if they really wanted him. I thought the 12 pick for a player that doesn't project to be a full-time player, that was a very, very rich spot to take him. I thought great player, but just for the role you're getting, that was concerning. Thoughts?
Totally agree. I mean, we talked about it Tuesday, and I'm for those folks out there, I'm sure you teased it at some point during the 3 hours, and God bless you for doing yeoman's work tonight. But in our quarterback and running back preview on Tuesday, we talked about it at length, but we talked about a guy that may not see more than 8-10 carries, and he's as likely to see as many targets as he is carries in a game. So yeah, it's a great boost in my estimation. It's a great boost to David Montgomery, but I personally think DeAndre Swift's a better player. Now, are you bringing him in because you're moving Swift? Okay, fine. It still doesn't justify a first-round pick. Now, and let's just say that the 199-pound Gibbs, that means that he's 13 pounds lighter than Swift is. So now are you going to tell me he's going to project as a less injury-prone? I don't believe in injury-proneness, by the way. I think there's injury-prone, and I think there's prone to injury. And
hey, quit the double talk, man.
But no, I think there's okay. So guys, Chris Carson is a great example. Chris Carson, the way he runs, he's prone to injury, or the way he used to run, he's prone to injury. He slams it right in between the tackles and in between the guards, and he gives no thought about his well-being or his long-term health. Now, the guy like Gibbs, he's going to operate on the outside, so the likelihood he's going to get hurt the same way Chris Carson is completely different. Now, those speed guys you're more concerned about hamstrings and whatnot, soft tissue injuries. But anyway, I think all they're doing there is resetting the clock. They're going to move on from Swift probably for, I'm going to say, a day 3 pick at some point, because this is not across the boat that to him that we're done with you. You're not just going to let him sit on the roster, I don't think, for 2023, right? Do you?
No, there would be such an acrimonious environment too. He already has been disenfranchised from the coach. You could tell that the Dan Campbell really wanted very little to do with playing him in a prominent role. And I understand the history of injuries goes back to college for him. And Dan Campbell is a tough guy. And if you're not on the field, my guess is he's one of those coaches that he doesn't feel he could count on you. So I bet it had a lot to do with that. And we know as a receiving back, Swift is just insanely talented. And like you, I'm not willing to say Gibbs is better than him as a player because I don't think that. But Swift has missed a lot of time. Gibbs hasn't had a chance to prove one way or the other yet. Go, and we have a pick in. Go ahead.
We just had a pick.
Go ahead.
Jaguars follow up with Macy Smith with another defensive tackle. And
Offensive tackle.
Anton. Yep. Anton Harrison. Yep.
And that was interesting because I meant to say we didn't have time earlier and you weren't on yet. I was going to talk about the Jaguars. And remember, their left tackle is suspended for, I believe, 6 games, but they have other offensive line issues and they need to protect Trevor Lawrence. And so I think investing in tackle here is another investment in your franchise quarterback. So I think overall it is a good commitment pick for them. So Cam Robinson, we know he is going to be out for, again, at least 6 weeks on suspension. Walker Little isn't really the answer. So they needed to get another tackle in there. So I am happy about this move. Any thoughts?
Totally agree. How much do you think the Robinson suspension led to this pick? Do you think it was 50-50 before and then the Robinson suspension pushed it over the edge?
You know, if they're a long-term thinking franchise, you think you're going to make the playoffs in that division regardless. Yeah. So 10% tops, it's going to help this season for them to have another tackle in there because then you could take your other tackle and, swing one or the other. So Walker Little can swing and you'll have a couple of, at least at minimum serviceable. And then, hopefully Anton Harrison is decent at least, but now you'll at least be functional because you don't want to fall too far behind. And if that tackle situation is messy, but I think a small percentage, but I think this is a move they needed to address tackle. The way this franchise is headed, they're not going to have high picks. They're not going to be getting elite picks to get tackles. So this is a good opportunity, Doug. Go ahead.
No. I think you nailed it there. The only thing I was thinking when you were talking, I know I've read or heard reports of moving Cam Robinson over to right tackle at various points over the last few years. This may give him that opportunity. That's all I was going to add.
Now, the Bengals pick is posted as in. We don't know what it is. If somebody knows, let us know that. We just got it. Edge Myles Murphy to the Bengals. Thank you, Dan. You've been doing fantastic work for us, helping us out tonight. So, yeah, the Bengals, we know they have Trey Hendrickson. Sam Hubbard's a good name, but he's very inconsistent as a pass rusher. They needed to have a bookend. You're playing in the AFC. You're going to be dealing with Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Justin Herbert. Getting that other edge rusher, and then at corner, they'll get Chidobe Awuzie back from the ACL. Hopefully as well. And this is a big move for them. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, and I know Joseph Asai came on a little bit toward the end of last year, and he, an athletic freak that he is. Myles Murphy is maybe not that kind of athlete, but probably more developed as a pass rusher. So, being able to have that maybe push Sam Hubbard to DE3, that type of thing. Eventually, Hendrickson's not getting any younger. I want to say he's 28, 29. I could be a little bit off on that.
Sure.
But he's probably looking at the last 1 or 2 years of his prime. So maybe the future there is Osai and Murphy. But the Bengals have been a very good drafting organization here within about the last 5 years or so. I can speak to plenty of years of heartbreak. I was a Cincinnati Bengals fan I think I started in '86. You remember Jim Scow?
Yes.
Yep. So, of course, I told you I'm a big old Husker fan. So, yeah, I started being a Bengal fan in '86, and for about 25 years, I put up with their first of all, we hurt Bo Jackson, and then we sucked for 15 more years. So Yeah, I stopped being a Bengal fan in like 2011.
Yes.
Just had enough. Go ahead.
Three picks left in the round. We got the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs. Now, great question by Dan Borowski, and I brought this name up too many times, but we projected him to go high. We keep bringing up Nolan Smith's name. I should have thought about this earlier. He is falling because he's 6'3", 235. His weight is too low. Now, there may be a team that thinks you can get some weight on him. Maybe they get his frame up. But at 235, that may limit him to being a sub-package player. And if that's the case, you can't really pop a high first-round pick on him. It would have to be a devastating pass rusher. And, okay, if you're using a rotation in that capacity, a little bit understandable. So I think it's the size of Nolan Smith that's made him fall because talent-wise, well, his light weight allows him to go sideline to sideline. That's a byproduct of that. Burst off the edge. Again, you're light, so you can do that. But in the NFL, is that going to be enough to win against tackles and protection schemes that are used to seeing dangerous athletes? So that is something that we're going to wonder about. Doug, any other reasons as to why Nolan Smith had the precipitous fall?
Yeah, I think you summed it up pretty good there. I was just looking because you reminded me a little bit. Micah Parsons is kind of like jack of all trades, and I'm looking at his size 6'2", 245. So we're not talking about somebody much bigger. Now, I'm not going to put him in that class necessarily, but this is a guy. I think just based on his measurables, you can look at and say, okay, we can kind of use him as a joker too. The unfortunate part for Nolan Smith is teams don't use their base defense as much anymore, and he's probably projects as a 3-4 outside linebacker. So now he's essentially a 1.5 down guy unless you're going to put him in coverage. You're right. But I would like to believe that NFL teams are evolved enough in their thinking that, okay, we got a freakish athlete here. Yeah, I know. I used to think coaches were some of the smartest people on earth, and then I started watching football more, and then I realized that that's not necessarily true. So,
yes,
but no, those are good jokers. I know we used to call them tweeners, and I don't hear that too much anymore. But a guy like Nolan Smith is a joker to me, and you can use, especially when they're that freakishly athletic, you can find a way to get jokers on the field and have them disrupt game plans.
So we have a question from Dan. The Saints have Derek Carr. Will Levis is on the board. Hendon Hooker's on the board. I think Hooker is going to be a backup bridge starter, spot starter. Levis has tools, but I think he has a lot of negatives with the accuracy. Is there any chance the Saints go quarterback, or are they just going to deal with Derek Carr and say we're good for a while?
I don't see it.
Yeah, same thing. So now the Eagles will be interesting because the Eagles, and I hate mentioning him 50 times tonight, but now we just said the negatives about Nolan Smith and his weight, but the Eagles rotate their front players regularly. They thrive on rotation. Smith would fit that bill, and picking at 30, and it's really a luxury pick. Here we go. Joe Bartel told us that Brian Breesy went to the Saints. That's a Saints pick. That is a Saints pick.
Yeah. So they like him. Yep. They like him big. They like him big up front, like him big and athletic up front. And he's that.
And they've lost. Now it's going to evade me. I want to say they lost 2 interior linemen this year. Because right now they got in the interior, they got Nathan Shepard and Kalen Saunders. So I think they did lose a couple. So they did need to replenish there. It was a late first round pick. I just wonder, are the Saints at a place organizationally that they could have a defensive tackle pick? He's a good player. He's a really good player.
Yeah, Olmayetta is one of those. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but David Olmayetta, he was a good run stuffer.
Yes,
I feel like I'm a little bit off on the pronunciation.
And Sheldon Rankins.
Sheldon Rankins went to the Texans. That's right.
Yeah.
But look, this is another guy. He's big and athletic, and that's the. You can go as far back as Cam Jordan as far as what the Saints look at organizationally in terms of their defensive linemen. I guess now that we know the pick, I can't say I'm overly surprised, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm looking at their roster right now, And I don't know. You could. I know there's not a great interior lineman that's still left, or at least I can't think of one.
I'm going to interrupt you here, Doug.
Sure.
I think instead of talking defensive dudes, we got a little bit of time and a couple of picks. Let me just go backwards. CJ Stroud does go pick 2 to the Texans. What's your outlook in his situation in Houston? Let's go to skill position, talk some fantasy to wind us out.
Okay. Well, you want to focus on redraft or dynasty here?
You tell us.
Yeah, so we talked about it on Tuesday. I'm not sure that I see any of these quarterbacks going gangbusters in year one here. Bryce Young has a chance, but as we talked about, you kind of worry about his durability. That's going to start right away. Stroud, he's got enough developing to do that. I'm not sure Robert Woods, Nico Collins, and John Mechie get him over the top, if you know what I mean. Dalton Schultz there too. So you're probably still looking at another year of Dameon Pierce carrying that offense.
Yes.
So I love what they did, and I think organizationally they're on the up after landing what should be their quarterback of the future and the best defensive player or best defensive prospect in the draft. So, but yeah, year one you're looking at middling QB2 in my estimation, even in that kind of a rough division or that kind of somewhat rough division. So. Yeah, middling QB2 for both of them.
So Anthony Richardson goes to the Colts. I could see the Colts. They have 3 functional tight ends, if not better, on their team. I could see Jonathan Taylor. The line struggled last year. Maybe they could get some resurgence from either Quentin Nelson or Ryan Kelly. Maybe not, if they could get at least a little resurgence. I think they play a lot of heavy personnel. I think they run Taylor heavy, but I think they also run Anthony Richardson heavy. So I know his accuracy is brutal. How do you see him as a fantasy factor this year?
This year, only it's going to be up and down. That as we know with those what do we call them? Konami code quarterbacks. So those
yes.
As we know, anytime one of those gets on the field, we have to put them in the QB1 conversation. But no, first of all, we better not see him on the field, and if we see him on the field, it better not be very much. This should be a Gardner Minshew year, and let's give him at least 2 training camps to evolve. But I don't think he's. I know I said on Tuesday I think he may need 2 years of training or nurturing. I still stand by that, but anyway, to answer your question, if he starts, then you need to have him on your roster. But for the sake of his development, I hope he doesn't see much time this year.
Right. And again, I always go back to the point, and I say this every year in some context. I probably said it on one of our shows earlier this week. Tim Tebow, when he was a starter, was a QB1. Couldn't throw the football, but he could run. A running quarterback is a starting fantasy option. And if he's going to run, he is going to be a potential starting option. Might not be pretty, but those points are points, right, Doug Orth?
You got
All
it.
right. Last, we're still waiting for picks to come in. We got the Eagles on the clock here. Bijan Robinson goes as many anticipated. Pick 8 to the Falcons. What do you see as fantasy impact this year playing under Arthur Smith? Very good blocking scheme. They'll use some heavy personnel, lots of tight ends. Jonnu Smith, maybe a H-back in his factor, all this. What do you see for year one for Bijan Robinson?
We talked about what kind of prospect he is. We're talking about easily one of the top 5 running back prospects in the last 10 years, if not top 2. You look at what Arthur Smith has done with running backs since he's emerged. We had Derrick Henry. Then 2 years ago, when no one was expecting anything out of Cordell Patterson boomed. I'm not sure a lot of people were expecting much out of Tyler Algier. He boomed. Okay, Derrick Henry and Bijan are two different things, but they're both going to end up being very good running backs. We know the story about Derrick Henry by now, but my point being is, at least from a talent perspective, they're both in the same class. The beauty of having Drake London and Kyle Pitts around to get the safeties out of the box, and then having a play designer like Arthur Smith. You don't draft Bijan unless you plan on getting him 50 balls out of the backfield and giving him 15 to 18 carries.
So in a fantasy draft, in a vacuum right now, top 5 running back?
Top 5 running back, yeah. Back half of the first round, top half of the second round, I would say at worst.
Cut you off for a minute. Joe, you're reporting that Nolan does go to the Eagles. Just give me a yes or a no on that. It sounds like you're reporting that Nolan Smith goes to the Eagles. We talked about that a moment ago with the rotation they use. You can't, in a luxury pick, a Super Bowl contending team picking at 30, not a lot of needs. And so, yes, that is a big gain for them because they don't need him to be a full-time player. They can weaponize Nolan Smith to his greatest capacity. The rich indeed get richer. Doug Orth.
Designated pass rusher, that makes a lot of sense there. I'm looking at their depth chart right now. Brandon Graham's getting older. I can't remember if he is on a 1-year contract or if they gave him an extension. But we're looking at a fairly old guy with Brandon Graham, and I can see that being a natural transition. This is probably another pick for 2024, but maybe 15 plays and heavy on third downs. So I love it because Philadelphia can afford to do this, just like you said. And I mean, they can honestly rotate through 9 guys if they want to and not have basically any drop off.
I mean, Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in the first round of the draft. They lose Javon Hargrave to the 49ers in free agency. We have Hassan Reddick rushing off on the linebacker edge. They have corners, Slay, Bradbury, Avonte Maddox in the slot. This defense is going to be scary, Doug Orth.
Four deep. This is their 4 deep. Should be their 4 deep at defensive end. I'm not going to get into left versus right. Brandon Graham, Josh Sweat, Derek Barnett, our guy, Nolan Smith.
Now, I fully expect that Jordan Davis will make a year 2 leap. I think he was acclimating last year. I think he's way better than what we saw. The interior is going to be devastating. I've said enough. We have 1 pick left, Doug. We're waiting on the Kansas City Chiefs. How do you think they'll deploy this pick?
I know that the popular opinion seems to be receiver. I think they like Tony enough that they're not going to go that route. Let me pull up their depth chart here.
While you're looking that up, I know they have MVS. To me, whatever. They need a legit speed guy. They need a guy to be able to stress defenses because they run so much underneath and they can get away with it. They got Mahomes. And I don't have him as a highly graded player, but his speed might be coveted. Is there a world where they could say, Jalen Hyatt, we love your speed. We need to add this to our mix? Is there a world where that happens?
I don't think so because, you got MVS and having a less developed MVS isn't what I would hope that they could do better than that.
One more question.
Sure.
Michael Mayer, they used a lot of 2 tight end sets. Blake Bell. There's another guy they rotated in. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. I should know that. Noah Gray, maybe.
I know. I'll think of it. Sorry.
Do you bring Michael Mayer in?
Jody Fortson.
Oh, did they pick her right? Oh, Jody Fortson. So, is there a chance they bring in because they already know they love heavy personnel? Do they bring in Michael Mayer?
Oh. I don't know why not. I was looking through best available here. Just from a best player available standpoint, why the heck not? I was also looking at two guys at the top of the. I think they could use a pass rusher maybe to replace Frank Clark. So
yes,
and I think 2 guys. These are more linebacker types, but I think you can use them as pass rushers. Drew Sanders from Arkansas, Trenton Simpson from Clemson. But man, I completely forgot Michael Mayer as a best available. I don't know why not. Let's make you GM for a night.
And I do think that this is Patrick Mahomes' team, and Mayer can block. so he can also really help in the run game. And that's important for them to have those options and opportunities available to them. Now, safety Brian Branch has fallen, and he's a legitimate first-round guy. Juan Thornhill, I want to say, walked in free agency, if I'm correct. A couple of years ago, they lost Tyrann Mathieu. This is a team that utilizes their safeties well. It's possible they go there. But again, I'm about Michael Mayer here. Feel free to chime in a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm looking at their depth chart here. But Justin Reed's fine at one safety spot. They think Brian Cook is going to be the other safety spot. And we talked about it during our draft preview shows that the league is going to be more evolved to more big nickel.
Yes.
And the great thing about Brian Branch is that he can play that corner. He can be that slot corner, and he can be your safety. Kind of, I guess in a way like replacing Matthew. So,
and they're going to be playing the Bills, the Bengals, the Chargers, and you know what? As well as they play and as well as they're coached, having another player to deal with that. So I would love to see Mayer. I think that'd be a phenomenal pick, but I think Branch would be if they go defense. That's the way I'm going to look at this.
Jim, you missed your calling. I'm just going to start calling you Brett Beach, okay?
Did they announce the pick or we don't know yet?
They're on the clock. I'm not seeing a update yet.
So let's see if we can recap another player or two that we may have missed. I think, you know what? We did talk about the tight end Dalton Kincaid in Buffalo already. I think we talked about most of the skill position players. We really didn't talk about Bryce Young, though. And so Bryce Young this year, redraft in Carolina, DJ Chark, who I consider to be a washed-up Adam Thielen. Maybe you don't see it that way. And they have Terrace Marshall did show a bit downfield last year on limited opportunities. How would you look at Bryce Young from redraft in Superflex leagues? Where would you put him in a Superflex league mix?
Yeah, I kind of alluded to this. I didn't really I mentioned the name, but I said and both of those guys, and I meant Bryce Young in there too. When we were talking about Stroud, I think we're looking at mid-league QB2 because we just talked about the weapons. I mean, you can make the case that Hayden Hurst is the best weapon he has. I think Chark is going to play well enough to maybe get a extension there, but I don't know that between rookie quarterback and the fact that Chark has trouble staying healthy on the field, or has trouble staying healthy, and then Hurst being your next best option, I don't think you want to count on Adam Thielen being the wide receiver one anymore. So you have better parts than you did 2 months ago, but I don't know that you have the weapons to bring Young up to that QB1 status. And there's enough good quarterbacks now that Young's not going to run enough to get to QB1, and then you got the durability concerns too. So
now we're still waiting on the Chiefs pick, and we're going to break that pick down for you. But don't forget, RotoWire has a lot of draft coverage all weekend. You could go to the RotoWire site for free and find the news notes, the updates. We'll have basics of those. Those are written by Mario Puig, John McKechnie, and Joe Bartel will be writing some on the weekend. Dan Marcus chipping in. But we really have great player notes. Our college coverage is outstanding, so you want to check that. There will be stuff throughout. Our Joe Bartel's writing an article this weekend. Doug Orth is going to be on FF Today. You're going to see Doug's continued work there, but he does have draft profiles on about 18 to 21 players, something like that.
At least 20. I think it was 20. The final count was 21. I had one other thought, Jim.
Yep, go ahead.
What do you think about somebody trading into the first round to get the fifth-year option on Will Levis?
That totally could happen, and the Chiefs would definitely be the huckleberry to make that move. I could see that unless they're really sold on on the safety Brian Branch. They're sold on him. Otherwise, yes, I could totally see them doing it. If they don't value that, I don't think there's a compelling player here. Again, Mayer could be that one, but if they don't want one of those two, then I think I would totally see it as a trade out spot for that reason. So again, to RotoWire, if you want a free trial to RotoWire, I could set you up. Go to rotowire.com/Jim. You don't even need a credit card. Get you just with an email address, get you some free access. We love that. SiriusXM, we have our show 12 to 2 Eastern Friday. We'll be breaking down the draft. Sunday, I'll be on again with Alan Seslowsky. That'll be 1 to 3 Eastern. You won't want to miss those shows. Jam-packed shows. Again, we're waiting for this last pick. Doug Orth, what else do you have going on? And I know people are needing to follow you at Doug Orth on Twitter. What do you got going on?
Yeah, just I'll be active. This is going to be the first time in 10 plus years that I haven't been doing instant fantasy analysis on FF Today. So I'll be active on Twitter, giving out my thoughts over the draft weekend. I'm actually going to get to enjoy draft weekend for the first time in 10 years, and not write up about 10,000 words per day. What I will be doing though is I'll be doing day after summaries from a fantasy perspective on some of these guys. So as soon as we get done here tonight, I'll start hammering out some a few thousand words on these guys. That a lot of the stuff I already have in the draft profiles, but some of the stuff is going to be from a fantasy angle. So yes, definitely check in sometime tomorrow afternoon while you're waiting for the rounds 2 and 3 to start.
And I'll be definitely, I've been regular on TikTok and Instagram doing 1-minute videos. I'll be doing little breakdowns. I'll be getting those posted up tomorrow. I'm going to get a little bit of sleep, but definitely at some point tomorrow, I'll start getting some of those posted up. I know you like those quick takes sometimes, so we definitely have those. Joe Bartel reports to us, evidently, Will Levis has a toe injury, and it's why teams have fallen, supposedly. So that would be interesting. The pick is in for the Chiefs. If somebody sees that pick, please give that one some love in the message here on the screen, and we'll cover it. Otherwise, we'll wait for that to pop up here. And Doug and I are going to break that pick down for you. But we are so appreciative to whoever hung with us tonight. We know a lot of you stayed with us the whole time. We appreciate you. We're happy you made comments. Hopefully you enjoyed the analysis. Next year, put it on your calendar. We will be back better than ever, hopefully, and always well prepared as we can be, trying to give you the very best fantasy analysis. Oh, this was a player who by many, especially I noticed PFF and Todd McShay, go ahead, mocked Felix Edudike Uzama, defensive end of the Chiefs. And although we said we liked Michael Mayer, we like Brian Branch, they need an edge presence. Chris Jones tears it up from the inside, but they need to get some pass rush. Go ahead on this one, Doug Orth.
So one of the things that I mentioned during when we were speculating was trying to replace Frank Clark, and this must have been the closest thing that they could find to Frank Clark, because
So I'm going to finalize with Joe Bartel made a good comment here. And he said, Will Levis, Hendon Hooker, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter, Brian Branch are the big name guys entering day 2. So it should be a great day 2, great day 3. Doug Orth, any final words on tonight's draft?
Yeah, I'm just looking, and we'll I don't know that I have any thoughts, big deep thoughts yet. Joey Porter's still on the board. I just can't. That's a hard one for me to believe. I didn't think Brian Branch was going to get out of the first round either. So I guess, just as Joe has it here, knowing what we know about Levis, I guess it's not as much of a surprise. Hooker, I thought was a 3rd round pick when I saw him on film, so this doesn't surprise me. Mayer getting out of the first round is a surprise. Joey Porter is the biggest surprise of those 5, in my estimation.
Evan Silva is not going to like this because he loves Michael Mayer. He was like all over him. So Evan Silva, you're the man. But man, unfortunately, the league didn't like Michael Mayer as much as you did.
So yeah, my big takeaway. Kudos to the Texans for doing what they needed to do. They had the picks to go up and get their guy. They did. Kudos to the Colts for not going into the Will Levis trap that was being widely reported. You might have to wait a year or 2 on Anthony Richardson, but I think you're going to end up loving what you did. So just stay patient there.
My best call a month ago was Quentin Johnson of the Chargers at 21. He went there. I was very excited about it. I think it's a great landing spot. Happy for them. The Eagles, my opinion, killed it. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith at the end of the round at 30. Again, devastating front rotation that they have. As you mentioned, the Texans, love that they made an aggressive move, got 2, hopefully for them, cornerstone players. Otherwise, Seahawks did well with theirs. Devon Witherspoon, and then coming back with Jackson Smith and Jigba made great use of their 2 picks. This is going to be fun. Everybody, we were here 4 hours and 10 minutes. If you hung, thank you. For Doug Orth, I'm Jim Coventry. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we will talk soon.